Dear panelists, we're just about to start requesting you to please put your video and audio off. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning and a welcome. This is Bhavna Bhatia, your host, welcoming you all to the 8th edition of the Payments and Card Summit and Awards 2020 on behalf of Kamikaze B2B Media. Well, this summit is built exclusively for cards and payments executives. The program includes cutting edge insights from industry leaders and features in depth panel discussions and networking to ensure that you're making the most of your time. Well, you'll be intellectually stimulated by innovators and business leaders as they discuss the current situation, future trends, and innovations in payments and cards market. Well, the theme of this year's conference is Payments 4.0, Unraveling the Digital Opportunity. And our conference will be followed by the Payments and Cards Awards this evening between 5:45 to 6:45 p.m. Indian Standard Time. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a huge welcome to the 8th edition of the Payments and Cards Summit and Awards 2020. Well, with this, we're going to be just taking a minute to get ready for our first panel discussion. We'll see you on the other side. Why don't you, meanwhile, check my chats and explore the other opportunities in the software, and we'll see you in the next 1 minute. Thank you all for joining us. So, ladies and gentlemen, now for our first panel discussion, let's begin the summit with the panel discussion and the theme of this session, Leadership 4.0, Leadership in Payments 4.0, Promise and Challenges in the New Ecosystem. But I'd like to introduce to you the moderator of this session, Mr. Mihir Gandhi. Well, Mihir is a partner leader payments transformation PwC India. Mihir has more than 16 years of consulting experience in the areas of strategy, market assessment, studies, business plan, operational process improvement, due diligence, technology consulting, and implementation support for clients primarily in the banking and financial services industries across India, Middle East, and Africa. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's also welcome all our esteemed panelists. First up, Ms. Jaya Janardana, the Chief Operating Officer, Indostar Capital Finance Limited. Jaya has over 25 years of banking experience and has worked across multiple banks. Her expertise has been in operations, technology, and digital banking. We're also joined by Mr. Jagdish Narayanan, the Chief Information Officer, Reliance Jio Payments Bank. Well, Jagdish is a techno professional with extensive experience of more than 2 decades in the banking industry. Ladies and gentlemen, we're also joined by Mr. Neeraj Trashawala, the Business Head, Payment Solutions and Consumer Finance, ICICI Bank Limited. Well, Neeraj has had an illustrious career at ICICI. He has strong relationships with the network partners over his 15 years of long career with the bank and worked closely with Visa, MasterCard, NPCI, and NHAI. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're also joined by Mr. Bikram Yadav, the business head, credit cards, RBL Limited, Bank Limited. Bikram has 18 plus years of experience in product management, distribution management, new product launch, team management, portfolio management. And also we're going to be joined by our panelist, Mr. Satish N. Mohan, the Deputy Chief Product Officer, FSS, which is the Financial Software and Systems. Well, Satish is an agile, a techno-functional product expert with over 20 years of experience in the fintech space and has successfully launched globally recognized products. Ladies and gentlemen, also joining us is Ms. Deeksha Kaushal, Managing Director, Head of Cash Product and Innovation, Treasury and Trade Solutions, Citibank India. Well, Deeksha is a banker with the expertise in payments and cash management across retail and corporate client segments. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I present to you our entire esteemed panel on your stage and screen. And with this, I'd like to leave it in the able hands of Mr. Gandhi to take it forward, who's the session chair and who will be moderating it further. Also, I'd request everyone, if you do have any questions for our eminent panelists, to please type it in the Q&A tab while viewing and watching this panel discussion. We'll pass it on to the moderator at the end of the session if time allows. With this, I'd like to pass it in the able hands of Mihir to take it forward with this panel. Thank you so much for joining us. Over to you, Mihir.
Thanks, Bhavna. Good morning, everyone, and very happy to be here as part of this esteemed panel to discuss on the leadership and the next set of requirements from a leadership perspective for digital payments. This panel is in itself a unique one for me. I have been part of many events and different discussions, but we always discuss on the business side, operations side, technology side, risk regulatory side, or even the fraud side. But we haven't much dwelled into the leadership aspects and what it takes to become a really good leader for a digital payments industry. With the way the industry is evolving and growing, and with the new demands that it is actually throwing up, the requirements of a person leading the entire business is changing. And with that, we thought that we should have this topic in mind and invite some of our esteemed members to speak on what they believe is going to happen going forward and what are the qualities that is required from a leadership for digital payments. With that in context, I would like to start the panel and have the first area of discussion where we talk about what is the actual role of a chief of digital payments or chief digital officer. Is it the prerogative? Is going digital the prerogative of only one person, or is it the prerogative of the entire organization? So I would like to ask this question to Jaya to start the panel and just get her views. Jaya, if you can throw some light on what do you see the role of the chief digital officer, of the head of digital payments in a bank or in any payments company. How has it evolved? How is it going to evolve? And what's going to be the next, from a futuristic perspective?
Thank you, Mihir. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, thank you so much. I think this is the new C word that is there in all organizations which has come in among the other C's which are on the top level that every organization has. And I think suddenly this chief digital officer is now has two versions of it. One, he's also looked upon as a god who will make all the changes, and second is he's also looked upon as a devil, which means he's bringing in huge cost. But if you really look at a chief digital officer role, I think it has now stemmed that everybody is getting digital, so we need to get digital. So we need to have a CDO. But how do you equip a CDO to actually become successful? I don't think much thought has gone about with it. So, my own experience not as a chief digital officer, but being heading the digital, portfolio for some time in all the organizations that I've worked the last 10 years. Everybody, there is, people don't really understand what it is to go digital. In terms of, and therefore, without really understanding what it is to go digital, everybody has deployed a CDO. Now, this CDO is actually a renaissance office. He's going to bring about the whole change, which will take the organization to the next level, is what the organization thinks. So I actually have, I have actually put up a few points which I think I wanted to share in terms of what we want a digital officer to be. So I think a digital officer actually needs to be somebody who has a vision and a purpose. He needs to actually understand where the organization is going and how is it going to be different going forward. Number one, bring in some bit of governance, some bit of literacy in terms of digital, and also develop an environment. Everybody should not look at it as something which is forced upon them, but to be part and parcel of the growing up of the organization. That is very critical. Second is he needs to create conditions for people to experiment. Okay, because every time it is critical, people don't know what they're getting into, so they need to know that there is need to be a reward and experiment, because unless you experiment, it will not, you won't be successful, because unless you experiment, only you will go to know. So this particular person should actually be able to, enable people to experiment. Third is he also has to empower to, for people to think very differently. You cannot drive digital. You have to build that digital, drive the change in the organization. And many times what we do is we sit in the four walls of the AC rooms and try and build a digital strategy. Strategy for a digital is at the ground level. It is customer who drives you today. It is not you who drive the customer. So it is the customer's expectation that you need to build. You need to think before the customer and then develop your strategy. So therefore, you need to actually not just think differently, but also you have to behave and act differently and foster a inclusive leadership. You can't say this is what it is and you have to do it. Unless you actually get people along with you, you will never be able to drive digital. And I'm telling you all this with my own experience. When I was told to drive digital in the organization and I started doing work, I realized nobody aligned with you. No one. Until later, when the KRIs of the team was built, saying that this piece you have to do, bring into digital business, this is what your customer experience will be into, this is your metric to drive your cost. And then suddenly came a turnaround. People came and asked, oh, how do we do it differently? How do we do this digital? How can we do a bot? How can we do an RPA? How can we do, drive things? So these are, I think, these four elements of quality is something that we would look in a in a digital leader. And one thing we should also understand is a digital officer, while we call him as a god and we want him to do things differently and bring about a huge change in the system, he battles through a lot of mindsets in the organization. Okay, he has to align the stakeholders. He has to actually bring in partnerships. He has to develop skills. He has to get people along. So I think it is a collaborative effort that needs to be in the organization and not let him do things alone. It can never succeed. So me, from my perspective, it's a inclusive, building up of a particular role, rather than get someone as a CDO and say, okay, you drive digital in the organization. So that's my
Thanks a lot, Jay. I think very insightful comments that you have made in terms of what's the expected role, and given your personal experience, I think it adds a lot more weightage and credibility, saying that things should happen on the ground and not sitting in the walls of the office. So thank you so much for your views. Thank you. Moving to the next person that I wanted to ask this question, Bikram, you are from the bank, and you've got good experience on the payment side and the card side. Just wanted your thoughts on a similar question, and what do you think has changed in the last few years, and what is going to change going forward, given that payments and digital is now a big theme in most banks and most organizations? Just wanted to hear from you.
So a couple of things which I would say that has changed in the macro environment is that digital consumption has been democratized. So
sorry, Bikram, you're breaking up. If you can just come slightly ahead.
Okay.
Thanks.
So what I'm saying, is it better now?
Yeah, it's slightly better. Yes.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that in last 5 years, at least what we have seen in credit cards or in the payment world is that digital has been
not very audible. Vikram, sorry, Neeraj, yes, not very audible.
Yeah, it's not very audible.
Is this audible now?
Yeah, it's better.
Is it okay if I stop the video and then try?
Sure.
Okay. So my point is that in credit card world, we have seen that digital behavior has been democratized. Earlier, we used to see that there were certain categories of consumptions which were happening digitally. On certain profile of customers were more digitally savvy. But today, as we see, right from mass to affordable to mass affluent to affluent, the digital penetration has gone high up in behavior as well as infrastructure availability. So that has driven the consumer behavior to do things with a lot more convenience than the regular friction of a physical world. Now, I just going back to that same question which Jaya was saying, that this digital officer turning around the way of doing business in an entire organization is a tough ask from a single vertical or a single role. One has to see from a customer standpoint that where that behavior is going. To give you an example, I don't think so that physical airline booking is there anymore because of the choice, the convenience, everything on the fingertip. So it was not driven by people trying to digitize it. It is just that consumer decided that this is an easier way. Similarly, hotel booking and so on and so forth. So my sense is that this democratization will continue to happen. And if organizations were to not, and typically a regulated entity, banks and all, are little more rigid in regulating themselves around papers and all. But I think consumers and the gap would be fulfilled by new age players who would come up and introduce technology which is amenable to consumers, and then therefore the edge of being in that game would reduce for people who are not thinking digital as a full organization and are just appointing one person to turn that around.
Sure. Great. Thanks a lot, Bikram.
Mihir, just a moment. Just wanted to ask, Bikram, would you like to put your video on? Just in case, I'm just informing you. Yeah, perfect. Because your video was not on while you were talking. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Gandhi.
Thanks, Bikram, for your inputs. I think you are very right in the sense that because the customer behavior is changing and digital is being democratized at the product and the business use case level, I think the role also needs to change accordingly. Thanks for that. Moving on to Satish. Satish, I wanted to ask you a separate related question, which is, from your perspective, what do you think are the qualities required for a person who wants to, focus, being a leader in the digital payment space? Should that person, be more understanding of the business environment and the P&L, or should the person be more savvy from a regulatory and a risk perspective? Should the person know more on the technology? So if we say one role in the bank or any organization, which is, head of digital payments, then what are the kind of qualities, Satish, from your perspective, you feel that that person should have?
I think one of there are multiple aspects that the leader should look at. I think fundamentally business are there to service customer, and going by the topic of the discussion that you've picked up today, which is 4.0 payment 4.0, which fundamentally talks about faster, more efficient and customer centric, which has been the driver. And thanks to the pandemic situation, in a way, our speed at which our digital adoption has grown up. So as a leader, I think what's happened is that their ability to keep the focus on in terms of what the business outcomes are. So important aspect for a leader is to set the North Star, get the vision clearly communicated or defined for what it is for the next 1 to 3 years, and then be able to convince and communicate so that the team around him and the peers and the team completely understand what this vision and what's the purpose behind the vision and why it's important for us to work towards it. The moment you get that level of alignment from the rest of the organization in terms of what the vision, where the organization is heading, your ability to bring a complete alignment of the workforce to this initiative becomes a lot more better. The second one is communicate or over communicate in certain scenarios. In this current context, I think while we are socially distant, it is very important that you are emotionally closer to your team. And which means you are, as a leader, one of the important aspects is to be able to communicate more often on why we are doing what we are doing and how it's important from the organization perspective. And I think in the last 8-9 months since the lockdown, I think there has been various pivoting that has happened in different business forum. Right, we have seen a lot of objective, a lot of opportunities that have evolved, and the speed at which you are able to respond and adopt to those changes and get the teams to work on it is very important. And that's where the over communication comes into play, making teams and people understand why those things have to be done. I think I heard both Jaya and Vikram talking about the CDO and how they've been involved in it. In my perspective, it should be more of a board initiative. And as long as there is a directive coming from the board and the board understands the need for digital adoption or digital transformation, understanding the relevance of data and being able to build a data-driven organization, thereby your ability to take decisioning more based on data becomes a prevalent element as part of your organization, and keeping your organization more open, given that open banking and PSD2 is evolved. How much of API enablement can you do? And for all of this to happen simultaneously when your teams are kind of, distributed and new people are being onboarded on a digital mode, it's about the leadership's key qualities are getting the vision very clearly articulated and well defined, making sure the purpose is understood by the team, getting a complete alignment of the team to work towards the larger purpose of what this organization is working towards, and bringing all kinds of technology enablement and tools that will help them, be able to be extremely productive and still find their space as they work on this. So in a concise manner, Mihir, these are my initial thoughts on this point.
Thanks, Satish. So essentially what you're saying is that the person should be able to influence his teams, create a clear vision or plan of where the organization and how the strategy needs to go, and also communicate well and kind of define and course correct whenever there is a requirement to do that. So great, thanks so much. I think that's a very good point on the software and the people aspects. But I also wanted to check, and maybe I'll move on to the next question, is what are the hard metrics or the KRAs that we believe would a leader need to kind of look at if he wants to focus on digital payments? And maybe I'll probably start with Diksha. Diksha, if you can throw some light on that, given your experience in organization, what are the key metrics and the KRAs that you feel a leader who leads the digital payment space should have?
Thanks, Mir. And, I want to start off by sharing a couple of anecdotes. I had the opportunity, since all of us are so fed up of sitting at home for the past many months, to go out for a very short break. And as I was sitting in the open air reception of a, fairly well-known hotel brand, what I saw was that while they've taken care of social distancing everywhere and customer experience is one of the biggest credos of the organization, when it came to the payment channel, they had only, a couple of EDCs. And when individuals started to take out their credit cards, quite a few of them had forgotten their PINs. Because over the past few months, they were pretty much doing online transactions, and they were not, going and typing PINs on EDCs. They did have a QR code, but that was at the reception. It was static and it was, pasted there. So since they didn't want people to queue up at the reception, the QR code never really got used. The other anecdote that comes to my mind is when we were trying to do a cross-border transaction, and a couple of our friends saw that the transaction failed. The reason being that they didn't know that at the back end their card was not enabled for international transactions. So where I'm going with this is that, while we think that payments is something which is a separate department, could be a digital office, etc. But like Jaya mentioned at the beginning, it finally boils down to a very essential part of the customer experience, not only in terms of satisfaction, but in terms of getting that commerce done and the transaction done. And studies say that almost up to 40% of e-commerce transactions sometimes get impacted because of friction in the payments experience. So metrics around this, therefore, are very important for the commercial, the business, the product, and the sales teams, and not just one individual digital unit, so to speak. And in that light, I would say that it's a bit of a yin and a yang. We should have a combination of external metrics and internal. The external should try and bring the outside in. So really focused on the customer experience in terms of, to start with, if your client base is likely to be, like in the first example I gave, everyone carrying a high-end smartphone, do you have a mobile payment method where they don't have to try and remember their pins? Or if you have a client base which is more phygital, then do you have a payment method which talks to that? And to remember the penetration of payment methods in the country. For example, in India, digital payments are now becoming more and more UPI or QR codes led. Cards is there, but it is smaller percentage of what we have. The second on the external side would be in terms of continually looking at what are success rates and what are the root causes for payment success rates to be where they are. Are there other alternate payment methods that can allow you to have better success rates? And then, of course, I think on the internal side, which is equally important, and you've talked about it, there are a lot of regulations that keep changing in this space. And we are fortunate to be in such a progressive regulatory environment on the payment side. So keeping abreast of those trends, making ourselves future ready, looking at continuity of business. I think COVID has taught us all, how important resilience is. Testing out, therefore, what can we do if one payment method were to fail, and is there a credible backup so that customer experience doesn't get impacted? And then last, I would say, is having metrics on volumes, on capacity, on cybersecurity, given how important data has become. And if you have a measured, approach to it with, let's say, a cadence on a regular review, I would say, at a board level, that's when you have the right attention, both from the commerce and business side as well as the payment side.
Sure, understood. Thanks, Diksha, for sharing that. So what you're saying is it has to be a mix of external and internal metrics, and a focus should be on customer. Focus should be on uptime. Focus should be on the internal part, on the risk and regulatory, on the fraud, on the cybersecurity volumes, etc. This is I'm assuming over and above the usual business targets and the sales numbers that the person is expected to drive as part of the through the digital payments methods. So great. Thank you so much, Diksha, for your inputs. Neeraj, I also wanted to ask you a similar question on what's been your experience in the bank and, what you feel should be the key metrics or KPIs. Diksha did talk about some interesting ones, but also I thought I'll get your views on this.
No, so I think metrics, and let me just start by saying there should be some hard metrics that one needs to look at, and it could be customer adoption, merchant adoption, network adoption. Some of those metrics are something that we should, as an organization, look at, because customer adoption is what will drive the transactions going forward, and that is one metric that has stood us in good stead on any new product innovation that we do. And that's something that we try to do, either meeting the customer physically and checking what the experience was all about, because any new payment mode that you launch or any new payment method that goes out in the market, we need to understand whether it has actually met, because we might think that it is solving a problem, but does it actually solve a problem is something that one needs to look at. Apart from these 2 or 3 metrics that I talked about, obviously digital is business, right? So if it's business, then does it make commercial sense for all the stakeholders in the ecosystem, because it has to be sustainable in the long term. So these are a couple of things that I would like to mention from my side.
Okay, great. Great. Thanks a lot, Neeraj. Thanks for your views. So understood. It has to be linked to your metrics, business related KPIs, your numbers and volumes, and also, what you mentioned earlier on the customer side and whether adoption will pick up. So I think that's mainly from an experience perspective. How do you, push the customer to adopt? And, as Jaya also mentioned at the start, how do you make it seamless for the customer to use it and, adopt it very quickly? So thanks, Neeraj, for that. I wanted to then move on to when we speak about leadership in payments and when we speak about talent, how are we seeing talent nowadays, right? Because payments in itself has grown in the last 10 years, and most of us have been fortunate to be part of that journey. We know it's a relatively close-knit kind of industry, and most of us know each other and know who's working where and stuff like that. So if we have to expand exponentially, say the way China did, or the way other countries are in the process of doing, and India is also expected to see that growth very, very quickly, what is the kind of leadership patterns that we need? And maybe Jagdish, I'll invite you to speak at this point of time in terms of, should the emphasis be on building talent internally, or should we be getting, talent from outside, from say other unrelated industries, say from a retail or from technology business, and then try and, have those people adapt to the payments world. So just wanted your views on that, Jagdish, if you can. You're a new Jagdish. Yeah.
Hey, so here's the deal. Now, the first thing to look for is what is the skill, what is the talent that we are looking forward to here. Now, let us just flip back a little bit. Maybe about 15, 20 years back, when the digital wasn't as prevalent as it is right now. There was still a paradigm shift going on at that time of saying, okay, rather than people walking to banks, can banks go to customers? Okay, now that itself immediately brought about a sea change in the kind of services that financial services, the way it had to be delivered to the customer, and hence the kind of talent that was required. Now, if I just flip back to now, the same thought process can be applied even to a pure digital thing. Now, here's the deal. In a day, how often would I use my banking app or my payments app for how many minutes or hours versus how often would I use WhatsApp or some other app? It's a no-brainer. Okay, now digitally, can we do the same thing as we did physically 15 years ago, as in rather than the customer going to the banking app, can the bank app go to the customer through WhatsApp or through some other means? Right? So it's everything undergoing this paradigm shift, and hence the skill sets required are people that can think about it in this manner and say, how can I do it? Now, it might technically translate to SDKs or React apps and etc. That is pure technology aspect of it. The key thing is to see how can I deliver these new paradigms, okay, to the customer in the modern changing world. How can I bring my financial services into the everyday space and not inside one specific app on the fourth tab of the smartphone when you flip through the first 3 pages? Okay, can it be there everywhere, in all kinds of devices? Can customer service be there in every mechanism? Do I need to again go to a specific part of the app, or give a phone or customer care number? That's all past. I mean, nobody uses those kinds of techniques anymore. So whenever we hire talent, it would definitely have to be a combination of hiring talent from the market for maybe pure play tech skills or whatever, but also grow internally these thought processes and these mechanisms. Now it's like this, it's digital pervades through everything. It is not just the customer payments part of it. It's everything from hiring employees. Can we do, we do interviews digitally. We hire onboard employees digitally. Regulators are completely digital right now. We submit everything digitally. Every aspect of it is there. So whatever we hire is a person or a team that is enabled and empowered and skilled to deliver all of these pieces. And I don't think you can just get somebody with this kind of a JD right off the out of the market. And that I'll literally do anything to get that kind of person. But it's definitely a combination of hiring and continuous upskilling and coming up the curve. That's really my thought on this one.
Thanks, Jagdish. Interesting point of view. Diksha, I wanted to ask you the same question in terms of what do you think is your viewpoint of having leaders, and how do you build leaders? So do you group them internally, or do you get them from adjacent industries and try and see how their experiences can benefit the payments world?
So, my take on this would be that it would take a mix. You need to have some, leaders in your team who are experts on what the technology is, so that they can bring to, some of my co-panelists mentioned, that if we're thinking of a custom experience or we're thinking of a common vision, they are the experts to see how can we have a path to execute on that. But at the same time, a lot about payments is uncharted. The technology is changing every day. And given the fact that innovation is genuinely a way of life in this space, and especially in a country like India, which is seeing an inflection point and exponential growth, having leaders or team members who are from other industries is equally important, because they can bring in a fresh perspective. They can also bring in that custom experience and the important linkage on how payments needs to be embedded everywhere at every point of commerce. And therefore needs to be a mix, because often people with a lot of experience in the same area might not be able to read the trend before it happens, but someone who's coming from an adjacent area might. And we've also seen in terms of a lot of startups that people who went on to launch big payment companies were not really payment professionals to start with, but they got those people on their board as they went about on their execution path. So in my mind, it should be a mix.
Great, thanks Diksha for your views. Even I would tend to agree. It has to be a mix of people. And this is what we are also seeing in different parts of the world, that we need a mix of people who understand payments and who have different skill sets to run businesses, have strong execution capabilities that can actually benefit the overall ecosystem. So thank you for your views. Moving on, I wanted to understand what are the challenges that all of us are facing from a talent perspective. Are we getting the right talent? Are we having the right people coming on board helping us? Personally, while I have also seen the space, even I have faced certain challenges in getting the right talent who understand the business, who can grow the business very, very quickly and adapt to the fast changing complex environment that we are seeing in the payments and the digital space. Jaya, I would like to invite you and just give your viewpoints of what are the challenges, if any, you have been seeing to get the right talent, right leadership in this space?
So, Mihir, I'll break this up into two parts. One is with respect to talent, and second is with respect to leadership. You see, like Jatish mentioned and Diksha was mentioning, see, these are not talent which is available off the shelf. Okay, so digital per se has two parts to it. One is the technology part to it, and one is doing things differently, especially in the financial services. Okay, we have been doing a particular process in a particular way. Okay, how do you define it differently in a digital mode? Okay, so you can have a technology team who can help you deliver it, but the person who is doing this has to have a very innovative mind. Okay, every day I put a stamp on this into another challan. If I had to do it digitally, how do I do it digitally? Okay, the question is whether people on the job can think differently, or whether you need people coming from outside to look at it differently. Both helps. It is not that both doesn't help, but there is a very inner and I am telling it of my own personal experience, and this has happened with a lot of people. The more and more you think innovative, the more and more you want to think differently, you automatically will find this coming out from those people who will actually make digital successful. But when it comes to leadership, now coming back to the leadership, so if you go out and search for people of talent and say, okay, I want someone who's digitally inclined, you may get people who will come for the interviews. But when you come onto the table, you will say, oh, I did this in ABC company, so let's do it over here. It's not looking at here and then making a difference. That's where you require that talent. Someone who will actually look at your piece and look at it differently. So that's where we still have a gap, and we've still not been able to probably, if you have not reached that level, I think, because I've been meeting up with candidates, I've been meeting up with people, and I find it very strongly about it. Now, when it comes to leadership, see, there are two sides of pressures that the leadership undergoes. One is because the organization thinks that you have to move digitally, there's a pressure from the board, there's a pressure from the CEO, and obviously he has to deliver. But at the same time, his peers and his colleagues and his subordinates are not aligned to him, because everybody has their own agenda to run with. So first and foremost, for him to create that environment and then start working on it is a huge task for him. And I can bet all my money on the table for this. All the CDOs can tell you that they actually reach a state of frustration, because while subordinates to some extent will walk forward and support them, there is one animal called the risk piece, the CISO piece, the CRO piece, which refuses to budge from what they have drawn up. So his challenge to break the wall through that piece is a huge thing. So actually, for me, the way I look at it is all elements has to come together to make that woman or that man succeed in that role of in that leadership role. But yes, I think we have moved quite a bit. I mean, I think from where we were to now we are, most organizations are seeing that paradigm shift happening. Most organizations are allowing the digital officer to come in place and start giving him that space to build. But Mihir, according to me, it's still a long way off.
Thanks, Jaya. I agree with you. I mean, there's lots to be done and a lot of things that can be done. In fact, in an ideal world, what they say is that once the organization has evolved and matured on a digital quotient perspective, you actually don't need a CDO. And the CDO actually metamorphoses to the role of a CEO or a chief business officer. And that's what would be the ideal state, so as to speak. So you're absolutely right. I mean, yeah, that's what we want. All of us would aspire to go there. Neeraj, I would also want to ask you the similar question. What are the challenges that you have been facing on the talent perspective? And what are the issues that you have been seeing, not only at the junior level, but also at the leadership level? I mean, how do you see that changing?
So I have a very counter opinion. Yeah. So I feel that there is no challenge in recruiting or hiring people, only because digital is such a new thing that even people within the organization are learning. So it's better to have somebody without any baggage come in and help us develop or build a process. And I think that has worked very well for us, and I have seen that work beautifully. So in my personal opinion, I'd rather have somebody without any digital experience come and join, because the person comes without any baggage and helps in creating something very intuitively. So per se, if you ask me, there is no challenge in recruiting. The only area that one has to be focused on is to have very strong focus on execution and metrics that you want to track. What gets tracked gets done is how I operate, and I think simply put, if you have are able to recruit people who have the hunger and the drive, I think there is no dearth of people who can work with you to create a process or build a product.
Understood. That's an interesting view also, and that's why I asked the question to some of the other panelists whether we should have people from the industry or from adjacent or new industries like technology or retail or some other companies. So yeah, maybe that's worked for you, and maybe that could be a cue for some of our other industry members of how they can look at talent and get people who are hungry to execute new projects. So thanks a lot, Neeraj. Thank you for your views. Moving on to the next area that we wanted to cover. On a training perspective, right? So we've seen so many new technologies coming in, so many new, trends that we are seeing. How does one keep abreast of, new things happening? And the Indian payment space is evolving so fast. So how does one upskill? How does one, keep track of that? Maybe Bikram, if you can share your views of what you have been seeing in the bank and what you see outside as a success mantra. I think that would be helpful for us to understand.
Meet, this question is fusion of your last question and this, and I would want that algorithm to answer on both. My sense is that I think both talent and training wise, there has to be few steps taken on both sides, because conventionally how banking was that there were bankers and then there were technology service providers. The bankers didn't understand technology service providers didn't understand banking. So I think there is now a need to learn on both the sides, because there is a set pattern on which technology service provider works. They'll ask you that what do you need, and then they'll ask you to write what do you need, and then they'll deliver what has been written. Whereas in, I think the new age requirement is that you need to know the fundamentals of consumer behavior, fundamentals of banking, fundamentals of regulation, and what are the what do you say, limitations of technology and abilities of technology to arrive at a solution wearing all four hats. Now, one of the guys might be wearing a stronger hat, another guy might be wearing a little weaker hat, but a fair bit of orientation has to be there in your team around the overall objective. Overall objective is to deliver a particular service or product to the customer. Um, keeping the balance sheet in mind, keeping business goals in mind, and technology limitation also in mind. So I think some bit of business people have to have a technology background, and some bit of technology people should brush up around consumer behavior and business. And then from top management standpoint, and I think it's time for reskilling of the top management also. Top management has to be open to environment and observant to the environment rather than, I mean, a lot of times I have at least seen that the personal bias of a top management restricts the organization to break the traditional way of doing things and move towards the so important is that top management knows that what is the spirit of doing things in traditional manner and how that spirit can be lived with a digital method also. So I mean, it's a cross-functional. I mean, you need to create at least leadership level. You need to have little well-rounded general managers rather than specialists. And then you can always hire specialists within the teams to take on the focus.
Sure. Thanks.
Hi, good
Thanks.
morning. Anjit.
Thanks, Bikram. Thank you so much. Just wanted to continue on that trail of thought that Bikram you just said, and maybe I'll ask the question to Jagdish. Jagdish, how important Bikram spoke about upskilling the top management and also ensuring that they understand what are the new things, and then you can get the technical people down the line. How important is diversity in that context? And when I say diversity, it's not only gender diversity; it could be other forms of diversity. So how important do you see diversity as a key factor?
So the most important thing here is that in this entire complete digital sort of uh, drive or revolution or whatever we call it, one of the important things that we might or we can very easily overlook is the personal aspect of it. Yes, gone are the days when people walk up to branches. Agreed. But there is also a good, nice side to it. I go meet a guy. The guy, we have a nice chat, and there is a personal touch to the whole thing, and then he solves my problem, and then in the course of the conversation, something else comes up, and a whole bunch of things get done. Right now, the flip to digital. You do the whole thing, you just want one transaction, you go to one menu option, you click on a button, you do a bunch of things, and that transaction is done, over, go, get out, finished. Okay, so it is so transactional, so impersonal, and so that personal touch is completely lost, and that is where we need diversity of all sorts of people with all coming from all kinds of schools of thought and all viewpoints to come in to make sure that in doing this extremely hyper digital revolution, we just don't lose sight of the personal aspect of it. At the end of the day, customer is still a human being. He has still the same values and thoughts and feelings and behaviors that he had 25 years ago. He hasn't changed. Okay, so those cannot be left out, and it cannot just translate into a bunch of mobile apps and a bunch of technologies and a bunch of message formats and server connections, etc. Those can't replace that. So that is one of the reasons why we will need people who think in all of these aspects. And definitely, if you just get the same straight-jacketed people who come from the same backgrounds without looking outside of that set of typical skill sets that we traditionally look forward for, we will not be able to get that kind of thought process into a digital thing, and the whole digital experience can be very, very painful. And I being a banker myself with 27 years, I myself know that how hard is it when we just throw banking jargon at people, our own family members. I mean, I can speak for my family. If I go and tell my family members about NEFT and RTGS and IMPS, they all blink at me. For me, it's like, how can you not know this? Or how can you not know there's NEFT and RTGS? And they're like, what is this? What did you just say? I mean, which language did you just speak? So we need people who can just speak that human language, who are not necessarily coming from the same background. So that's really very, very critical to have that kind of diversity into our thought process.
Thanks, Jagdish. I think very, very valid point in terms of, diversity is so important, especially in this context, that we need to also understand what a person who not from the payments world will think, and, customize the solution or the product accordingly so that adoption can be driven. So thank you so much, Jagdish, for your views. We have one question from the audience. It is not related to leadership, but it is related to what are the new innovations that will drive the business from a payments perspective, payments 4.0. Satish, you being in the product space on the payment side, probably I would invite you to speak on that, or what are the new innovations that will drive payments 4.0.
All right, thanks. Here, I think we had some really good kind of points being called out in this panel in the last hour or so, and thanks for those. I think two important aspects which is driving all these transformation is one, the whole aspect of how can we give a better customer experience at the end of it in the payment context. And I think some of the practical problems that the panelists talked about are to achieve that, you need to solve the problems from an employee experience internally. And that's where the true flow of a user journey from a customer standpoint goes end to end. And most often we try and solve the problem at the engagement layer which is where the customer interacts, but then the employee experience, which is where the remaining part of the journey goes through the middle and back office, is where we overlook at it. And so the effort and emphasis or the innovation today is happening largely towards picking those high velocity user journeys, which has an impact from a user perspective, identifying those from a business standpoint. Those could be 20% of the larger, which could impact 80% from a payment business standpoint. Picking those 20%, understanding those journeys, and solving them end to end from top to bottom, from experience through the operational process, and giving that kind of response from the back office. So the innovation is largely addressing on those elements, like how do you give that feel and experience, give the real-time speed and agility that the customer is looking at, and more so adopting the right technologies and breaking down those monolithic bigger components of legacy or complicated operational processes, business process which are running at the back office, simplifying them as services. So and the speed at which you're able to understand the customer context is also leveraging some data. So how can I pick up when the customer logs in to do a transaction based on some recent trends that the customer has actually done? Can I contextualize the exchange with the customer? So picking those data, be it from social feed, the past transaction feed, the behavior feed, and then applying that on that particular transaction that the customer is doing is where the customer starts seeing value. And the innovations are all focused towards this, giving a better experience, and they are all top to bottom here. And it's not, there are quite a few elements on the digital part of it, which would the experience part of it, but a lot of it happens with the middle and back office, which are more, sprucing up your applications, making them more microservice and driving those, and that's a huge space that the whole industry is working on. And I think we really touched upon some interesting aspects here, which is all focused towards addressing it. And that's the area I look at transforming and heavily being invested today.
Great. Thanks a lot, Satish, for your views. I think it's been a great discussion in the last 1 hour on a topic that is not frequently discussed, especially in such events and seminars. I know it's a little bit out of the box and different for all of us. So thank you so much, all the fellow panelists, for your views. It's been very, very interesting to understand how leadership is evolving, whether we should have people from the same industry, outside industry, what are the kind of qualities we should look at, what are the metrics that we should be focusing on. And, some of you rightly said that, customer adoption is the key. So with customer adoption, you have, risk, regulatory, security, regulations that all of us need to adhere to. So thank you so much, everyone, for your time. We are at the top of the hour. So we will sign off and we will let the discussion go on. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're going to be taking a short break of a few minutes and getting ready for our next upcoming panel. Thank you all for joining us. Dear panelists, requesting you all to kindly put your video on and audio. We can do the testing right now.
Hello.
Yes, Anjit, thank you so much.
Hi.
And please just check if your name showing on the screen is perfect with all the spellings.
Okay, it looks good to me. Hey, how are you guys? Nice to meet you.
Hi, Raghu, good morning. Hi, Abhishek, good morning. Hello, Amit. Thank you for joining us. We just request Padma Naban to kindly do the audio and video check as well. Okay, I believe there's someone else. Let me just allow me a moment. Till then, If do we have our moderator, Raghu? Yes. Raghu, would you like to till then converse with the panel? I'll just get the other bit sorted if anyone else is left. Thank you so much.
Sure. Hey, thanks for joining and thanks for inviting me to be part of this panel. Appreciate that. I mean, there has been a WhatsApp group on some informal conversations that have been going on, and most of people chimed in with their views. Any particular views, Amit? I did not hear an input or feedback from you. Had
Right.
passed on a set of questions.
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm
Any
okay with
specific call out? Any specific call out? Yeah.
right. So I read it. So I've been a bit of tied up for last. In
Sure.
fact,
Okay, so here is what I was thinking. It is definitely going to be hard to point questions at specific individuals, but absolutely feel free to jump in if you have a point of view. I mean, I'm just trying to moderate it, that's it. And if you have a specific question that you want to bring up and throw it into the panel, feel free to do that, absolutely. We're just trying to make it as interactive as possible, and let's see where we head from here, you know. Any views, Anjit?
Yeah, so very interestingly formed questions, Raghu. Thanks for that. Thanks for all the pointers you've set in. So, like everyone else, I think I've had prepared a little one or two points in each of these. So, of course, I think a good idea is that for each of the questions, instead of just throwing at one person, we all could sort of, or some of us could pitch in, in each question. So that is a more of a discussion mode. We can do that.
Sure.
Mm. Obviously, there is a huge, I mean, your second question where you're talking about the NPC has done a tremendous job. That I'm sure everybody has a lot to contribute on because.
Okay, that would be good to know. That would be good to hear inputs on. I would definitely look
Yeah,
forward to that.
sure.
Raghu, just allow me a moment. I'm just trying to check with Padma Naban if he can hear us and if he'd like to respond because we're
And
unaware
I
if he can
see
hear.
that Datu Arif has not joined. Do you want to check with him too?
Yes, Raghu. I've told the team. The team's just getting back to me on the same. Just allow me some time. Thank you.
Actually, he had joined. I think he's just logged off. Let me just check with him again with that one.
Sure. Thank
And
you,
also
Abuli.
had a call with Padmanabhan. He mentioned that he might be able to join for some time. So I just requested him to come, online and speak with Raghu. So I'll just ask him to do that again. I think he's on mute still. Let me just call and ask him.
Yeah. I just wanted to ensure that his audio is working. That's all.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Raghu, I believe just
So Dato is joined.
Dato Arif
Dato
has
Arif
joined.
has joined. Let me check with Padmanabhan. Just.
Sure. Dato Arif, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, perfect. So your audio check and video check is done. Would you like to do your phone in the landscape mode? Or would it be fine? Either or, whichever.
Hey, hi. This is Padmanabhan here. I've joined the call.
Sure, perfect. Dato, you're not in the right alignment. You're still vertical only.
It's okay.
No. It's okay. You can keep it in the vertical. That's fine. Yeah, this is fine. Thank you.
That's what is coming from my mobile.
No worries. Thank you for joining. Raghu, I think it's good time for us to start then without dealing any further. We've done the audio and video check for everyone. We'll get to starting the panel if that's okay.
Absolutely. Hey, thanks for the opportunity once again, and thanks team for joining the panel. Just wanted to start with a very harmless a teaser, if that's what it is. Obviously,
Raghu, we're still not live yet. Can I just do the introductions? I'm just going to wait for the cue from the team. So just allow me a moment. Meanwhile, Raghu and all our esteemed panelists, I just request you to please put your video and audio off for now. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Well, right now we're on our panel discussion on the theme of the session, which is digitally unplugged and the rise of extreme digitization, what to do now and what to do next. Well, may I now take the opportunity to introduce to you the moderator of this session, Mr. Raghu Ramanujam, the Director of Product Payments, Flipkart. Well, Raghu, being the Director of Product Payments, Flipkart, in his current role, manages the payments and co-branded credit card programs, where his team's mission is to contribute to the Digital India initiative. As a product manager and an entrepreneur, Raghu has held product leadership roles at Zoho and InMobi, in addition to founding and running is a ride-sharing startup Pool Circle. Thank you so much, Raghu, for joining us today. Well, joining Raghu are our esteemed panelists. First up, Mr. Abhishek Gupta, Senior Director, Product Management Payment, UPI Free Charge, a subsidiary of Axis Bank. Well, Abhishek has over 15 plus years of experience in product management, business analysis, primarily in the field of digital payments, UPI, payment processing, e-commerce, pay later, mobile money, mobile payments, enterprise payments hub, credit cards, internet banking, with a proven record across different clients and geographies at multiple technology organizations. Thank you so much, Mr. Gupta, for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're also joined by Dato Arif Siddiqui, SEVP Chief Digital Officer, Faisal Bank Limited. Well, Dato Arif is an experienced Chief Information Officer with a demonstrated history of working in the banking industry. His strong leadership capability to make a difference, with 28 plus years of experience in banking industry, wiring in multiple countries and geography. Thank you so much, Dato Arif, for joining us today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, also joining our esteemed panelists is Ms. Anjeet Anand, the Product Head, Mobile, Internet and API Banking, DCB Bank. Well, Ms. Anjeet has 13 plus years of experience with industry eminent brands and startups. Anjeet's proficiency is in financial product development, solutioning for partners, product communication, activation, usage and loyalty management, and digital marketing. Thank you so much, Ms. Anjeet, for joining us today. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we're joined by two other panelists, Mr. Amit Saxena, Deputy Chief Technology Officer, Digital Banking, State Bank of India. Well, Amit has over 22 years of experience in strategy formation, short and long-term goal planning, application development, implementation, stakeholder management, product development, and business management. He's a leader in transforming digital banking innovations introducer for customer-centric journeys. Thank you so much, Mr. Amit, for joining us today. And ladies and gentlemen, also we are joined by Mr. Padmanabhan TA, Head Digital Banking, City Union Bank. Well, Padmanabhan is a digital transformation change agent with an extensive experience cutting across product management, analytics, marketing, and digitization. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I'd request all our eminent panelists to please put their video button on and unmute yourself. And I present to you our entire audience, our eminent panelists on your stage and screen. With this, I'd request Raghu to take it forward from here. Also, if I can request Dato Arif, if you can hear us, please put your video on so that we can have all the panelists on your stage and screen. Over to you, Raghu. Thank you. And also, before that, if I may, I might forget, but I'd request the audience, please to use the Q&A tab if you have any questions for our eminent panelists today. We'll pass it over to our moderator to take it forward with this panel if time allows. Over to you.
Absolutely. Hey, thanks, Bhavna and Team Kamikaze for setting this up. I mean, this is a pretty seasoned and very experienced panel from what I see, and I think I'm definitely looking forward to this session. So when we talked about extreme digitization, I mean, it was slightly scary, but that is really what is of the hour. If I look at the last 5 years in terms of the way the payments ecosystem has evolved, at least in India, and I'm hoping Dato Arif can provide some views on the Southeast Asian and other markets too. I mean, we have had a sea change in the last 5 to 7 years. Even though wallets were there slightly before that, it was really during the demonetization that the whole wallet ecosystem started taking off. If I were to pass around the panel and call out, what do you see and how do you see the whole payment ecosystem evolving in the last 5 years? What do you think has been the key drivers? What do you think has been happening? Just wanted to start with that before we get into other parts of the discussion. Just taking stock of where we are, what has gone well in the last 5 to 6 years, what could have been better. Start with Anjit, and we can pass on through the group. You know.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Raghu, for passing this question on. See, one of the things that really interests me, and then that could serve as a conversation starter here, is that we're still at only about 1% of the entire payment ecosystem, which is uh, coming through mobile payments. However, we are looking up, and even looking up in another 5 years, we're expecting only to reach a market share of 3.5%. Coming to mobile, but on the other hand, yeah. So on the other hand, if we see that that the cards and mobile payments and the entire digital ecosystem has first time this year taken over ATM withdrawals, and this is the first ever year where we've had, in Indian industry at least, we've had more money flowing in from the digital payment modes, which of course includes cards as well. Rather than really, ATM withdrawals that have happened. Of course, it's fueled by the recent, the COVID recent events, and but it's a very, very good starting point for the industry. And even though normalization may happen to some extent moving on, but we still expect that some of this momentum will be carried forward. Um, and of course, it's given us this entire space to bring forth our innovations, our digital innovations, which have been great. So maybe some of the other panelists can start contributing from here. I don't know if this serves as a some of the data points could be relevant for us and could throw light on how we are going to move forward.
Abhishek, you want to move next?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, thanks everyone. Thanks for having me on this panel. So just to share my views in terms of last few years, what has been happening in the payment space. So the way I look at it is, due to some technological innovations which have happened, there has been transformation which has happened in the legacy processes right across the entire payment value chain. If you look at it right from payment initiation to completion, processing, settlement, and refunds, right? So if you talk about how the initiation of payments and completion of payments have transformed, so we started with online single channel mode of doing payments, right? Then it moved on to multi-channel mode of payment, right? Then it moved on to mobile as a medium. And now we are talking about multi-device social payments, embedded applications, connected applications. Right? So that's how the initiation and completion has really transformed. If you look at in terms of processing, we are talking about tokenization, we are talking about risk-based authentication. These are new means of processing, and that is also really coming into effect. Look at settlements and refunds. I think we're talking about instant settlements, instant refunds. These are definitely the steps in right direction. The evolution of consumer digital payments over the last 4 or 5 years, I think definitely UPI has been one of the key flag bearer in terms of how the impact it has brought to the table. And if I were to put at like what are the top three takeaways, the top three lessons we should have seen in terms of how, which we should keep in mind when we look at payments for the future. The first key point which I would like to really highlight is how the regulator and industry should work together to really grow the ecosystem the way it has been happening for UPI. Look at like last 2 3 months, we have been talking more than 2 billion transactions. So definitely there's a lot of support and kind of right guidelines have come from the regulator. That is one. Secondly, if I look at it, I think we need to also look at building, there should be an open system where technological companies as well as financial services providers should come together and collaborate. And that's what has actually happened in case of UPI, right? And third, which is also important, is the payment system, right? It should be having some kind of like platform driven model wherein we're looking at having operating models which will really help to look at key imperatives of efficiency, scale, modularity, and interoperability. I think if we just look at these 3 points, definitely we are setting ourselves for the future of payments. That's how I look at it.
Yeah. Mr. Datore, would you want to? Would sure like to hear your Southeast Asia perspective too on that, if I may. You know, because in a lot of ways, Indian markets tend to carry forward in many cases advancements in the US or China or Southeast Asia. So, would want to really have your views on how you think the system has spanned in Southeast Asia, so that we can see what learnings we can take for India and from that.
I think this is a better way to do it, because my all experience or most of the last 20 years experience was in Asia Pacific, where I was based in Malaysia and Singapore and Hong Kong in a Standard Chartered Bank. So that my experience of these countries is very different than what currently in this part of the world. And I'm here since last 1 year, and seeing the difference, in fact, that what, so your point is very valid, that what experiences in that part of the world really that can work into this part of the world as well. So one of the thing which I feel is that is the that market is very mature market for many aspects. One is basically that financial inclusion. So if you see, compare between us and them, over there, the 95 or 93% people are having the account with the bank. So that is the biggest difference from this market, where the financial inclusion has not reached to that level. The second thing which I saw is that digital financial inclusion as well. So, because of that maturity level, like I was hearing of a DBS, my ex-colleague who is CEO of DBS in Singapore, Singapore alone, and he was telling that 95% of the Singaporeans are doing transaction with them on digital. So that is a financial digital inclusion over there, that the people are really looking forward to use the digital channels to do the transactions. And third thing which I feel is that difference between here and there is that supply chain or SME level of digital financial inclusion. That market is also mature a lot, in fact, in a SME level, where the digital financial inclusion or digital way of doing things is more required. Now, so difference between this market and that market, over there, the customers is looking forward, really forward, and uh, banks are behind to give these services to them. So there is a pull and push kind of mechanism. Whereas in this market, the banks are really looking forward to give more channels, more transaction online, more facilities online, and especially in the COVID-19, more this is happening. But Asia Pacific is more towards the where the market is mature and the people are asking them. And so one thing which fifth thing which I have seen is the big change in a QR code usage, and do it now. So there is payment gateways in Singapore, Hong Kong, Malaysia, which is pay mobile to mobile. And second thing is which is QR. So as like in China, the many cities when I was traveling over there, only people can use the mobile and do the payment. Same I have seen started in the Malaysia and Singapore as well, that significant use of the QR code in that market, which is still has to grow in the market of this Southeast Asia area. And that is the fifth one. And sixth one is technology usage. As the technology is not anymore cheap, and whenever we are going on an AI mode, or we are going on a robotics or chatbot or new technologies, there is a huge cost required for the financial institution to spend on. And as the back office support is required, these channels has to be introduced. The progress is very slow in this market as compared to that market. So there's a brief kind of comparison which I can do. Thank you.
Sure, sure. Padmanabhan, your views, please.
Yeah, thanks, Raghu. Hi, all. So, I mean, as Raghu put it right, I mean, I think, necessity has become the mother of invention. So ever since, demonetization happened for this market, and where, Jandan accounts started getting the cash flows, we have been seeing that they have been carded pretty much by all the banks, and the penetration of RuPay cards has been a significant, let's say milestone, if you talk about specifically the Indian market. And I think that has been one big positive change where, people have started using their debit cards for making, cashless payments. Well, yes, I mean, still, 85 to 88% of our transactions is still on cash. But, because of, let's say, the penetration and the, cost of acceptance today, which has gone down significantly with, RuPay and the NPCI infrastructure, I think the payment acceptance ecosystem has grown. On the cost of, let's say, collecting payments, right? I mean, ever since the QR mode of payments has sort of now penetrated with thanks to the UPI apps that are there in the market here. I think even the smaller merchants are today able to accept payments without being dependent on a typical traditional POS machine. If we do look at the market, right? I mean, while yes, on the overall transactions, let's say mobile payments would look a bit, insignificant and it's just catching up. But the acceptance part, specifically in smaller merchants, has been spearheaded by, the QR and the UPI infrastructure. Today, any mom and pop shop that we, sort of go, do have many of these QR stickers placed, and there is a good amount of penetration that has happened. So these are two, I would say, fundamental shifts that have happened. While it takes a good amount of time for us to kind of have a significant penetration of an alternate channel of payment than cards. That's how I see it.
Amit, please.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. And Raghu, you have asked a very interesting question. How the future of, kind of a digital banking, or how the digital penetration of transactions is looking forward. The State Bank of India being the largest bank in the country, we have got around 760 million account, 421 million customers. There's no comparison with any other bank within the country itself. And we have taken over the transformation journey, not as of today, but we have done this transformation for the last couple of years. So what we did, we built in a full digital banking platform, what is called YONO itself. You only need one. And that is the platform wherein people can interact with the bank without going to the bank, opening the account, doing the fund transfer. You can do we offer you a pre-approved personal loan. You can have a pre-approved car loan. You can have education loan, right? So that is all given, right? So the expectation have moved from our customer from a way of they approaching bank. It becomes the other way around, that the bank should approach them with the offers and the offering what we have to do. Having said that, that's a start itself. And that's like 3 years earlier. We launched this bank in 2024, November 2017. We have grown over there and we are doing quite a very healthy numbers over there. What we look forward from a digital penetration perspective, the country is changing, the expectation is changing, the new generation, they have what an instant gratification kind of wherein they want everything now itself, right? So, and my kid, and she's a college girl, and she was speaking to me yesterday about what more she expects, and she told me one of the very good things, and she said, why don't you give me an offer of a, Netflix itself, right? Why you are not giving it? So we said, okay, I took it, and so what we are saying is, moving forward, what you would see that people want, and especially the young generation, very, very enthusiastic, knows everything about a phone and a laptop. We may not be knowing about it, right? But they know everything. What we are trying to see is that we are going to move this thing into artificial intelligence-based and analytics-based journey itself for you. Raghu, you are not traveling now, but you have been an avid traveler earlier. You are a food connoisseur. You want to see what bank can do. So next time when you would be landing in India on Mumbai airport, we are going to give you a foot massage free of cost, right? So for a long haul flight itself. That's what we are saying, because we are now knowing what you are doing itself. And that's what we are trying to find out. And you have got a grown-up kid, they are going to off-site, offshore university itself will give you a loan for your kids' education without you asking for it. When they are going to pass out, they are going to get a pre-approved car loan, because we know that the relationship with Raghu is very good. You have got a mortgage, you have been a good payer, you keep all investment with the bank. That's what we are calling as the future of banking itself. And the second thing, what we are saying, the platform what we have built in, and we don't call YONO as an app, we call YONO as a platform itself. The platform is moving from, the platform has to emerge on an analytics-based modeling itself, and not onto the modeling wherein, so the simplistic models are you find out what's a spend of people and then try giving them some offer. No, it doesn't work that way. So your mobile app, if you have got a screen which is available, and if you are clicking on the left hand side, you have got an analytics band of mind. If you are clicking mostly on the right options, then you are having kind of that's a left hemisphere and right hemisphere of the brain, how it works. So what we are saying, if you are looking at some of the great offers, right, you like watches, you like shoes, so next time we are going to give you an offer for all international brands also over there. We have got on YONO platform, we have got around 280 merchants itself. That's only a start. What we are saying that as we move forward, you would see things which you have not seen. Currently, pandemic, if you are seeing that people are not moving out, there's a second variant of a kind of what we are looking forward to. So what people are going to do, they are not going to sit at home. They are going to have aspirations. They are going to buy homes. And how they are going to buy homes if they are going out? So we are going to give you a virtual reality integration with our, we run a company which is State Bank Reality. We are going to give you a pre-approved loans which are available on those homes itself. You want to buy it from Lodha. We'll show you how the Lodha is looking. You are in Bangalore, you have got a paradise look over there, right? So good names, and that we are the first name on dependence when it comes to banking. That's why we are called the banker to the nation. And having said that, I will stop over here. I will let other panelists speak more about this.
Yeah, Amit, I'm definitely going to take many of the things that you talked about. My daughter is in 12th standard. Definitely will need home loans, and the offer of a car immediately after graduation is super interesting. I'm going to come back to that. This was not a question that I had planned, and but let me toss it out, considering many of you are bankers, right? I mean, Amit articulated a lot about the agility that banks are going into, and the whole digitization charter is driving as far as banks are concerned. So when you talk about banks, typically you look at stability, you look at risk averseness, and here is Amit talking a lot about how innovation is being driven from banks and how agility is driven from banks. Would love to hear from the other bankers on the panel in terms of how banks are responding to the whole digitization charter. Anjit or Dato Arif or Padmanabhan, if you have your additional views on what on the lines of what Amit is talking about, that will be super interesting, because I mean, we just cannot do digitization without banks, right? You guys have to come in at some level, and curious to know how you're thinking about it.
See, on my stake, the banks has now almost all the bank has the strategy that how they are doing their digital transformation. And this is a journey of not a 1 year, 2 year, it is a continuous journey, that how banks can be able to go into the new way of doing the banking. That's what I can call it. And in that space, there are multiple areas. The first area is that how much they are ready to do the digitization or digital transformation and giving services which are more digital to the customers. And that is comes into the mindset, comes into the back office automation, and some of the banks are really not there, in fact, to launch this digital transformation. The second part of this digital transformation comes into when you are looking forward your customers. What is your customer need? Every bank has its own area where they are excelling. They know their customer. So it is not necessary that everyone should do the same thing. So bank has to really put this strategy that where they should focus. So might be for one bank is very important for mobile banking and internet banking, and it might be a bank which is more on a villages and more on other areas, probably not focusing into that area. So that's what I'm talking about, that bank has to really putting up the digital strategy. They have to see how, which is the area they have to invest, which are the area where their customer can be able to use the digital way of transaction. The third thing which I feel is that how closely the bank should start working with the fintech. And that's very, very important, because the bank cannot do everything. I mean, this is the wrong way of doing things. And I think I'm a banker for 30 years. And I started my career with this mindset that bank can do everything. And now I think the way bank is changing, that how fast they can be able to provide service and the right services to the customer. And that can only be done through the partners. And you will see that most of the banks are really going in a big way and talking to the fintechs. And we are the one of the bank here in Pakistan, because I'm now working since last 1 year here. And our focus is talking to the all fintech. And probably there are very few banks which are talking to the fintechs. And difficult because they are all in their early stages. And they have to come up to the same level where we can be able to integrate actually. The banks is very secure. They think risk first and then thinks customers later on. So that is another area of thinking of a banking. And when they come to the digital part, introducing to the fintech is always like that, how this compliance and risk and security has to be taken care of. Now, coming into the last portion is that the bank is started thinking about to introduce the robo processes. Maybe not in this part of the world where uh, uh, manpower is cheap, actually. But I can give the example of our Standard Chartered Bank, where in a shared service center in Malaysia, where I used to be the CEO. And we introduced in a call center robo process automation and reduce around 30% of the staff. And the machine is not responding. So all the kind of things like voice recognition, robo is answering. There is a lot of robotics in it. And sometimes 30% or 40% of actually machine is talking to the people, and people are not aware. But that is a mature market. But bank has to understand that really this is required. So in Pakistan, I said, no, this robotics is not required for us. So this is what I'm talking about, that digital transformation is not that what technology is available in the market. What technology is useful to us to give the right solution to our customer for digital transformation, and putting these people or influencing these people basically to use the digital way. So banking sector, I think very rightly you said, we have to play a very vital role. And I think bank has started talking to the regulators also. Now regulators changing themselves as well. And they are coming up, and a lot of initiative they are coming up with as well, that digital transformation has to happen. And one of the thing is the governments are looking forward for the documentation. And the digitization and all financial digital transformation is all about documentation as well. So my view is the banks are very much looking forward. They would like to work with the fintech, and we are having a number of projects with them. In fact, obviously it is a long journey, And I always say that transformation is not like you can say the first 18 months or 2 years, but it has to complete the 2 year and then has to complete in the next 4 years and then has to complete in the next 10 years. And every period, the challenges will be different and you will be doing things differently. Thank you.
Yeah.
Want to come in with your views on this, please?
So, taking a cue from what Dato Arif just said, that banks cannot do everything. And, that's not a matter of choice any longer. Okay, because I think, banks have been traditionally used to being on the forefront where, servicing the customers and being the front end, being the face of the industry, whether it's, the payment or the liability or the assets. But increasingly now they are having to step in and into a back-end processor kind of a role where we're joining hands with people from the industry, the fintechs, the other innovators who've taken on the lead role of being really the face and being really servicing the customer in that way, in that agile way. And somewhere that part comes in where we have to fully own that we are stepping it in slowly as being a back-end processor. So the way we used to have an expectation from our technology service providers or our back-end processors is the same expectation from the bank, and which is increasingly a very important aspect. So for example, uptime becomes more important than a new innovative product on the block, or infra, or capacity. These kind of things they've always been very important. I'm not saying that. And of course, with the kind of growth that we see in the market there, we all realize how important these factors are. But a front end fintech or a third party app, or even the consumer making a choice on the basis of the uptime is increasingly that we're seeing now, that that transformation in the user behavior we are seeing now. So that has become more and more important. It's not just one of the things, it is increasingly becoming one of the most important things. And of course, there is all bit of innovation, and there is all bit of intelligence that we have to bring in. There is all bit of being in line with working together with the fintechs, or doing newer things and servicing to customers. As Amit said, that the new age customers want so much from the banks. Of course, that's there, but more than that, because there will be more than enough providers who will service to those customer needs. From the core of the banking, where consumers will choose to keep money with us and choose to borrow money from us, is we will become the choice of a backend if we are good at processing. So increasingly, that's always important, but increasingly I see that's becoming more and more important.
Okay. I wanted to switch gears slightly a bit, and I'll start with. Did anybody? Okay, go on, please.
I would take 10 seconds
Sure.
because we touched upon that the banks have to integrate with fintechs, and the SBI have got a policy to directly integrate, we being the public sector undertaking. But we have got a fintech program and as well as a startup program, right? So if you are registered as a startup, so you do not need to go through a route of kind of a RFP route. We will engage with you. We have got quite a startups and fintechs which are engaged in a direct route. So people who are listeners to this and the audience, if you are a startup in fintech, please visit sbi.co.in. You would find a link to register yourself as a startup if you are a startup, and you can offer your what you are doing, and we'll call you, and if your product is good, then we'll directly take you. There's no ifs and buts. Like a 2-week kind of exercise. The same goes for fintech itself. And there's an incubation program which SBI runs in all IITs also, wherein we are trying to make sure that we have got a very thriving, kind of a startup program across the country. So we are funding a lot of them over there.
Interesting. Wanted to just shift gears a bit and talk about. I mean, obviously we've seen UPI and NPCI doing a tremendous job over the last 5 to 6 years, and we'll open this up initially for Abhishek and others can chime in. What are the areas NPCI can enable the next level of digitization as far as India is concerned? I see Amit smiling. We'll come to you, Amit, but just starting with Abhishek in terms of his views, and we'll just pass it around on that.
Sure. Thanks, Raghu. So, all right. So, when we look at NPCI, I think definitely they have done a tremendous job, and we have seen that kind of a phenomenal growth in terms of UPI's adoption. Right? And there are a couple of factors which are responsible for that. One is the core value proposition of the product per se, and definitely, I think with COVID, this has really got that kind of trust in terms of adoption of NPCI. Now, if I were to talk about what are the areas of improvement to increase the adoption of UPI any further, I think I see it as 3 point agenda broadly. One definitely is, which is more important, is like anything which is of high quality, the quality of service, right? The kind of resolution, how you are eliminating the friction in the user journey, as well as if there's a strong redressal mechanism. If anything goes wrong, I know there's someone who is going to take care of my issues. This is very important. And second thing is, all digital payments, they thrive on trust. I think trust is a very, very important element with respect to financial services as well as payments. Right? So how do you really enable that kind of trust in consumers? And essentially the fear around information security, data security, cyber security. I think we need to definitely have measures and checks in place. I think a lot of things have been done around that direction, but definitely a lot more needs to be done given the kind of cases which are coming out. And lastly, definitely need to look at increasing adoption by looking at how you use that platform to become a one-stop solution for all the services or make it more featureful. Right? So you look at loans on UPI, you look at interoperability with wallets, you look at recurring payment, which is going to come already coming live. Right? So all those things, all those features which are going to come to that platform are really going to add a lot more value for consumers as well as for merchants to draw out of this platform. And that's where I see that these 3 points will definitely help in broader adoption of UPI as a means of payment.
You want to take it next, Anjit?
Yeah. So, similarly in UPI, and completely agree with all these points. And of course, Abhishek, you've had so much experience working with this product, and I mean, right from the beginning. So, for UPI as well, I believe that that's one of the very, very big success stories of India, and which is around the world recognized, and how people in the other countries and banks and fintechs in other countries are taking example of how well it's worked here. I mean, in a country where we need two-factor authentication, and I mean, making it so seamless there and so convenient there, and making it so interoperable, across banks, and bringing in a third-party provider, and taking it to those kind of numbers and fueling. So, of course, that entire relevance is there, which we've all seen beautifully, the success story of UPI. Again, with the UPI, I believe there's, of course, lots of innovation which is happening there. The product is expanding. It's no longer just a UPI product that we thought that we could pay to somebody else, or we could pay to a merchant. It's increasingly taking a role of a platform. Okay, where everything is coming in there, and has sub products as a part of that, where a mandate is coming in, recurring mandate is coming in, how in IPOs, how it is participating, and and of course we don't see those numbers because a lot of these are yet on the stage where we'll talk about it more, and user adoption will happen. But increasingly, again, I feel that of course there are going to be a couple of large front end enablers which are going to bring in that that beautiful user experience, and they are going to invest into user engagement and user education on and adoption of the product. But most of the other banks and in the industry, we have to again be, we have to play this role beautifully of being an enabler, being, being there, ensuring that we adopt all of these innovation, ensuring the entire industry, the entire ecosystem plays along, ensuring they're able to, from every bank in the industry and from every other player in the ecosystem, what comes in will together build the product of the consumer on this product in terms of how they service, how they provide uptime, how they. So it's a collective effort, of course, led by some of the big players, fueled by NPCI, fueled by regulators, but of course the contribution of the entire industry is extremely relevant, not just a few, enablers who we are seeing at the front today for building that kind of product confidence of the customer. So that comes in, and of course when we talk about this NPCI and playing, and of course UPI is a success story, but the next what is happening is basically the way we see tap and go, has been into discussion for a really long time, and some of the industry experts started being cynical and started believing that is it a product which is going to take up going to be take up by the because there's so many other products which have come later and done so well. But I do believe one of the major things that has recently happened is the FASTag. Okay, so the consumer experience and adoption of FASTag, where consumer realizes that queue buster kind of a solution which everybody spoke about in Tap and Go, where they saw that queue buster happening on a toll plaza. Where they really saw the value, and it was of course the entire push, that you have to. There is no other, choice. It's not an adoption of choice. It's an adoption of industries already moved that notch up. So that I think will bring in some of the newer tap and go, because it's a kind of adoption which we've seen in another kind of a queue, which will come into the shopping queue or that kind of a physical face-to-face interface places. And where the tap and go is adoption by choice, in a shopping queue, is where I think now the user will have a mindset, oh, why can't I, have the FASTag kind of an experience? So I think all of it comes together in a beautiful way. Those are the two
I
bits,
think that's a valid point, right? See, these regulations have a long way in driving enablement, right? We also hear about an RBI regulation about every merchant with more than 500 crores need to have the QR code on the invoice. That is a regulation that's coming in, and we are all waiting to see what wonders it does as far as driving. I mean, imagine, right? Just as you would be in a store, you would get an invoice, and it'll have a QR code which is dynamically generated and which you scan and pay the exact amount to the merchant, right?
And it has the GST element in it, built into it. Yeah.
Correct. So that's an amazing kind of, and I think coming to think of the way the whole Aadhaar and the way the whole structure that has been in place for the past 15 years or so, all coming together, and it was like not much happened in India. And if you look at a year-wise window, but if you aggregate it and look at a 6-year or a 7-year window, I think if you're buying, say, a loaf of bread from a store next door and still using a scan and pay, that's an amazing kind of transformation we've had. I think we are sort of coming close to time. Is that right, Bhavna? Or how are we looking? Any call outs on that? Because I would just want to go through the panel for one and a half minute free session for the panelists, where they can articulate anything that couldn't be discussed or couldn't be brought up. Do we have time for that, Bhavna? Do we have time for a quick 1 minute with each panelist with a freewheeling inputs from them? Okay, take it as a yes.
Yeah. Raghu, would you want to throw up eKYC for a discussion? A lot of stuff is happening there, and a lot of take-up is there on that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I think that's something
anybody who wants to.
The co-branded card program too, and definitely the whole KYC and enablements of that, where we can reduce TAT from something like 7 to 12 days to something like a 3-minute. is absolutely very, very interesting. Would love to hear people start on eKYC. You want to go, Abhishek or Dato Arif?
Yeah, sure. So I think when we look at the kind of impact which COVID has brought in, so I think we need to look at it from two sides. One is the demand side, that is from the consumer standpoint. I think more and more, if you look at consumers, they are looking for convenience more often than before, right? Because earlier they were mostly looking at deals, good offers, and all. But now the convenience is one of the important factor for them to decide anything. And second is obviously their awareness about maybe health and safety related to that. And that's where I think digital transactions are getting that kind of a push is what it is getting now. And when we look at the supply side of things, more for a merchant standpoint, I think what merchants want broadly, that four, five things. They want to sell digitally, they want to attract more customers, they want to get they sell their have the stores being digital in format, right? They want to sell to on online platforms. So obviously from a merchant standpoint, they are looking for quicker onboarding, they are looking for all those hassle-free experience with respect to allowing customers to as an acceptance framework for customers. So eKYC and these kind of initiatives are definitely like leveraging these technologies to really empower these merchants to attract more customers to have higher number of sales, right? So broadly, if I look at mega trends, post-COVID, there has been a nudge from offline to online. So either there is an emergence of new businesses coming up, or pure play offline businesses are now going to online mode. And those who are already having part of online business, the contribution of online is also increasing to that extent. Right? So obviously, these kind of trends are really going in that favorable direction where this kind of eKYC, all those technologies. If I were to really put 4 or 5 key enablers for these merchants, I think biometric authentication, then you look at video analytics, very, very interesting use cases are coming up with that. Then if you have voice-based interactions, right? Natural language technologies, I think digital payment, these all are providing an entire spectrum of technologies. Obviously, if you look at value creation for merchants, you have AI and big data. They're definitely helping for merchants to get more value. And that's where with the suppressing MDRs, I think we need to really look at how you create more value to attract customers.
That's an interesting point, and just interject with one point before I leave it to Dato Arif and thing. See, to me, the whole eKYC is a massive enabler for, if I can even use that word, one shortcoming in the UPI, which is monetizability, right? The way I think about it, the whole eKYC opens up a massive world of lending and monetization for the banks and financial institutions. From that point of view, I think the whole eKYC, I think, could be a yes at a merchant level. What Abhishek talked about is very accurate. But as somebody who also runs the Flipkart Axis Bank co-branded card program, eKYC is a huge enabler for us to be able to know enough about the customer to start lending to the customer, right? Which then becomes a significant monetizing opportunity. Any points, Dato Arif or
Yeah, so this is really a very interesting topic, in fact, for nowadays, in fact, because a lot of banks are going on a digital onboarding. And in Pakistan, very recently, this has happened. Like you have NRA accounts in India, like a lot of people outside Indians. Same as in Pakistan, recently they have opened an account called Roshan Digital Account. And the name is Roshan Digital Account. And they have allowed all across the world to the people, either they are Pakistani and living abroad, or they are just born in Pakistan and living abroad as a different national. So they are giving opportunity totally digitally that they can be able to open an account. So that has opened the door for a further to grow, because this has given a lot of learning to the banks, what went well, what they're supposed to do it. And as somebody was saying that we looking forward that how the IC card has to be scanned and OCR, but what about the liveliness and checking that whether this is a genuine card? So some of the questions comes into when you are go into this kind of onboarding. what I've seen in so definitely this is in Pakistan. I think door has opened. Regulators has given allowed this, and video and audio conferences has been started between the RM and these people. So even we started giving the debit card to these people using in other country, by the way, and going through the courier to that country. So the lot started, which has opened the door basically for banks to think more and start thinking about the CASA. But one of the things which I already part of this initiative started 3 years back in Malaysia and Singapore, which is basically saying that blockchain based KYC, and that is going on. In fact, it is in around implementation, and this is about that if one bank is already a customer is having an account, and any customer is opening an account digitally in other bank, how bank should trust the other bank to take that KYC and go ahead and open an account. And there is a rule based, like some want two bank if he is having it, or there is a lot of things in it. But this is a new way of thinking, that how that as a overall geography or country, the trust factor between the bank has to be established, and through the blockchain we can be able to do this KYC digital. Thank you.
Got it. Amit, please.
Right, and what you see, Raghu, is, and most of the panelists have covered most of the points itself. And eKYC is the way forward, and most of the banks are integrated. But if you see that knowing a customer has to, kind of, there's a thought process also within SBI, how best to identify. Why Raghu has to identify every time when you walk into SBI, right? And then till the time you approach the counter, if it's a branch interface. For a mobile, you enter your MPIN or you use your user ID password. But why about a branch interface? And we run 22,000 branches, 60,000 ATM, right? We have got operation in 39 countries. Similarly, the question is for SME business, right? Why a SME business has to be worried about that, how a working capital loan can be extended to from the bank to him or not? Right? Why he has to prove anything, whether he has to, why bank cannot do things. So there are bigger questions, and we have partnered with Hindustan Unilever Limited, and so their app is now being used for, so their buy goes in, and if it's a merchant, so we are going to give an instant working capital loan to the merchant itself. So there are exciting times ahead, as I said, and and why only SME business? Why not MSME business, right? Why not the large corporates, right? When the other part is, why not the treasury part of it, right? So banking have got not only the retail business, everybody has to think about a lot of other business options. And NPCI, amazing kind of a work they have done on UPI as a platform. No other example is available all across the world what UPI have done. That's why you have got Google's and WhatsApp integrated in the country itself. They are not there in US itself. They are over here. So, and the payment space have gone for a toss. Next is loans. Third would become cross-selling, upselling. And Flipkart is a great partner to SBI itself, right? So when we are working,
we definitely value SBI's relationship in a very big manner.
What we are saying is there's a way forward, and because SBI is committed to make economy back on track after the pandemic. So our focus is as much as on retail users as well as on SME and MSP sector itself. We have done initiative. We'll do more as and when needed. And certainly, and just to give you an example how well we look towards it. So Yono is a retail customer, right? But we have got a lot of people who are associated with the agriculture itself also, who are our customer. So we are giving a map database kind of a thing. If a cyclone which is approaching the eastern part of the country, we say, why don't you come and bring in your gold to the bank itself, and we'll give you a gold loan. Right? So There are a lot of partners, there are a lot of other companies who are doing it. But what we are saying, while we will give you a startup, right? So that journey is available on you. The other thing, what we are trying to say, there are multiple journeys, and because our segment of customers have no, so we serve everybody. Every third person in the country have what a SBI saving account, right? And so if you don't have it, your mother, father may be having it, right? So it's like this one. So what we are saying, we are going to turn around the way banking is being looked upon and the way we are being looked upon. That's what people come to us with a pre-notion itself always. That's what we are used to. Thank you very much.
We have a couple of audience questions. I'll take the first one, which is, how do you see the impact of digitization on card issuance, debit and credit cards? Is digitization only going to bring down usage of cards? Here is the statistics I have. We have about 800 million debit cards and about 50 million active credit cards. I don't think credit cards are going away anytime soon, from what I have understood from the market. It's a market that's growing at, say, 25-26% CAGR, expected to hit about 160 to 180 million in the next 4 or 5 years. So I don't think credit cards and debit cards are going away, but it's just that UPI is going to grow much faster in terms of the number of users and number of transactions. Card usage would still have much higher levels of transaction value, but the transactions UPI is definitely going to go through the roof. We are talking billions already, the number that Abhishek talked about.
Yeah.
The question is, I'll probably throw it to the panel.
Already started. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Amit. So definitely, I think Raghu, a very valid point. If you look at out of 900 million banking customers who have availed banking in India, there are only 30 million unique users who have a credit card. Right? So definitely there is a vast segment of banking people.
Good amount of headroom to grow there.
Who don't have access to easy credit, right? So, and I think it's kind of a kind of vicious cycle, right? Because if you don't have credit, you don't have a good credit score, and when you don't have a good credit score, then you are like less likely to get a loan, right? So it's like you really need to have some alternate to really allow these customers to have the kind of need of credit being met, right? So that's where I think buy now pay later, EMIs, and all those things are really picking up. And slowly banks have also started started using different form factors. Like obviously the virtual credit cards are really coming up in big way. So adoption of these credit cards also will definitely help. And I'm sure it's not really going to go away. Obviously UPI is going to really become a mainstream, but definitely cards are really going to grow as well.
So, Raghu, one more point. I thought I'll make an observation here that cards are more of an enabler, for most of these payments, whether you talk internet, mobile, whether you talk UPI, whether you talk payment gateway, whichever you talk. So cards become enablers. So for you to even sort of, initiate, how do you, because they're in the industry, we don't have that kind of an authentication model like the way we have for, as a card enabled, okay, where you could come and verify yourself that I am so and so. So if you see most of the people who have, now gone to the non-card or a fully digital payment or a money transfer are the carded base only, most of them, because card has been the enabler for them to adopt. So somewhere that hop, there are ways to avoid that hop, but that hop is very relevant because a larger part of the audience are coming from the carded, and that's how they're able to step over and do this. So of course, card enablement is the point number one, which is still very, very relevant in the industry.
Any closing thoughts, Dr. Arif, or we can hand it back to the moderator, the organizers? Any closing thoughts? Dr. Arif, any closing thoughts?
See, on a card, definitely there is a different product on a digital transformation level. Having a transaction digitally or engaging bank digitally is very different than actually the people are having a card. So the people have a habit of using the card. So one thing we have to understand, it will not go away, because the people who would like to use it, they have the habit to use it. So that will not go away, definitely not. In fact, my view is that it will increase further. So that is one of the things that we have to understand. Second is that overall, uh, the card, how it works, that giving a 30 days of the credit, that is a very unique kind of credit card feature. And that is very, very important in a way that uh, uh, people will continue using the credit card in future, in fact, regardless of that how much we have. And that I have seen, in fact, that where the digital transactions are happening 95% in Singapore, in DBS, is still the very high level of credit card is being used. So that is one thing. So debit card area, I think the debit card will continue till that the countries are having a very high usage of the cash. People are using the cash. Debit card is one of the instrument or channel where ATM, they can take out the money and they can go forward and use it. And even though we are having digital stores, what I have seen in this part of the world is the around 80% to 90% is cash on hand delivery. So this is another difficulty, in a sense that the people are not used to expose, although they are having a credit card or the debit card, they don't want to expose their card into these channels. So it is a trust factor which will grow further. But I can see that debit card will continue moving on, and that will not reduce. That I can see.
Okay, I think we have one last question from the audience, of course. On the growth of wearables, that's the question that has come in. And I see a big smile from Dator. If you have a point or you want to take that, sir?
Let me tell you, we were doing this for so long, in fact. And we have a kind of innovation center in Malaysia, in a Standard Chartered Bank. And we were driving that how people will be moving forward on wearables. And market has not accepted yes yet to move forward. So my view is that sometime when you are coming ahead than actually the market expectation, or ahead than innovation is innovation. You can come in an innovation and you can do technology is an easy piece to sort it out. The difficult piece is the acceptability and on a people. And second is what are the use case? I mean, in a bank, the most important thing for us is what is our clientage and what is the use case to introduce it. So variable, I think it will take time to come, and I think bank has to take a very careful view on it. And I can tell you that one of my experience which had happened in the India and Standard Chartered in India and UAE, and 15 years back we have given a soft card on mobile, and it was total disaster. The market was not ready. Pause was not there to support, and that was disaster. So my view is that yes, we can do these kind of experiences, and for innovation point of view. But these three benchmarks we have to see the whether there is a use case is there, whether our client is really looking forward, and third is when the people are started using these wearables for this purpose.
Thank you. I think we're running short of time. And Bhavna, you want to take over? Thanks, team, for the wonderful and very engaging conversation. We could have actually gone on, and I don't say it as a formality that every panelist has to say at the end of the session. But this was engaging, and we could have really gone on. Over to you, Bhavna.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Raghu. Well, the fact that there are so many audience question comings just goes to say that the audience love to engage with the panel. And that's kudos to Raghu for moderating it so well. And now all our key panelists, Datu Arif, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Abhishek, for your key inputs. Thank you, Anjeet, for joining us. And as well as our two panelists who, during the course of the panel, were there throughout. So thank you once again to our eminent panelists for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Thank you very much having me
Thank you.
here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're going to be taking in a lunch and a networking break till 1:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. It's time for you to go and explore the networking booths and join us back shortly for our next panel discussion. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Yeah. Hi, Vikrant. Are you able to hear me?
Hi, Alok. I'm able to hear you.
Yeah. Hi, Abhishek. Hi.
I'll just switch on my video.
Checking my video.
Hope you can see me as well now. Yeah.
Yes, yes. You are on one side, so you can just come in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's better. Yeah. Vikrant, you there? What time is it, Abhishek?
Yeah. Yeah, it's close to 7 in the evening.
Hi,
7.
hi everyone.
Hi.
Hi, Yujan.
Hi, yeah, hi, Lok, hi, Abhishek.
Hi. You actually logged into Vikrant's ID.
Ah, is it?
Yeah, that's why I left a message in the WhatsApp. Even I had done the same mistake. So
you have to just search for the mail which you have.
yeah, on top of
Where
this mail, there
in
will be a
your
similar mail from Aboli addressing you and your own code.
Yeah.
I don't know if this works with both of you inside and you renaming yourself, then also I guess it's fine. But
No, then
you can just
Vikrant won't be able to log in.
correct. Yeah, you may be right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I yesterday also I searched. I have no emails from Aboli with a link. This is the only link I have.
It must be in your spam then, because a lot of organizations it goes into spam. Yeah, Hemal also had that problem.
Just have a look.
I'm just checking my spam.
There would be two links there. One with an ID. One is your Zoom link. So Zoom link you have to do. Even I was like struggling to search for that mail. It came on 16 December. I got that. So I don't know when you got it.
16th December, yesterday.
Oh, sorry, not 16. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 16 December. Yeah, I have an email from Aboli on 16 December.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the one.
Click on it should be addressed to you, and you just click on that one. I think we have Vikrant joining us, right?
Yeah, Aboli, thanks. I got it.
So there are two Vikrant Khuranas now.
Yeah, I think one of them can rename themselves. Obviously, Jan.
Jan, you use Vikrant Khurana. I don't believe you.
Hey, how do I rename this? Okay, let me try to rename it. I do. Can I rename it?
No, I don't think there is a. This is a named sort of a.
Yeah, you can click on the three dots on the right and top corner, and then the rename option will be there.
Three dots on the right hand top corner.
Hi, Jen. This is Aboli. Do you want me to send you the link again?
Yes, that would be great.
Yeah,
Please.
yeah. Okay, okay. I'll just do that. I'll just send it to you again.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Hi, Nitya. This is Alok.
Hi, Alok. How are you?
Yeah, good, good. You have a nice background.
Yes, I'm actually outside somewhere, so I just wanted to kind of like have something.
That's nice.
Vikrant,
Nitya.
seems like. Hi, Vikrant. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you.
Hey, did you win the IFTA Indian FinTech Association Award as well?
Yes, we did. Yes. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you
How's
very
it
much.
going?
It's going pretty well. We've been building out this platform for pay later, for e-commerce, and yeah, it's going very well. We now have almost more than 2,500 merchants now. So that's the hardest part, building the network of merchants, and most of them are kind of like good ones and big ones. So yeah, pretty excited about it.
Great, great. All the best.
Thank you.
Looking forward to hearing everyone actually, I mean, you've been industry veterans and would love to hear your thoughts on the neo-banking arena. I'm actually quite curious to know, Nitya, that what are you going to do in neo-banking, but would love to hear that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We have some thoughts. I mean, like, I think for us, we're just taking it one at a time a little bit. We're focusing on everything around commerce to start with. And then, of course, as you get a customer to interact with you a lot, then you kind of have various vectors to go deeper and deeper into financial services.
Right. Lovely. Great. Hey, Abhishek, how are you?
I'm good.
7 p.m.?
Yeah, 7 p.m.
Fantastic.
Nice evening time in Sydney. Yeah.
Good. Nice evening time, huh? So you're the only one in the summer zone right now, I believe, right?
Yeah. It's been more of a monsoon zone here and then summer this year. But thankfully, because last year was terrible. I mean, a lot of bushfires and stuff.
Yeah, you bet. Great. Hey, Alok.
Hi, Vikrant. How are you?
All well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, we are facing the chill in Delhi.
But I love it actually. I mean, that's the best part about Delhi. You get to experience everything.
Yeah.
Hello?
Bhavna.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Bhavna has written something, so I was just reading that.
Okay. And what has she written? We are scheduled to panel start by 1:30. In case of any delay, shall keep you posted. Thank you, Bhavna.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we have 4 minutes to go.
So this chat is meant for us in terms of the panelists. So we can.
Yeah, I think Jayant had this query that in case there's a separate chat room.
Oh, okay. No, I think that's for us only.
Perfect. Sounds good. Great. Lovely. So I think let's just wait. I think Hemal is not able to join us today. He has some medical emergency, right? So let Jayant as well. Jayant join as well.
Hey, hi. I still did not get the message, so I thought let me at least join here and be available.
As the
Can you check, Jayant? I have just mailed you the link. Can you just recheck your mail?
Yeah. I'm just checking. Or I've not got it. Can you please send it to one more email ID? Can I message you here? Oh, can I chat?
Yeah, you can message.
Yeah, I've just sent you here. Can you please send it to this email ID? Because so far I have not received it. Maybe there is some spam blocking it.
Okay, okay. I am just sending it to you right
Hi Nitya, nice to see you after a long time. You have completely changed.
Jayanta. Yeah, it's been a long time. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good as well. How are you?
Great, very good.
Awesome. I see a lot of articles regarding Simple. I keep following what you guys are doing. Really
Yeah,
fantastic.
no. Yeah, lot. Yeah, I think I've not spoken to you maybe in 3 years now. It's been a couple of years at least, if not 3.
Yeah, because it has been 3 years since I moved to Dubai, so I don't think we've spoken.
Got it. Yeah.
I have mailed you, Ajayanta. Can you just check if you got it now?
I got it on my Gmail. I'm just forwarding the official as well. I'll join using that. I'll log out.
Sure.
Vikrant, I believe you also launched a neo-banking platform recently.
Yes, we did it in the, I think, couple of months back. It's focused on SMEs and SMEs and startups actually, Alok. It's called at the Bank Next.
Yeah, I saw your post. Yeah.
So see, actually, the thought was that we have access to merchants, right? Now, can we actually leverage those merchant network? What Nitya was mentioning, that's the hardest part to crack. So we are now reaching out to them so that we can also give them an extended tool for banking.
Okay. Now we must connect later and share our views.
Absolutely. We should actually, I think we all should stay in touch. There are a lot of mutual areas of synergies. What are there?
Yeah. I would love to speak to Nitya also on Simple and how we can integrate some of his products into our platform.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we should definitely connect after this call and find synergies.
Yeah. Nitya, I think one lowest hanging fruit, I think from our standpoint, I'm being very candid between PaySwift and Simple, is that we should integrate Simple as a payment option for our merchants.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sounds perfect. We do integrations with aggregators, so would love to. After this, I'll ping you, and we should just take that conversation forward.
Yeah, I mean, and I would not say that we have millions of access to merchants, but it's north of 200,000. So why not?
Why not? Yeah. And you guys are focused on mostly offline, right? Physical retail or online as well?
That's right. So see, our north of 85% merchants are currently offline. When I say physical retail, right? Though we acquire them digitally, we onboard them digitally. And then there is an overlap between them and the payment gateways.
Got it. Yeah, makes sense.
Right. So I think it's a perfect overlap with the kind of merchants or the customer audiences that we have.
Yeah, makes sense.
We should certainly connect, Ryan.
So looks like it's time now.
All right.
Oh, are you waiting for Jayant? Probably.
Yes, and I think let's just get a go-ahead official from Aboli or Bhavna.
Hey, hi guys. Can you hear me now? I think my name is appearing correctly right now.
Yes.
Mom.
Yes.
If you don't mind.
The name is correct.
Yes. Now you're audible also and visible also with your name.
Gentlemen, just allow me 2 minutes. We're just going to be starting. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Bhavna.
I'll go on mute and Vikrant, you can get started.
Sure. Thanks, Alok.
And Vikrant, there is no background sound on my end, right? Because I'm actually outside somewhere. Is that okay? Or should I be muting myself?
Okay. That's perfect. Not a problem.
So team, we're just going to be starting in the next few minutes. I just request you all to kindly put your cameras on the the off mode and please mute yourself. Thank you. Gentlemen, 1 minute, 15 seconds to go. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Well, right now we're on our next panel discussion, and I hope you all had a great networking out there. Well, moving on to our next panel, the theme of this session is neobanking, demystifying payment strategies for millennials in the digitized era. Well, this session is going to be moderated by Mr. Vikrant Khurana, the Chief Innovation Officer at PaySwift. Well, Vikrant is a team-oriented leader with a successful track record for over 15 years in strategy, sales, management, business development, and operations for payments, lending, telecom, and consumer internet. Well, joining him would be our esteemed panelists. First up, Mr. Abhishek Banerjee, the Senior Industry Consultant, IBM Australia. Abhishek is a seasoned payment professional having more than 16 years of experience in the payments domain as a business analyst, trainer, and a techno-functional consultant. He's somebody who brings with him a global perspective of the payments domain, having worked across top-tier banks, payment product companies, and payment service companies. Ladies and gentlemen, also joining would be Mr. Jayant Ananthakrishnan, the VP Product and Portfolio Head, Masrek Neo Masrek Bank UAE. Well, Jayant is a consumer banking professional with a diverse experience spanning product management, portfolio management, strategy, customer engagement, marketing, risk management, and operations. Also joining them would be Mr. Nityanand Sharma, co-founder and CEO, Simple Technologies Private Limited. Nityanand started his professional journey in the mortgage-backed securities group. In his current capacity, he's somebody who is responsible for establishing the long-term vision for the company and for its business development and product strategy. Also joining would be Mr. Alok Arora, co-founder NewPay. Alok has 22 years of experience in the financial services strategy and management consulting. He's somebody who's been in the leadership roles, building large teams for banks and consulting businesses. Thank you so much to our eminent panelists. With this, I may request you all to please put your cameras on and unmute yourself. So ladies and gentlemen, what a great day this is turning out to be. And we're joined as rightly by our eminent panelists. And with this, I'd now like to pass it on to our moderator, Vikrant, to take it forward. Also, if you may have any questions for our eminent panelists, please do type it in the Q&A tab, and we will take it up with our moderator who will direct it to the panelists if time allows towards the end of this panel discussion. Thank you all for joining us. Over to you, Vikrant.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thanks for the introduction. Good afternoon, fellow panelists. Hi, Alok, Jayant, Nitya, Abhishek. Looking forward for the session. So I think, Alok, let me just start with you. So firstly, congratulations on building the NewPay platform, right? And I think it's a very unique platform, what you have built. As per my understanding, looking at the global as well as India neobanks, which have been in existence, either they are focusing on individuals like a D2C domain, or they are focusing on creating a merchant network, focusing on SMEs or startups. I think yours the one unique platform which is focusing on enterprises and corporates. So firstly, congratulations on building that platform. Second, Alok, I think let's would love to understand from you that what came to your mind when you were building a neobank for corporates and enterprises. Secondly, how big is the market size, looking at the opportunity and like the future potential for neobanking for enterprise? I think would love to hear your thoughts, Alok, there.
Yeah, thank you, Vikrant, and good afternoon to everyone. So Vikrant, I think yes, we are unique, and the reason is that our one is that we've before we started this organization, this startup, we worked with multiple banks. We had two co-founders, and we worked with HDFC Bank, ICICI, Accenture Consulting. We did a lot of work with corporates, with a lot of banks. So we saw a huge gap in terms of what the banks are offering and what the corporates or enterprises are looking for. And that's made us think about a platform which resides between the enterprise platforms, the ERPs of the world, and the banks. So today, if you see a typical need of an enterprise, so enterprise is looking for banking service, and then very importantly, basic accounting and reconciliation. Now, all of these things are very critical for functioning. And today our enterprise is actually going to multiple banks, multiple partners. Even the IT complexity to manage such large ecosystem is very, very huge. So that actually gave us an idea to create a unified platform, which brings together all these capabilities and also bring the ecosystem to him. So today, though we are very focused on larger enterprises, even medium-sized enterprises, but today 35,000 SMEs transact on our platform. And this is the supply chain. So what our platform brings together is the entire set of banking, payments, credit services to the enterprise, plus transactions across the entire supply chain. Now that is very powerful for an organization where they don't have to work with multiple banks, integrate with multiple banks, also managing their collections. So a lot of issues in terms of the time taken to collect invoices, a lot of issues in terms of making payments to the vendors. And again, the entire reconciliation process was very, very complex. When we actually went there, we realized that a lot of SMEs also, today 99% of the SMEs use traditional banking. Enterprises today have a corporate net banking portal, but they have to work with multiple banks and very complex UI, complex processes. The workflow is not built in as per their needs and their requirements. So today what we built is basically very focused on enterprise needs, very modular in nature. You can actually pick and choose the services that you want. You can configure a lot of things on the platform itself. So today, if you have to make an invoice of 5,000, you don't need to actually go and do 3 approvals, which is basically what you put in a bank portal. So you can actually do a straight through processing. So we are bringing straight through processing, real-time payments to enterprises today. And today, we work with very large enterprises, do 120 million of transactions on a monthly basis on our platform. And going forward, what we are looking at is expanding the base in terms of not just medium enterprises, but small and merchant category. So today we have built an infrastructure which anybody can use and build their own fintech or build their own neobank. So we work with 8 different banks and bring the open banking infrastructure to all the fintechs, enterprises, where they can build multiple services on top of that.
So that's fantastic. I mean, what you're trying to explain. Moving on to this, if I understand it correctly, like you've built the railroads for the ecosystem to be created. So there is banks on one side, there are corporates and enterprises on one side. Now, NuPay acts as a bridge between the two, right? So if I want to open up a bank tomorrow, I hook onto you, you are hooked onto the banks, and I get like a interoperability with banks. Is that the right understanding?
Exactly.
So Alok, taking the thread forward, I think we have one banker.
Yeah. And
Hey, Jayant, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Jayant, tell me something from your experience. I understand that there is a organization of Mashreq Neo. Is that right? I mean, there's a different entity for Mashreq?
Yeah, so it's more like a challenger bank in this part of the country. So Mashreq is a mainstream bank. It's a private bank. It's a full-fledged bank. In addition to Mashreq being a full-fledged conventional bank, we have also started a new arm called as Mashreq Neo, which is full suite digital bank. So it's more like a challenger bank to itself. So so that we could learn from this digitization and see how we can apply some of these learnings to our conventional bank as well. That's what we're trying to do here.
Fantastic. Jen, tell me something from your experience. I understand you've been a banker all throughout. Two questions, right? First is that, what do you think about banking as a service? Is it genuinely a reality? Or when I say a reality, means that can this be operated at scale of having, say, a 5 million, 10 million kind of accounts in a digitized environment? Or yes, it's a reality, but it's going to take us 5 to 7 years to reach there. I mean, and I'm talking about a global perspective because you're based in UAE, so you will have a much better, larger lens from emerging economies perspective.
Sure, Vikrant, that's a great question. Especially to start off with, banking as a service is not like a new concept anymore. So several banks across the world have their own developer portal APIs, including if you see ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, Citibank has been having a developer portal API for a very long time.
Correct.
So the only objective of having these kind of developer APIs or open APIs is to collaborate with partners and see how we can improve the business going forward. If you see, obtaining a banking license in any part of the world, not just UAE or not just India, is very difficult. It is time consuming. It takes time. Not everybody gets it. So for a new startup like NuPay or let's say like PhonePe or any other small player who is going to enter into the fintech area or the banking area, the best way is to leverage on these open banking APIs. And provide a service to attract customers. And then once you get more and more customers, you apply for a banking license or you upgrade yourself to a slightly larger playing field. That's a model that has been. And even if you see, there are many successful examples of that across the world. If you see, if you ask me, one of my favorite examples of this is the way Apple partnered with Goldman Sachs for launching a credit card. Apple has got nothing to do with banking as a business at all, but it leveraged on the APIs that are provided by Goldman Sachs and launched a beautiful credit card, and it's working really well for well in the US. And I think if you ask me, my view is that banks or anybody should not look at banking as a service as just a technology capability.
Right.
Technology capability is already there. Many banks have already exposed their APIs. Banks should aspire to see how we can leverage the technology capability and get some business and do some value-added services for customers. That's where the focus should be. And one more example that I can give you in UAE is that if you look at the Emirates NBD Bank here, which is one of the large private bank here, it has successfully collaborated with Emirates Airlines for complete loyalty program management and for various other variety of value-added services. And I could give you examples more and more. So banking as a service is extremely important, and banks should not view it only as a technical capability, saying that I have launched a developer portal API and my job is over. That should not be the case. That's just a starting point. Banks should always keep an eye out for partners to collaborate so that they could make use of these APIs and get more business both for the bank as well as for the partner.
I actually love the thought, and I completely able to resonate, what you're trying to say, that it's not just a tech play anymore, right? It's an overall experience ecosystem value proposition, like NBD and Emirates is a good alliance to have, right? And similarly, we have seen successful alliances even happening in India with banks and some brands where the customer is happy, the merchant is happy. So it's like a win-win proposition for everyone, right? So banking as a service can enable that, is what you're trying to say. Is that right? Did I get that right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So it should be a win-win for both the customer as well as for the bank as well as for the partner. It should be a win-win for everyone, and there should be a solid value behind it, and not just exposing the APIs for the sake of exposing it.
Got it. I think perfectly makes sense. Talking about win-win, I think one person who's cracked that piece to me, I think, is Nitya. Nitya, congratulations on Simple. Phenomenal job done. And so
Thank you, Vikrant.
I don't know what's your current numbers when we connected last, but would love to know two things from you. First, how is Simple doing? I think you've got the highest market share for pay later products, if I'm not wrong. And second is that what is Simple doing in neo banking? I mean, I really don't understand that. How are you able to join the dots from customers, merchants, and is it going to be individual centric or it's going to be merchant centric? Please share some thoughts, Nitya, on Simple getting into neo banking.
Awesome. Yeah, Vikrant. Let me answer your second question first, because I think that's probably the right context. So, just to give you a sense for the audience as well, what Simple is. So, the starting point on Simple was I used to live in the US. I moved back to India, got rejected for a credit card for a simple reason that I did not have a credit score, right? Looked around and realized a lot of things that kind of like made us think about Simple. So, when you look at the India market, these are the things you see. Only 29 million unique people have a credit card, even right now, compared to 500 million people who have a smartphone connected to the internet, and almost 900 million people who have a bank account with a debit card and UPI, etc. Right? Then you see a market which is very quickly moving to internet for commerce. So e-commerce is obviously, while it's small, it's growing very fast. And most of this commerce is happening on the mobile phone, yet 70% people still use cash to pay, right? So when I kind of like looked at it, I felt that there was a need for basically a credit card issuer, right? How do you kind of issue more credit cards to people? And as I looked around and I thought about it and I learned more about payments, because at that point I had zero understanding about credit cards or payments. The only thing that jumped out to me was the fact that this thing that we call the credit card was built in the 1950s and 60s, and almost nothing about it has changed since then. The only thing that it changes is it used to be a piece of paper in the 50s and 60s. Then it became a plastic, and then a plastic had a barcode, and then now we have a metal card. But at a fundamental level, it's the same thing. And so the question was, in a place like India where commerce is on mobile, we are all connected to each other on the internet, on the mobile. There's unlimited compute power on the cloud, and at a fundamental infrastructure level, you can move money real time 24/7 with UPI and so on. Why build a credit card? Can you not reimagine the whole thing, right? Like, what would a kind of like a new infrastructure, like almost like asking the question, if you were inventing credit card in the 60s and we had today's technology, what would it look like, right? And our answer to that was not only a very high quality user experience from a consumer side, but really a new platform that puts merchants and consumers at the center of the network, as opposed to the way currently credit cards are, where bank is the most central element to the thing, and the merchants and consumers are kind of on the side, right? So that's kind of like what we are building. So Simple is nothing but a native to mobile, native to internet, digital only charge card. It's a charge card right now. It's not a credit card, but it allows consumers to pay online with one click. So it's a one-click checkout. It allows you to pay later, like American Express. And then it has a lot of features which gives consumers a lot of buyer protection, which helps them build trust in online transactions. And that is, by the way, one of the biggest barriers of why people still use cash to buy things online. So that's kind of like what Simple does. We are obviously a beneficiary of all the work so many people are doing in the country around opening up the banking infrastructure. So, we utilize the UPI infrastructure to collect payments. We use various things, the India stack, so to speak, to be able to do what we do faster, more efficiently and provide the consumer with a good consumer experience. So that's kind of like what Simple is. Our clear positioning is, what we say, merchant first and empowering merchants to be consumer centric. So that's kind of like how we think about it. Yeah, it's been quite a journey. We now it's doing very well, as you mentioned. We are the largest pay later company in India. We are also the largest pay later platform for micro payments in the world, which means we are a lot of times when people think about pay later, naturally the concept of credit comes, and when the concept of credit comes, the question is what is the application of that credit? And of course, there have been EMIs for a very long time for big tickets things that we all buy. But a credit situation like a pay later for small transaction that people do frequently is obviously new. The use cases are new. Why people use it is obviously different. So we are also the largest pay later for micro payments in the world, which as you can imagine, most payments in the world are small payments. Most payments are not big payments. We now work with more than 2,500 large online category leading merchants in the country, expanding quickly. And we collaborate with, we think of ourselves as an open platform also. So we work with banks, we work with payment companies, and like our goal is to just provide a cohesive user experience at the point of sale for merchants and consumers.
Great. Nitya, I don't want to get into nitty-gritties of asking that what's the delinquency percentage that you have currently for pay later. I'm sure they are much healthy. The portfolio is performing well. But when you offer or when you plan to offer neo-banking, it's going to be individual-centric or merchant-centric?
So the way we think about, like when you think about neo-banking and you deconstruct the whole thing, we are right now 100% focused on only the payment element of what a neobank would provide, right? Think about a digital credit card. So that's the number one thing on the consumer side. On the banking services, I think we'll do less on the merchant side. It'll be more on the consumer side. But currently, I think our suite of offering will be just one thing, which is pay later. We'll just make it slightly more different use cases. So currently we have a pay later, which is, you buy things and put it on a tab and then pay it off every 15 days, very much like a khata. We are launching a Pay in 3 product, which will allow people to split payments into 3 equal installments. Again, for small transactions, 5,000-6,000 rupees type things that young millennials, do. So that's kind of like our focus as opposed to hardcore banking services for now.
Got it. See, Nitya, I personally believe that mobile is the most powerful equipment or a tool currently existing in the world, right? And that's why even in payments, if you look at it, there's a lot of investments PaySwift as an organization is putting in. So we're going to launch first quarter, or I would say Q4, with the tap to phone, which is like a contactless NFC payment. So I agree with you that, we technically don't need a plastic or a paper card. Your mobile can act as a source for payments or credit or for bookkeeping, like you mentioned, Khata. Phenomenal, Nitya. I mean, looking forward to having a chat with you. Hi, Abhishek. A very good evening. I think you're joining us from Sydney, Australia. Is that right?
Yeah.
Hey, welcome. So what, it's 7:15, 7:30 p.m. at your end?
Yeah. Around that time.
Fantastic. Abhishek, I know that neo banking or connected banking has become the buzzword in the country, and this has attracted a lot of investments. But I believe looking at a couple of best practices and use cases that has happened in Australia, would you like to share your thoughts, what's happening in that market when it comes to neo-banking?
Yeah, sure. See, I have been in India for most of my life, and recently, since last 3 years, I am in Sydney working on various digital banking initiatives with my client, Westpac. And I have a few observations while working here. Basically, what I observe here, the fundamental difference between the Indian and Australian markets has been that this is a much smaller market. I mean, you have a country of just about 25 million people, right? And here, when you say the banking space, sorry, excuse me for using so very crude Tapori language, you have the 4 big dadas, they're the ANZ, Westpac, and Commonwealth and NAB. Now, these are the 4 biggies, the 4 big banks of Australia, and they literally control the banking market. Now, when I say control the banking market, there is, of course, a space for neo-banking as well, because the government, of course, wants to, increase the competition and they're making various initiatives to it. Now, regarding the neobanking space, I mean, there are some names which comes to mind, but before that, for neobanks here in Australia, what I've observed is there are two main moot questions to note to. First is the Australian consumers. Safety and security is the primary thing in their mind. I mean, anybody here will ask a question when they hear neobanks: how safe is my money? Are you really going to make it safe? I mean, because this is a much more internet penetrated market. They are much more economically well off people here, and you have a constant influx of migrants who, and they are a property and mortgage obsessed market, you know. So there is a scope for more, I mean, lending and those kind of models here with neobanks and what neobanks are trying to do, you know. And but of course, there is I mean, these big four literally control the market. So as I was saying, that the security here, the money security, that's really on the mind of people. And also, of course, people look at differentiators, like what more can a neobank bring to me, right? This kind of differentiators that they look in the Australian market, and that is what many of them like. I can name a few, like Zinja, which was one of the famous neobanks here. Then Volt Bank, where IBM also had a collaboration, and
Right.
there are many like UP and Hayes and 86400. Now, something interesting about the name 86400, it's basically the number of seconds in a day. That's how they named the bank. So 86400. Now, these are the neobanks that are there in the Australian space, and unfortunately, I mean, it has been a mixed kind of a result with the neobanking space. As recently as last Wednesday, Zinja was one of the main banks here. They lost their banking license and they had to withdraw from the neobanking space. I mean, what are the reasons that they cite for this? One is the difficulty to raise capital due to COVID-19, right? And that was one of the main difficulties that they raised. And I mean, mainly the tough capital raising problems here in this market. And one more important thing was they offered customers a better interest rate but did not have a lending model. That basically resulted in a tremendous cash burn, and they are now out of the picture.
Got it.
Now, there are others, of course, and if you see the 6 or 7 that are there in the Australian market, that's quite a large number when you compare the number of people that are there. I mean, it's just a 25 million country. So what I see, what my observations here are basically that, I mean, even though there is a space for neobanking here, but you probably, with the COVID now in place and the difficulty in the economic situation out here, I don't see a very dramatic uptick in the neobanking activity in the future. Now, I don't see a dramatic change in the funding availability structure here in Australia. At the same time, regulators have been very, very slow to open up to new entrants. And of course, beyond, I mean, neobanks will have to really ramp up the security model to ensure the trust in the Australian consumers. And of course, look at better, I mean, interest rate models and lending models. That's what I see out here.
See, Abhishek, I agree with you firstly, right? While there is, you know, it's important to see both sides of the coin, right? There are success stories. There's been investment all over the globe on the neobanking. But on the other side, one has to be cognizant of the fact that when things starts to go south, you know, like what happened with Zinja, I read about it, and I think then it's like a disaster recipe, right? That's like the demerit. So unlike, I think a lot of global economies, what I can say from India perspective, because we operate a neobank as well for SMEs, is that the regulation as of now is not that available, right? That means that we are still not a regulated entity. However, keeping in mind the security and the infrastructure protocols are very much in place, right? I mean, security levels are absolutely as good as any other global economy that we operate in today. So, but, you know, thanks for sharing the thought. So gentlemen, you know, we have to keep time in mind. While I would love to continue the conversation much forward, before we proceed to the next questions, I would request if we can be more crisp in our answers, because I believe that we have certain time left. So Alok, you know, I understand that NuPay has been operating in the country for almost 5 years now, and you know there is a huge potential, as you mentioned in your first response. Do you have any plans of taking this platform international, or you believe India has ample meat before we end up?
Yes, so very interesting thing, and I would want to answer and react to Abhishek also. So very interesting point that he made is trust and security is so critical in Australia. Okay, and this panel discussion we're talking about uh, millennials. Now, if you see the way you look at different markets, the way it's evolving, and we've been following all different geographies, because earlier when we built this platform, it was built for the world. So we always thought of going global when we started working on this platform. And very interestingly, we saw different markets, what are the things happening. And today, what we see in markets like India, trust is definitely important. But today, the millennials think very differently. It's a young population. The way they look at a product is very different than what you would look at it in Australian market, and the kind of weightage you will give to certain elements. For example, in India, a typical bank, a neobank, would look at catering to the needs of a millennial in terms of how easy, how mobile the experience is. The UI UX becomes very critical.
Right.
And how sexy the whole experience is. When you're launching a card, you're launching a product, you're looking at building a product which looks good. And that is actually a problem also. It's a big challenge also. Because when you look at a neobank, the business model, most of them have not cracked it. Today in India, 20 plus neobanks are in various stages of being built.
Right.
Only few have been launched.
Right.
If you look at the European market, there are 30 plus neobanks. Some of them have got banking license. Some of them work with banks as an open banking partner. And that geography is very different again. Middle East, with a very small economy, there are at least 3 to 4 neobanks already there. Neo is one of the leaders there. So if you see, every geography will have a very different segment. So every new bank is evolving their product for very specific segments. So if we are looking at enterprise, or we're looking at a salaried employees, we're looking at, let's say, a rural neobank, they're very different markets and different segments completely, where your product has to be built according to that. And your business model is also going to be evolving according to that. So how are you giving importance to credit card, like what Nitya is doing? Are you actually offering those kind of services within your neobank to that segment of your target segment? So these are important factors that a lot of banks have not looked at. They just launched at products which is possibly just a replication of a traditional bank, but just a better UI UX.
Right. No, I get that. I think that's a valid point. So Jayant, I mean, whatever time we have left right now, as Alok mentioned, I would like to believe in that aspect that there's not too much of limelight on the business case or having a unit economics for when it comes to neo banking. Is that the same experience that you have in UAE market or overall? I mean, do you share the same belief?
Yeah, I mean, partly yes and no. But some of the points that Alok mentioned are quite valid. So, for example, if you see many banks here, based on my India experience as well as my UAE experience, the most important thing that they want to do is just launch and not really thinking so much about having a solid business model. That's a great point that Alok made. Especially in the UAE market, we have three challenger banks. We don't have the wallet or the payments bank equivalent that we have in India. We don't have that in UAE. Here we only have the traditional banks.
Right.
So in a small market with just 10 million population, 1/3 of what Australian market is. So we have 3 challenger banks and like 20 local banks and like 25 foreign banks. So it's very overbanked and extremely competitive market here. And the focus, when Neo was launched, when Mashreq Neo was launched like about 3 years back, at that point, it was pretty much a replica of the conventional bank with a different UI UX and with some key benefits on how easily you can open an account. That was the core benefit when the Mashreq Neo was launched. But the Mashreq Neo has evolved a lot on the way. So now we have realized just opening a banking account is not going to make any money for the bank.
Absolutely.
Interest rate regime across the world is dropping. The spread is very less, especially in an advanced market like UAE and Australia. Interest rate is like 1%, 2%. That's hardly enough to cover the cost of governance, cover the cost of marketing, cover the cost of infrastructure. It's not enough.
Absolutely.
We have to do cross-sell. Cross-sell is what we are targeting. So we've launched small ticket loans where customers can take loans at just in a matter of few seconds, where they can customize the entire loan product. We also launched like a community-based deposits, community-based deposit where where people who are participating in that kind of a deposit product together as a group would get better benefit than conventional. So we are trying to create new products and new revenue lines so that we can leverage on the accounts that we opened so far. Account opening is done right now. We have got a lot of customers on NeoBank, but the focus is right now on how to get revenue from these customers, how to keep these customers engaged, how do we convince them to make this bank account as their primary bank account. Because if you see both in Australia and UAE, the average number of accounts that a customer has in UAE or Australia, I'm sure, it's like at least 2. So 2 or more, that is the average. And there are many customers who have more than 2 or 3 accounts.
Right.
I have 2.
So, yeah. So that's the focus, Vikrant. Focus is on
I get that. It's very similar. You know what Nitya mentioned. If you, while payment, or Nitya, I'm just speaking on your behalf and feel free to jump in, right? What I understand is that even for you, for simple, pay later or instant credit becomes the acquisition hook, right? So the question to you will be that how do you plan to engage and service and retain them? Because, unlike other global geographies, we live in a very competitive market, right? While Alok had his points on 24 neobanks being there. And I think within the coming year, between now and the end of 21, we should have somewhere north of 50 neobanks operating in the country, if not more, right? And they will be focusing either on individuals or on SME. And then, few years down the line, it's going to hit the convergence road. But for the survival, for the next 0 to 36 months, a lot of companies are aiming for payments or instant credit as the acquisition hook, right? According to you, what should be the strategy for engagement or servicing hook, or for that matter, even retention hook? I mean, how does Simple plan to solve that piece of the puzzle?
Yes, Vikrant. So I think if we think of the entry point hook and engagement hook as 2 separate things, I think that may be the problem. The way we think about it is when you think about like what we do, right? Pay later for small transactions, which means that you automatically do it a lot, right? You buy food online, you buy grocery, you buy all these things, right? And so therefore, if that product is thought about as a hook, then I think it may be the wrong strategy. We think of that as the core product, right? Our core product is an engagement product, which is the best user experience one can have buying things online, especially small transactions that they do frequently, right? Once you have that, the question is it a business model which is operating at a unit positive contribution margin, flat or negative, right? Fortunately for us, because we are not like UPI where you have to charge only 0 MDR. We charge something that is fair, and merchants are happy to pay us. We operate on positive contribution margin. So we are never in a hurry to just like, hook the customer and sell them a loan or something like that, right? We are very much focused on our entry product being the best experience for the consumer, because the point is something has to be the best, right? Because there are enough people who are doing payment, there are enough people who are doing lending, enough people who are doing insurance. And unless you are the best at something, consumer obviously switching cost is very easy, right? Yeah, one can download the other app and go to the next thing, right? So we think of our the hook, so to speak, as the core, and using that core, you engage the customer. And then of course, if the customer is impressed and engaged and you are the best experience, then you always have the opportunity to sell them something else, right? Now, when you think about any internet business, Vikrant, that has been the strategy, right? Like think about Amazon, right? Amazon started with one hook. At the same time, it was the best book retailer in the world, right? And it spent 5-7 years just trying to be the best book retailer in the world. By doing so, they also built all the infrastructure so that I can give you the book at speed and cost and all of that stuff. And then you can use that infrastructure to give them electronics and shoes and clothes and so on, right? So that's kind of our goal. We are focusing on, as I said, not trying to give a customer a loan right now. We are doing small payments that people do frequently as a focus. It's a $200 billion market, right? So there's no shortage of market size here, only in India. And as long as we can do it in a positive contribution margin, there is obviously a lot of revenue to be made, right? So that's kind of like what we are doing. We are definitely adding certain product ranges on top of the core product. As I said, the Pay in 3 product, which will allow customers just slightly more window to pay off, and then loyalty, right? I mean, again, we are focusing on things that engage people in commerce as opposed to, and when we think about pay later, we think about that as less of a loan, but more of a engagement way, a way for people to engage with commerce in a safe and trusted and a controlled manner.
So Nitya, let me just flip the question then. Instead of having, I buy your point that you're saying that it's basically engagement and acquisition hook comes hand in hand. And the way you operate is that's the engagement hook for a pay later. So what's the biggest challenge that you face today for running Simple?
Yeah, I mean, the biggest challenge for Simple has been, different at different stages. Right now, it's really about, so what we have done now is we have a large infrastructure of merchants. We have very, very advanced underwriting fraud models that can make us perform at rates that are unit economics, positive and so on. And the challenge now is as we are scaling very, very quickly, we continue to do that in a contribution margin positive way, right? Because as you scale, there are new things that you see. So I think that's our biggest challenge. Just like making sure we manage our growth in a way which is efficient. Yeah.
Bang on. I think that's going to be the secret sauce to see when you're operating at scale, right? Then how is the unit economics and balance sheet looking? I think that would be the key. But great, all the best. Abhishek, I think I think we do have some time before we exit the panel here. So Abhishek, from again, coming back to, you come from a different geography right now from past 3 years in Sydney.
So I think that's our biggest.
Hello. Abhishek, can you hear me?
Hello. Yeah.
Abhishek, can you hear me? Right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So Abhishek, what I wanted to learn from you was that, companies like IBM and Accentures of the world, they are putting up huge investments in this vertical, right?
Yeah.
So for the sake from a consumer or from an SME perspective, right? What are these kind of investments or tools or API gateways is where you're investing in?
Actually, IBM has been part of many digital, from the Australian perspective, I can tell you that IBM has been part of many of the digital payments initiatives here, be it the equivalent of India's IMPS, it's called as NPP here. Then the direct debits, which is going to come completely electronic here soon, that is the mandate payment services. And then, of course, the moot question, which I addressed, that how safe is my money? With one of the neobanks out here, Volt, IBM basically has its safer payment solution already integrated as I speak. Now, what this does is it does an advanced customer profiling based on the customer's transaction data and its financial and non-financial components. Now, how has IBM offered this to a new startup? Because as Alok can speak, I mean, with any startup, there are capital raising problems, right? Or capital investment problems, shall I say. Now, what IBM has offered them is through its business partners, there's offered them a pay as you use kind of a licensing cost, which actually lessens the capital investment. At the same time, does an advanced customer profiling and fraud check, which basically, helps the neobank present an IBM sort of fraud system in front of the Australian customer to give them mental security. It's like, how safe is my money? That is the kind of thing which World Bank has proudly gone into the market with. as a neobank with IBM solutions. And at the same time, in future, future, we will see more and more of these neobanks join these new digital payments initiatives, not directly but indirectly as a participant. So there also IBM plans to use the new APIs to help these neobanks come up to speed and offer more better transaction banking solutions.
Fantastic. So Alok and Nitya, there's a question for you from the audiences, and we'll try to address that. For the Indian market, what are the core focus areas which needs to be forayed into for sustaining the current growth rate? So I think what the respective audience is trying to ask is that what are the core focus areas to ensure that the current growth rate is maintained considering Indian market or Indian landscape?
Okay, I'll take a shot at that.
Take a shot, and then Nitya, would love to hear your thoughts in a crisp environment.
Yeah. So, and I would assume, I mean, this question is about, again, neo banking and the whole open banking space.
That's right.
Yeah. So the focus is clear, and I think COVID was a game changer and a big learning. And in the last 9 to 10 months, what we've seen is, and that's our personal experience, we've added far more customers than the earlier 2 years of our existence.
Right.
It says it all without actually making an effort and investing in our sales. So what I'm saying is that there is definitely a big growth which is already happening right now because of the environment. So environment is there, it is conducive for growth. What companies like us need to do is and focus on is creating amazing digital experiences and not just a replication of which is already available. So there is a huge amount of innovation that we are doing, building a lot of AI, ML into our platforms. We are building a lot of data insights into our platform, where today a typical credit check from taking 3 to 5 days for an enterprise can actually happen within hours. Now, those are the changes and focus that we've done, and we believe that will also differentiate us in the market.
Right.
So today, what a traditional bank would be doing or a traditional lender would be doing, we have actually done that in the last few months, and there is a massive demand for such products and innovation.
Absolutely.
The focus is continuing to be innovation in building new capability for making things faster, easier, and completely digital for our consumers. So
right.
That is actually got a thrust in this period.
Got it. That will increase the efficiency. Nitya, do you want to share any thoughts beyond what Alok said?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So when you think about the market, right, structurally, there is just so much interesting stuff, right? So first of all, think about this, right? Consumer, India GDP is in itself growing at, let's say 7% or so on. Consumer retail is growing fast. But the interesting thing is cash still is a significant portion of all consumer retail, right? So whether it is e-commerce, 70% of e-commerce still cash. Even physical commerce, 70 to 80% of physical commerce is still done with cash as a medium. And then you're obviously seeing a secular trend of e-commerce becoming a bigger and bigger portion of overall retail, right? So when you think about it, right, I mean, I think one of the big, I mean, obviously there've been so much work been done in the country with infrastructure, user experience, UPI, demonetization, etc. But I think COVID is definitely a very interesting structural shock where, cash itself is less interesting for consumers, right? It's unsafe and unhygienic, etc. If you notice, a lot of e-commerce merchants are discouraging cash. All of it is contactless delivery, etc. And I think even offline, people are, that's why tap and pay and stuff is increasing, right? So yeah, I mean, like, I think structurally, India has just so much room to expand from the current base of digital penetration into consumer payments, that there's just so much room. And I think COVID has definitely pulled forward the future at least 5 years, and we are seeing that the growth for us, ourselves, our merchants, etc.
Absolutely. So I agree. See, I would just like to add to what you and Alok mentioned from my experience to this audience. I think for me, or for us rather, the focus area continue to be acquisition, because this market is going to become, in the next 0 to 24 months, as I mentioned, we personally foresee triple digits neobanks operating in the country, and it's going to remain to the person who has the highest market share. Even if you look at the way traditional banking operates, right, you're more comfortable in operating with a bank which is within the vicinity. So even if you offer the best products, and that's what Jayanta, what we had discussed earlier, that if it becomes an interoperable structure, technically how are the banks going to differentiate from each other? Because if everybody starts operating in an open API environment, right, how do I differentiate what bank or which other institution is giving me the best offering? So it's going to come down to the value proposition, to picking up the thought, Jayanta, that you mentioned. While account opening has been done, but what's that extra proposition that is being provided to the customer or to the merchant? So I think acquisition for me is going to be the key challenge, and the one who grabs the market share will end up having a benefit of it, if not now, at least within the next 3 years. So that's my 2 cents on the answer. Fair. Bhavna, I'm not sure if we have more time, but if we have, would love to take the panel ahead.
Yes, please. Vikrant, you do have a couple more minutes. Please do take it ahead. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you. So, Jayant, coming back to you, how is the regulatory and compliance environment out there in UAE when it comes to Neo from a banker's perspective? I know what happens in fintech, but how is the regulatory environment from a banking perspective in UAE?
Yeah, especially in UAE, as I told you, it's a overbanked market. There are at least 25 private banks and about 25 foreign banks in a small country, the population of just 10 million.
Right.
But from a regulatory perspective, the central bank is extremely supportive. So the core difference, as I told you earlier, also is that we don't have the concept of wallets or payment banks. So
right.
We only have conventional banks that we have here. One of the very important differentiators probably in UAE is the presence of a national identity card, which is something called what we call as a Emirates ID, similar to what we have in Aadhaar back in India. But here it is a compulsory document, and you really can't do pretty much anything in this market without an Emirates ID. And the central bank has made it mandatory document to. It has made, first of all, Emirates ID as a mandatory document. Secondly, it has also made Emirates ID as the only document required to open a bank account. So opening a bank account is extremely simple because of like almost 100% coverage of this identity document in the entire market. And this also supports biometric. It supports, it has an NFC chip. So onboarding, in a sense, has become like a piece of cake for most of the banks to crack. With thanks to the regulation and thanks to the presence of this unique identity document. So that is one. And coming back to the earlier point that you mentioned here, because onboarding is no longer a challenge. Pretty much any bank can open as many accounts as possible, as long as they have a smooth onboarding journey digitally, thanks to the ID. The challenge is, how do you differentiate? And that's where the crux of the matter comes in. And what banks are doing and what Neo is also doing here is try to leverage on strategic partnerships. That's what will make difference between one bank and another. So we are trying to forge partnerships with some non-banking entities, and also with NBFCs, like for seamless insurance and for seamless travel booking. So there's also another thought saying that why not banks become a super app, like how this Ant Financial is there in China. So in one single app, pretty much you can do everything. You can book taxi booking, you can order your food, you can order your doctor appointment, pretty much. I mean, you can do anything of that sort. So there is another school of thought which is also trying, which we are also trying in the UAE. Can banking apps become like a super app? In that way, like get a stronger hold on the customer, so that the customer will think twice to even switch this app to go to some other bank. So the way forward to grow, at least the focus here is to forge partnerships. And not just think only about banking and account opening, but think slightly wider and focus on engagement, and make sure that customer stays with the bank and not think of switching somewhere else.
Absolutely. I think completely aligned, Jayant. I think it's about, creating that ecosystem and providing, again, a good value proposition with partnerships to the consumers. Now, Abhishek, I mean, I'm sure you'll have a success stories in Australia as well. I hear the other side that happened with Zynga, but what's happening on the other side from a success story perspective? Is there something that you would want to share from a case studies? of a success story of a neobank in Australia? Hello, Abhishek, did we lose you?
Yeah.
Abhishek, you're on mute. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there has been some success stories as well. The very presence of 7 to 8 neos in this very smart and competitive market. I mean, you have currently the Volt Bank and the UP and Hayes. They are actually planning to go big on the mortgage model here. So that is, here, this country, like, you have a constant yearly influx of new immigrants, and everybody here wants to buy a property, like they all want to own. So the mortgage market is really big here. And other than Zinja, I can say that none of the other banks have really withdrawn their banking license.
Right.
They are very positive about where they want to be, and they are going big in the mortgage space. Another thing I want to highlight here is the regulators really want the neos to come up. Now they are also bringing in new regulatory rules for open banking, where the big four are forced to release the consumer data, including the credit card details and the interest rates, the eligibility criteria, everything. So any neo coming into the market, they already have some accredited recipients where they can really get the reference data from and structure their lending models as well as their account models, which is what the regulators are trying, and they're trying to make the neos build themselves into the success story. On top of that, from the IBM side, I can say that IBM is actually trying to research this market and help all the neos with the cost as well as the new digital initiatives model. So there are things to look into.
Yeah.
And of course, you can't compare it to India. I mean, India is a huge, for any fintech or startup, I think India is perhaps the best return on investment and the more conversion and acceptance for any customer. Like, even I have come here last 3 years. I haven't yet banked with a neo, right? I am still with a traditional bank. But of course, sometimes the interest rates and the models do attract me because my mind is still with the millennials. I am still a yuppie kind of thing in terms of banking, and I will definitely like to venture into it. And so will the new younger generation in Australia.
Lovely. Thank you, Abhishek. Unfortunately, none of us on the panel can call ourselves as millennials with 16 years, 15 20 years of experience, but would love to feel that way, any which way. So I think we got to conclude the session, but thank you so much for all of your time, Nitya, Alok, Jayant, Abhishek. I think it was a great session, and I personally believe that, what the future personally from a neobanking perspective is quite overwhelming, and I think it's quite bright. So once again, thank you for being there, and Kamikaze team, thank you for organizing this session, Bhavna.
Thank you so much, Vikrant, Alok, Jayant, Nityanand, and Abhishek for joining us through different time zones and giving us various perspectives. That's what we love about the virtual space, is though we all are distant, but the knowledge is getting transferred in the right way to all and everyone who's seeking it. So once again, a hearty thank you to everyone out here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Vikrant.
Thanks, Nitya. Cheers.
Thank you. Cheers. Stay blessed. So ladies and gentlemen, well, on the other side, we're going to be having our next panel. Let's take a few minutes. Why don't you check my chats while we get ready with our upcoming panel. Thank you all for joining us. Requesting our eminent panelists of our upcoming session to kindly put your video on and your audio. We can do the sound check right now. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, good afternoon. If you're through different time zone, please accept my greetings through a good evening or a good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much.
So I'll just do it one by one. Akhil, could you say something? I'd just like to do your audio check.
Hi all. Good afternoon.
Perfect. We can
Morning.
hear you. Navid, could we get your audio check done, please?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Kaushik.
Hey there. Good afternoon.
Perfect. Mr. Anand. Anand.
Hi, Bhavna. How are you?
Perfect. Anand, slightly a little bit on a higher end, if you can say something. Wait, I'll just try and see if I'm.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
well,
yeah. Now,
Bhavna?
yeah. Perfect. Perfect.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Kanan, would you like to do your audio check?
Hi. Good afternoon to you.
Perfect. Perfect. Abhishek.
Hi.
Sounds good. Shishagri, would you like to do your audio check?
Hi, good afternoon.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Sharad?
Hi,
Yes,
everyone.
we
Good
can.
afternoon.
Sharad, where are you?
I'm at my home.
No, I know. I'm just just doing it. Okay. So, gentlemen, I'll just give you a few minutes to interact in case you'd like something. We're just going to be doing your introductions and getting you live, but I'll give you another 2-3 minutes if you have any points of discussion. Over to you.
Sure. Thanks, everyone. And I take the honor of breaking the ice in this virtual session. So I think, we have the questions. We know whom to answer. So based on the previous sessions, what I'll do, I'll anyways pose the question to the speaker. And you guys can take, I have just given few pointers what you should speak, but it's completely up to you how you want to drive the session and your discussion. And then we take it from there. That's how I would propose. Feel free to comment or any other suggestions which you would like to highlight. Yeah. Over to you.
Perfect. Thank you. Also, I just wanted to know, Shafi, if you can hear us, we'd like to do your audio check because I believe he just joined in right now. Mr. Ibrahim? Could anyone hear him? If not, can you just give me a thumbs up if you could? No, right?
No, I think he's not on audio, so.
Okay, let me just communicate that to the team so that they can get in touch.
Yeah.
Also, for any of the audience questions, we'll be passing it to the moderator, and the moderator will be directing it towards the end of the session if time allows. I will be personally sending it in the Zoom chat in the private message option, so that it doesn't disturb the flow of the panel, because I don't like to come in between that.
Sure.
So just allow us a moment on terms of getting Shafiq's audio check done. I believe everyone else is fine right now. Thank you. If you'd like to grab a cup of coffee, tea till then,
How much
unfortunately
time
we
do we
can't
have?
offer you.
How much time do we have before we get started?
I think it should be another minute. I am just
Okay.
waiting for Shafiq's audio check, honestly, to be done. That's about it.
Okay.
So, Anand, I'm just sending you a DM. Just see if you can revert on the same. I'm just saying a hi. That's where I'll be messaging you on the questions from the audience. Perfect. Thank you. Let me just take a cue from the team in terms of Mr. Ibrahim's audio check, and we'll just get that started. Anand, is everyone else, anyone else who's missing? I believe everyone's inside, right? We have Navid, Kaushik,
do think so.
Anand. Yes, I'll just get that confirmed right
Yeah.
away as well. Thank you.
Yeah, hi Bhavna. Yes, all are there. I have
Sure.
just sent a message to Mr. Shafiq also. Let's see if we can do an audio check with him.
Okay, yeah, Aboli, I'm just waiting for that only. So let me know if we can just do Mr. Ibrahim's audio check.
Yeah,
Otherwise, we're good to go. Thank you. Also, once the introductions are happening, I would request everyone to please be on mute with the video off for the time being. Thank you. All right, Anand, I believe there's some slight issue. We're not able to get in touch with Mr. Ibrahim, so please accept our apologies on his behalf. In case if he does join in, he'll be joining in between the panel. He's already backstage. We'll try and resolve it, but in interest of time, we're going to be starting the panel. Thank you. All right, dear panelists, the timer is being put. Thank you for joining us. Requesting you all to kindly please be on mute and video off. Thank you. We have another 30 seconds to go. Mr. Ibrahim, requesting you to please be on mute. Thank you. Few more seconds. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Well, right now we're on our next panel discussion, which is on the theme of the session is cross-border payments, going global, connecting payment systems across borders. Well, it is my pleasure to introduce you to the moderator of this session, Mr. Anand Sagar, Program Director, Head of Deployment, Mobile, Financial Services, Ericsson, FinTech Business Advisory. Well, Anand is an accomplished leader with a strong techno-commercial acumen and credentials of delivering large consulting and IT digital transformation programs across 4 continents and 25 plus countries. Also, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the panel along with him. First up, joining in some time would be Mr. Shafiq R. Ibrahim, the Chief Digital Information Officer, AI Fardan Group, UAE. Shafiq is a qualified and a tenacious digital professional with 20 years of extensive experience in transformational technology around financial and retail sector, having worked with several banks and financial institutions globally, partnered with fintech and startups to enable payment services. Also joining would be Mr. Kanan R., Head NRI Business and Personal Inward Remittance, Federal Bank. Well, Mr. Kanan has more than a decade of experience in developing NRI products and remittance alliance with a demonstrated history. Also joining would be Mr. Sharat Somani, Leader, Digital Go-to-Market, Southeast Asia and South Asia, Western Union. Well, having lived in 3 and worked in 4 continents, Sharat has more than 15 plus years of experience in handling roles in technology, telecom, and financial services space, covering brand, product marketing, corporate communications, partnerships, and alliances in both B2B and B2C settings. We're also joined by Mr. Akhil Rao, Director, Nth Exception. Akhil has over 16 years of operation and program management experience in payment operations, strategic business transformation programs, transition projects, automation, and re-engineering initiatives. We're also joined by Mr. Kaushik Ghosh, Regional Director, Partnerships and Revenue, South Asia Tool. Well, Kaushik's an experienced international remittance professional currently leading initiatives to digitize cross-border payments in South Asia. Also, we're joined by Mr. Shishagri Amalia, the Regional Director, Asia, TerraPay. Shishagri is a seasoned professional with a strong understanding of the regional payments landscape. He's somebody who is passionate about financial inclusion and has a keen interest in technologies that will enable this. Also, we have Mr. Naved Ashraf, Head India and South Asia, MoneyGram International. Well, Naved, with over 20 years of rich experience, has a domain expertise across the money transfer, payments, and telecom industries. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see on this stage and screen, I'd request all our eminent panelists to kindly now put your video buttons on and unmute yourself. Thank you all for joining us on this wonderful day. And I'd now request our moderator, Anand, to take it forward with his eminent panel. Also, audience, if you may have any questions for our eminent panelists, please do type it in the Q&A tab. We'll take it up at the end of the session if time allows.
Over to you, Anand. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Bhavna. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed a proud privilege as well as pleasure to be part of this extremely important and flagship Payment and Data Summit 2020. Like Bhavna rightly mentioned, with me we have quite a distinguished gathering of panelists from various fintech as well as banking companies. And again, I welcome them all. I believe the topic which we have for today's discussion is quite interesting as well as it's quite pertinent, considering the globalization, the trade, as well as the mobility, which we have seen in the past, which have grown over the years. Obviously, if you try and put this in perspective of 2020, where we see this large impact of COVID, it has slightly reversed the trend. However, what we all believe that in the hindsight, COVID-19 is kind of laying the foundation for a sustained growth. We heard from the other panelists in their previous discussion, and this trend is only going to increase in the future. So with that in mind, what we have done amongst this group of panelists, we have looked into the sub-themes of this topic. We designed a few questions, especially around four big pillars, which is going to drive cross-border remittances and payments as well more in future. First of all, to begin with, most important, consumer behavior, what drives consumer behavior. Then to substantiate or to help propel this further, what processes, what technologies are going to help the adoption further. Then comes the business model. We see there are various changes which are happening in the business overall environment, and is only going to increase or enhance in future. So we need to consider that. And lastly, but obviously most importantly, we need to consider the regulatory aspects and the other disruptive forces, what we see at play. So with that in mind, what I would do, I'll request our eminent panelist, Shafiq, from Al Fadan Group. If Shafiq, if you can hear me well, welcome again to the forum. What I would request you to share from your experiences, there have been factors in the past which have, let's say, increased the remittance or the overall global trade business. So if you can just shed some light on it, and then how do you see that, which are the factors which are going to increase or enhance this business even further in the future? So Shafiq, any thoughts from you? So I can't see your video, so if you can just turn it on. Yes, Shafiq, hi.
Can you see my video now?
Perfect. Yes, perfect.
All right, great.
Go ahead.
All right, hi, and good morning and good afternoon. I don't know, we are joining from all over the world, I guess. Time is not a barrier anymore. I believe that's how we have a kind of a new norm. That's what we call these days. And I hope everyone's doing well, and let's act more responsibly going forward for the next year, because we do hear another wave of COVID coming in, and all that should not disrupt us any further. Now, in terms of remittances, and cross-border payments, that is again, and you touched upon globalization. So I'll just kind of give a reference back to the globalization and then take a remittance from there, because remittance and globalization go hand in hand, and they complement each other very well, because what we have seen is there are no borders anymore, right? And when we say cross-border remittances, that is also just because we have multiple regulations. But otherwise, we're also looking at borderless remittances also. That's some of the things that we can probably discuss and debate upon. But what we have seen in past trends, like the remittance has been there since long, right? Trade was there since decades, or like centuries now. There's nothing new. But it's just that the way we used to operate, the way we used to trade was different, right? What we're saying is, with the globalization, okay, with people moving out of the country, there's no geographical boundaries. Trade is going beyond, again, from the countries that, again, to go to different countries also. We are seeing manufacturing somewhere else, we have seen services from somewhere else, and everything is supported by the payments. So this is something we have seen in the banking industry happening since long, all right? It's nothing new, all right? And we have seen many challenges as the business evolves. So when I say business evolves, we are now looking at remittances or payments instantly for services that we are delivering instantly, right? And this is what the customer or business expectations are in terms of remittances. At the same time, when we talk about remittances, then we talk about regulations also that comes in place. How are we regulated? That's another part of it, all right? And then we speak about having technology in place which supports all.
I think we lost him.
Did we lose?
Yes. I believe there's some slight audio connection issue. Anand, would you like to take a cue from here? Maybe once Mr. Ibrahim joins, he can restart. I guess he's not yet here. Thank you.
So I think we heard from Shafiq his overall perspective, how it has matured over the years, and how it's gonna shape up in future. So we wait for him to come back. In line with that, what I would request now, so what have been the leading practices which a lot of fintech players and the bankers or the companies, they have adopted in the past, and what kind of trends do we foresee in the future? So what I will request, Sharad, from your experience with Western Union, if you can shed some light, and then we take the discussion forward from here.
Thank you, Anand. Like I'll take a cue from what Shafiq said. I mean, a lot of things have changed in the last 8-9 months, and a lot more would change. I mean, in the next year or so as well, right? So I mean, while a lot of things which worked in the past, I mean, some of them may still be relevant, I mean, as we move forward, but a lot of, I would think, things which we would be doing going forward would be something which you would have never done in past, right? So I would think of it more in terms of next practices than really the best practices, because what was the best practice of yesterday probably is not relevant anymore today, right? And that's how I would look at it. I mean, while it's very difficult to, I mean, put it all in a short period of time, but what I will try to do is put it under 3 buckets. Essentially, I mean, technology, and then the customer journey, and then essentially, I mean, the revenue models which are evolving. So if I come back to the technology part of it, or the platform part of it, right? So I mean, the theme that essentially is emerging, I mean, I would say, at least in the cross-border remittances space and cross-border payments as well, really is the fact that the flexibility, I would say, the cost effectiveness and the speed that we used to see in the domestic payments is something which now needs to come in the cross-border remittances space as well, right? So it just the way, I mean, just like, I mean, when you do a domestic transfer in India, I mean, it's so frictionless, so seamless, so convenient. It's the same, I would say, behavior needs to evolve in the case of the cross-border remittances as well, right? And how would that happen? I mean, first and foremost, if that needs to happen, I would say the platforms that entities, fintechs, like our Western Union and other players have in at this point of time really need to evolve, irrespective of the mode of the payment, be it C2C, C2B, B2C, B2B. I mean, you need to have a single platform which will allow the consumer to do any kind of transaction. I mean, it do not matter, I mean, where you are, what kind of transaction you want to do, and who you want to do it, but it should be the same platform which needs to evolve, which needs to grow as we move forward. I mean, customer did not to move from one platform to other when it comes to doing those transactions. So that is, I would say, from the platform perspective, is the first thing that we need to look at. I guess the other, when we relook at redesigning our core platforms, what we also need to ensure is that in this world, like in the earlier session, there was a lot of discussions around partnerships. This platform needs to be an open platform. It can no longer be a closed platform which would just service the requirements of your own I would say use cases. So while you would need to expose this platform to other financial institution like banks for them to use this, I mean, white label this platform, for example, to use for their own purposes. At the same time, you should also be able to consume the APIs from the other service providers like education institutions, billers, so on and so forth, so that you are able to again provide the customer not just I would say money transfer, but also, I mean, services in and around that, right? So this is, I would say, I mean, something which needs to be done from the technology perspective, from the customer perspective, right? I mean, what is a norm right now in the domestic payments, that it's a digital onboarding, right? But it's not, when it comes to the international remittances, when it comes to cross-border remittances, it's still not that, I would say, convenient, right? But that is the direction in which we need to move in. It could be through, I mean, Aadhaar as in the case of India, or the national ID in the case of Singapore, or in the case of Australia, or it could be, I mean, a selfie or a video-based KYC, so that the onboarding of the customers, be it an individual or the businesses, becomes a lot more easier, and so much so to say that almost instant. If I mean, if that is the experience that we need to give to the consumers, right? So that is from that perspective. And when we go to the consumer journey, the next piece of the puzzle essentially is the funds and mechanisms, right? So the consumer, we should allow I would say, the facility or the convenience to the consumer to make the transfer either through a cash or through a wallet or to a bank account or a credit or a debit, whatever instrument he or she has, right? Even and eventually when it comes to fund out, the same thing should stand up. Whether the consumer wants to withdraw the money at a location, or they want to get directly into a bank account or into a wallet, is something which needs to be implemented. I mean, I guess one good example, at least in the South Asian context, is the bKash, which is the largest name when it comes to Bangladesh, right? I mean, people know bKash more in Bangladesh than they know the banking partners there, right? And we recently, I mean, in fact, with one of the panelists here, I mean, we've worked with them to implement it, a direct, I would say, push into bKash wallet. And then since then, our business have really improved, as in the case of Bangladesh, right? So if you do what the consumer wants, is when your business would really grow up, right? So that is, it sounds, I would say, easy, but it's not that easy. I mean, just to give an example, I mean, just last year, even in a company like Western Union, we were doing real-time payments only to 40 plus countries, whereas for the cash, I mean, we operate in 200 plus countries, and cash could have been picked up in minutes, but that wasn't the case for accounts. But this year, I mean, already, I mean, less than a year, we now have enabled real-time payments into 100 plus countries directly into bank accounts, into wallets, right? That's a sea change from what it was last year to what it is now, right? So that is what the consumers want. I mean, an instant credit into their bank accounts, into the bank accounts of their families. When it comes to the business model, the last part of it, I would think that the way once we have opened up our APIs, once we have opened up our platforms, we really need to look at other sources of revenue beyond our traditional, I would say, money transfers or traditional transfers that we need to look at it. We need to build services on top of that. And then since, I mean, we live in a digital world, there is so much of data and there is so much of relationship that we enjoy with the customers, so that the model wherein we used to have corridor-wise pricing is no longer relevant. What we need to have essentially is a segment-based pricing, and as we move forward, that segment could become a segment of one. So if the consumer is a very precious to us, if a consumer has a very high, I would say, LTV with us, the price that we may offer to that particular consumer at the time of transaction may be different from a customer, I mean, who may be transacting with us for the first time, right? So this is, I would say, I mean, some of the things that we need to do as we move forward from the technology perspective, from the perspective of what we need to do to make it easier for the consumer to be onboarded and easy for them to do the transaction with us. And with this too in place, we can evolve our business models to offer much more than what we have been offering so far.
So excellent thoughts, Sharad, and the examples which you gave from bKash and all, they goes hand in hand in what is happening and what basically the consumer expects or wants from all of us who are dealing in this domain. But again, with convenience comes the issue of security and trust. And I believe you all on this forum as well as this summit know that trust and security, those are cornerstone to our business. So taking a cue from there, my question will be to our next panelist, Sukesh Shishagri, Sukesh as we call him fondly. So what kind of practices you have been seeing in the area of customer data security or trust management when it comes to cross-border payment and remittance markets? So
okay, thanks everyone. Thanks for asking this question, Anand. Again, I'm picking up cues from what Sharad said, right? I mean, people are expecting international transfers to be as simple as domestic transfers, right? They're used to the current environment where people are able to send money through WhatsApp. People are able to send money without even, before you bat an eyelid, the money has already reached. And they're used to a certain secure interface. It's kind of a given, right? I don't today when I'm sending money to probably Kaushik. I mean, I have quite a few friends on this panel. I don't even think whether will the money reach him or will it not reach him, because over the last couple of years we have been trained to believe that that system is trustworthy and the system is robust and secure. And that's why it becomes extremely important for international remittance companies as well to build that same level of comfort, because you're asking a customer to shift from your traditional banking or traditional cash into a digital kind of an environment. You need to be able to build that trust. That's where players like or fintechs come in and support large remittance companies, because the investment that is required to be able to build a very secure and trustworthy system requires significant investments. And that is why players like TerraPay, or for that matter, even Kaushik out here with Tunes, etc., we try to aggregate it and offer a platform which is far more, we do the investment, because that investment is not just restricted to a TerraPay consumer or a Tunes consumer, but it is more about building that infrastructure which can be then adopted by a whole lot of remittance companies who probably don't have the capital required to be able to build that right from day one. Right. So some of the best practices that we are seeing is, of course, being able to add multiple layers of security into your consumer or credential databases, being able to tokenize customer credentials rather than storing it as customer credentials, the PII type of credentials, but being able to tokenize it and being able to ensure that there is minimal scope for any data loss or data not being or data being exposed to where it is not required to be. So yes, from a practice perspective, I guess that's where companies like ours or TerraPay or companies or fintechs will come into play, who will be able to bring in advanced technical solutions to ensure that the required security is provided. So yeah, that's one of the things. Again, picking up from Sharad, what Sharad mentioned about people expecting a certain amount of service, being able to send monies the way they want to, etc. I guess one of the keys for success in cross-border remittances is going to be agility and speed to adopt that requirement. Please remember, the next generation of migrants are going to be people who have already experienced domestic digital transfers and digital payment environments. And for them, when they go out and become migrants, they will expect the same level of expertise, same level of service or same level of customer experience. I think that's where that shift is not going to be linear. It is going to be exponential, and regulations and each market is going to develop its own requirements around consumer security and consumer data security, etc. How quickly can you adopt to those becomes extremely important, and that's I guess going to be key for success in this particular space as we move forward.
Thanks so much, Sukesh. I think you touched upon a very important aspect apart from what you all mentioned, is where the data should not be exposed. So what we'll do a follow-up, and I'll come back to you on that about anti-money laundering and CFT and those kind of practices.
Yeah, sure.
So we'll just hold on to that for a moment. So obviously this year has not been, I think it's an unprecedented and scenario which you all have observed. But in the hindsight, like I also mentioned, it is kind of laying down the foundation for a sustained growth in future. One of the other aspects which we saw, there has been a massive spurt in e-commerce business in India and across. So now what I would suggest, Kaushik Ghosh from our panel, From a business perspective, how do you see it has evolved this year, as well as in the recent past, and what kind of trends do you foresee in future? And that business will leading to different kind of processes, technology, or those kind of models which you foresee or envisage. So if you can share your thoughts and your views on that, please, Kaushik.
Absolutely. It's a great question. Especially in 2019, COVID has taught us to live in a very, very different way. And e-commerce is no different from what we have today. So it has evolved largely, especially on the payments and logistic fronts. So if you look at the global e-commerce space, so far this has been dominated by banks, and the most widely used mode of payment has been Swift. Now, this has its own inefficiencies, if you want to call them. There is lack of transparency. You don't know where your payment is. There is participation of correspondent banks, which may choose to deduct your money. And obviously, you don't know when your money will eventually reach you, right? So, I guess, like Sharad and Shukesh had mentioned, there is this persistent demand in the market for any sort of cross-border payments, whether that's P2P, B2B, B2C, or C2B, to be instant, real-time, and transparent, and that too at a very, very cheap cost. And I guess that is where fintech companies are stepping up. Now, even if you look at merchants globally, just collecting payments is not enough. There has to be proper payment orchestration that needs to happen. Uh, Fintech companies such as ourselves, or TerraPay, you have the TransferWises, the World Remits. What they're trying to do is they're trying to integrate a fresh model of payments, and creating a POP layer over their existing processes. Now, what they exactly do is this brings in, it gets you a risk engine. It gives you AML, KYC, CFT. It gives you the ability to choose good FX rates, etc. Right? Uh, so these are some of the changes that we see is coming into the market. Obviously, this is going to be an excellent space uh, if you look at it from a cross-border payments perspective. So it is developing right now. It's at a very, very nascent stage. Fintechs are just finding their feet into it. There's a lot of development that's going around. So I guess it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this evolves.
As they rightly say, the fortune lies in the bottom of the pyramid, and for sure, at least our market and our country has a huge potential there. So we'll touch upon that when we do a follow-up, Kaushik, with you. Now, continuing the discussion, I think the next one, I'm a little more biased because that's so very close to what I do from a mobile financial services and mobile wallets. But I would like to hear more from a banker, and I'll invite our dear friend Kannan. Basically, the context which we are looking into. So mobile wallets have been doing some phenomenal job over the years in providing the last mile to all the customers and consumers. Now, with keeping that in mind, are there certain areas where players are looking to invest more, or what kind of avenues players are exploring that this particular last mile becomes even more accessible to the bottom of pyramid? So, Kanan, if you can share your thoughts and views on that, please.
Thank you, Anand. Thank you all. So it's a very interesting thing how we can make this remittance to the last mile, where even the poor will get the benefit of this cross-border remittance. So as Kaushik was mentioning, SIFT has got its own cost thing. So SIFT, we don't know how much is the cost, how much is the correspondent banks will take the charge, or how when will the fund will be received in the accounts. Thanks to this rupee drawing remittance that India is having, along with the MDSS arrangement, so people are able to send money at an affordable cost, predetermined exchange rate to their account in India. So we have to say thanks to Reserve Bank of India for that facility. And as you know, way back in 2012, this facility of rupee drawing was limited only to Middle East countries, GCC countries, and after that only it was liberalized and made it open to FATF countries like US, Singapore, Australia, all these geographies. And recently, 2017 onwards, they have liberalized the requirement of collateral also. So with all these things, a lot of fintechs are able to venture into this money transfer business to India. And from Federal Bank side, I can see that in the last 3-4 years, we have added around 30-35 partners from around 6 to 8 new geographies outside GCC, outside US and all. So that is a phenomenal thing that the regulator has done, and this has led to the the last mile connectivity for the remittance, cross-border remittance. With respect to the last mile thing, I can say one more point with respect to the Jan accounts or the basic accounts that was announced in 2014, I think. Since 2014, around 40 crores new accounts were opened in India. And these accounts contribute maybe around 70% of the unbanked population were able to be brought into this financial system. So with this last mile connectivity, banks are playing a good role in making sure that the money that they send from abroad are received in the customer's accounts. So I believe that financial inclusion by way of these Gen accounts is playing a good role in India. One more thing, if you compare geographies like Africa and India, Africa, we can see that these wallets are very much popular way back say 10, 15 years back with this M-Pesa or Airtel Money and all. But India was somewhat a late adopter of all these things because recently only we have got this IMBS or UPA thing, be like 5-6 years. But once we have set up that thing, once we have got this IMPS or NPCA kind of thing, the growth from that level is phenomenal. So Sugesh was mentioning about the instant remittance. So we have got some customers who are saying that I sent money some 5 minutes back, I have not received the SMS from the bank. So people are so much used. So people are so much used to get fund within seconds to their bank accounts in India. So that is the expectation people are.
Great, Garan, and nice to see that you touched upon being a banker, the Jan Dhan account, which were launched, and for sure the banks have done a phenomenal job there. And we as fintech player, we foresee a lot of opportunities in ensuring that not only the usual transfer happen, but these kind of innovative products and solutions can also be delivered. So we'll again come back on that topic when we do the follow-up. So far, I think we have touched upon the consumer aspect, we have touched upon the business aspect, the security and process, but I believe the driving force behind all of it is the technology. So keeping that in perspective, what I would suggest, I'll request Akhil, if you can share your thoughts in terms of what are the disruptions which you see, which are already at play and which will even mature more going forward. As you and your firm, I believe, have been driving a lot of initiatives in the technology domain. So if you can share experiences and how do you see this trend continuing, it will be great for us.
Thanks, Anand. Thanks, everyone. So when we look at cross-border payments, it's definitely at the forefront of some of the most dynamic and fast-paced technological changes, innovations, and especially within payments, not only in the financial world, but in payments. And we will agree that all these changes, significant changes, are always behind the scenes. I mean, like we were discussing till now, it's like we cannot expect what we were doing 15 years back, that if there was a cross-border payment to be sent out, somebody has to fill in a suitcase with cash or some bonds and take a flight, go there, go to UAE, give it to them. Thank you very much. So from what I see is in the next 5 to 6 years, the whole way payments work is going to change. And I will say that there are like 5 factors which will define the change, and how it is going to change in terms of how the processes work, how the operational processes work, and how interoperability is promoted. I mean, not only between wallets, but also between the market infrastructures as such. So when I look at it, the first change, I mean, in the next 5 years, so I'm closely working with Swift on this, and this is the implementation of a new language. This is the ISO 20022, which is going to get implemented over the next 5 years. So when we look at the current messaging platform or the messaging standards, which is being used within the correspondent banks, is the ISO 15022, which is definitely slow, and it is just a set of messaging standards. That is it. But what we see with the ISO 20022, it is not a set of messaging standards. It's a recipe to create standards. So when we say a recipe, the same set of components can be used among different domains. It can be the same set of domains can be used in, say, payments. It can be used in trades. It can be used in settlement, securities, and so on. So it reduces the friction within the bank, within the correspondent banking circle itself, because they can reuse all the components within it. Then because we see that the language itself is like can be used within domains, and this is going to be like over 5 years, all the market infrastructures are going to implement the language. All the market infrastructures are going to speak the same language by 2026, which is not the case as of today, or actually it hasn't been for the past 20 years. So a simple example is, say, when funds are transferred, suppose there's a US dollar transfer which is going out from US and it's coming into UAE. So as simple as US works on, they might have used Fed, or they might have used chips, and the format is totally different when the payment comes into UAE. That is one stop that stops all the manual processing. The second stop is obviously the AML checks. The policies which are there in US are quite stringent when you compare it to, I mean, rest of the world, obviously. Yeah. So payment again gets stopped for manual intervention. So it is how the regulators work together based on the common language which gets implemented. And the benefit of this language is the amount of information which can get transferred in one payment itself. Again, one example is like if there is, suppose as simple as there's a trade payment, that's only limitation of characters which can go with a payment. There must be a follow-up message which has to go to the correspondent bank saying, okay, this is the payment and this is for XYZ reason. And that is not going to be the case. So it's just one step, one way. That enhances the STP as well. So it's clear that there's STP, there is AML changes because the data is rich. That is going to smoothen the process. Then we have the adoption of Swift GPI. So till now, I mean, quite a few panelists have touched the topic of what happens when the payment goes out. Obviously, the client doesn't know where the payment is. And personally, I mean, I have heard a lot from clients on this topic. So where is my money? And I am chasing basically Swift for like 3-4 days. Where is the money? Because client is chasing me. So I see Swift. I will agree in the first place that GPI has been late. That is the global payments innovation, and a lot of banks, what they look at it is it's just a tracking mechanism of the payment which is sent via the Swift network. But that is not the case actually when we look at it. So it is a suite of products, and it depends on the bank what they choose to do it. As say for one, there is tracking. Say if once a payment is sent out and the payment has to be stopped, if the bank is in the GPI network, they can stop the payment instantly rather than at the best case basis types, right? And the newest feature is the confirmation of the payment. So wherever the payment is, the correspondent bank can automatically confirm it back to the client at all times. And they are also coming up with the GPI instant payments. So GPI instant, the rails itself are different. It is not running on the general rails. So there's quite a bit happening in the GPI space. And I'm sure you must have read recently, even Lloyd's London has launched GPI for their set of clients. So yes, Then the third, what I see, again, all of us have touched, is the cross-border real-time payments. So when we look at cross-border real-time payments, everybody agrees that it has to be as smooth as domestic, it has to be transparent, and it has to be fast. And above all, everybody wants to know how much is the charges which is getting deducted. Customers want to know what is the upfront charge, what is going to happen, what is the FX rate, what is going to be placed on the payment. So that is definitely one change which is going to happen. And then it again circles back to the regulators. How quickly can they implement any sort of AML and CFT regulations around what the payment is? Because what we see, obviously when we are talking about real-time payments, cross-border payments, we are talking about real-time fraud as well. So if you're talking, so it's again with the regulations, how comfortable they are, whether it is going to be a limit based or it is going to be a currency based, it depends on them what kind of discussions they want to have. So the question comes to the banks, whether, not banks exactly, we can say that it comes to the clients, how comfortable are they, if something goes wrong. Not only with the payment, because we are talking about fast, so with fast comes fraud. So it depends on what is the limit you want to put on that. Then the most, two loved topics in the market, what I see, and they are definitely taking shape. First one is the DLT, distributed ledger. Obviously, there's a lot of talk which is going on now, and distributed ledger, quite a few solutions are being tested. And the whole financial sector is definitely expecting a lot of movement using DLT. A lot of frictions are going to move out. It has potential, definitely, that is for sure. But then, for example, in fact, there are two projects I'm sure which you have heard of, as the Singapore Monetary Authority MAS project of UBEN and Bank of Canada's Jasper. Both of them are DLT based. In fact, central banks are searching, they are just exploring different methods, how they can adopt DLT for wholesale and interbank operations. And most of them are going to be in the retail central banks, digital currency space. So my next is the central bank digital currency itself. A lot of movement, again, thanks to COVID. The concept itself is not new. It is pretty old. So I recently learned this. The concept actually was placed somewhere in 1987. And it's only with COVID that we came to know, okay, something exists like this and we should explore it. So obviously it has been slow. Central banks haven't embraced it, and regulatory bodies are still, to be honest, let us see that it's Facebook who pushed the regulatory bodies to think beyond Libra. Okay, what is going to happen if Libra comes down? So quite an action over there, what we see. And then there are additional, we look at much more, I will say, advanced countries like Sweden and Switzerland and Finland and most of Europe. So they have a very less cash transactions as such. So I think it's Switzerland or Sweden, correct me if I'm wrong, it's one of these countries who are planning to actually stop the usage of cash, but they are still exploring how they can do it.
Yeah, Sweden for sure is very, very less cash. Majority of times I've traveled there, hardly used any cash. So
exactly.
Yeah.
But then again, it is of national interest. It depends on the topic itself differs, the technology differs, how the approach is going to be. Some central banks are experimenting CBDCs, while others like Australia have just decided, no, we don't need it. We don't get any sense out of it.
Yeah, I think technology is something, Akhil, we can talk for hours and hours.
I know.
And then obviously the other aspect is, shall we go for standardization or shall we go for the open API concept and those kind of things? So we'll come back on that. So on that note, Naved, technology is one aspect, but I believe the implementation is more driven by the regulatory framework. So what is our expectation? I would request you to share from an industry standpoint, what kind of support do we require from the regulator, or what challenges do you foresee where we need to discuss more and navigate the business further. And probably the next question will be, I mean, what kind of time frame we are looking at so that we can continue with the same kind of rigor what we have shown. So Naved.
Yeah, thank you, Anand, and great comments from everybody. I was just listening; it's so enlightening to hear different point of views. If I look at the market, I just want to start by demystifying the market a bit, right? So if you look at the market right now, banks have traditionally been the players, the dominant players in this cross-border remittances and even payments, etc. And it's just recently that they have seen a lot of competition coming in from the regional remittance players and payment aggregators, money transfer companies, FX players. Also, we keep hearing about new technologies like blockchain, distributed ledger, bitcoins, etc., right? So all of this, if you look at it, banks, this is new to banks, right? And banks traditionally have been a little conservative about all this, right? But the innovations in the sector, whatever are happening, are being driven by these players, right? Most of the innovations are coming in from the non-bank financial services, right? And it's not only the banks, but I think the regulators also have a lot of catch up to do, right? Because they are also grappling with the technology, the pace of the technology, and how they assess the risk, and also look at the benefits that this can give to the customers, right? So it's not easy for either the regulators or the banks in all this. So if I have to look at how the market is distributed, the first one obviously is the bank. Now, what they are doing, let's start by what they are doing. They actually have put up those innovation labs, etc., which they are trying to look at how they can use distributed ledgers and blockchains and bitcoins, etc. And it's not only around the cross-border remittances; it's around, I would say, cross-border payments, corporate payments, interbank cross-border payment systems, P2P, etc., etc. Right? So, and these are around. They're looking at a proof of concept, right? It's not that they're not doing something. They are definitely doing something. Akhil touched upon the digital currencies. So they have also woken up to that. And why they have woken up, it's not that it's just due to COVID. They have also woken up because of the fact that Bitcoins have done really well and have become extremely popular. And it has also led to a lot of alternate coins or altcoins, like we call them, right? And but no bank as yet has launched a digital currency, right? So this is what is happening on the digital currency. But apart from that, the banks are also looking at the advantages, right? All of this has an advantage. Right now, there's a lot of middlemen involved. There are a lot of costs involved because there are multiple layers of banks. If you have to transfer something, every bank charges something, right? Then there's a data protection, security, etc., right? But there is a lot of internal competition as well, right? The banks, they want to come together, but still there is internal competition between them. Whereas the market is asking for collaboration, right? It's not that they need to just compete. It has to be collaboration as well. The challenges that they're fighting is obviously because of the fact that there's a lot of competition. There's an infighting, and some of the banks have formed consortiums, etc., but there are exits in that consortium. Also, they are looking at seeking support from the regulator. That is the biggest one, I think, in this entire space. So in order to make it more fast, the middleman needs to be eliminated. And they're looking at the regulators also as middlemen, because obviously they will have their own questions and they would want to basically understand around transaction monitoring, sanction screening, due diligence, AML, KYC, etc., right? So now, just to look at it, apart from the banks, we also have large companies like Swift, Master, Visa, etc. waking up. Akhil talked about Swift GPI. Then you have Visa B2B. You have Mastercard, who's buying companies like Transfast, and also VocalLink, etc. Right? So they are also waking up. So I think the way forward for me would be that the regulator definitely needs to play a very important role. They have to be driven by what actually works for the customer, what the customer is asking for. And like Sharad and everybody else also said, people are getting impatient. They want money fast. they want a confirmation for it. They want to understand the costs around it. And since right now the market has a lot of things going on, but there are no rules of the game and no standards have been defined, right? So I think that has to happen. And the regulators across all the countries, I think they have to come together. They have to look at what is happening. And probably those are the only people who can take it forward. The question around the timeline, I don't think so. And anybody amongst us can give a standard answer to that. But for example, Swift for that ISO 2022, they have put in end of 2025 as the launch of that, right? So there's still a 5-year period for that to happen, and wherein I think they'll be phasing out whatever the messaging that they have currently, right? So I think it's a 5-year is a decent time frame wherein we will see the new methods basically taking a chunk of the market, and that's what going to basically drive the market in the next 5 years.
Yeah, perfect, Naved. 2 points which I noted, I believe, from you and the talk from other panelists. One is customer expecting the fast payment, and that definitely doesn't happen only in retail. Even in enterprise, I believe a lot of us who are on the panel and otherwise, we end up chasing a lot of foreign payments, and it takes a lot of time as well as expenses. So that's quite key. Second, it's again a collaboration between the banks and the fintech player, because the competition is not amongst them. Competition is with the cash, and now we reduce the dependency on cash, which helps the overall ecosystem. So a lot of perspective which you shared, Naveda. Now, what I would like to hear is more from a banker. So Kannan, again, I would like to bring in here. How do you see what kind of changes which you have seen in your organization as well as other banking industry, which for sure you'll have a lot of friends in terms of technology or the business aspects in the recent past, whether it's be DLT, blockchain, what you guys have been hearing, what you've been trying to implement, or what kind of things which you have seen and you foresee. Please.
Yeah, the payment system has gone, as I have said some time back, from say waiting for 2 hours to 2 seconds. So the people are expecting money to reach their account within seconds. So with the API connectivities that we are offering, and also the technology given by NBCI like UPI or IMBS, the funds are moving really fast. One thing about the UPI is that it has given the power to the receive side. So I will dictate where I will get the funds. For the sender, he will just know the UPI ID. Today I will be receiving in my XYZ bank. Tomorrow I will be receiving in ABC bank. It's up to B to decide. So that much level the technology has gone. So this has given to the power to the receive side. That is one thing. Second thing about the fintechs, which is coming up across the globe, and they're venturing into these remittance places. So as I said earlier, because of these regulations has given a lot of liberty to the new partners. So recently, one thing that came up is that, so as per the actual regulation, the overseas entity should have 2 bank accounts in the international location. So now the RBI has reduced it to 1. So like that, a lot of liberalization is happening in the regulation side. So this will surely help. Other thing regarding the last mile connectivity, I will say that banks has done a fairly good job in getting all these accounts in these Jan Dhan accounts or these basic accounts. So now a lot of fintechs are using the open banking system that is provided by many banks, including Federal Bank. So this will help this last mile connectivity where people can go to the local Kirana store, open their accounts, avail the facilities like bill payment. Now it is all things are on the mobile. So earlier we have to travel a lot to get my mobile recharge or to pay my bills, all these things. But with this fintech backed or open banking backed technology, a lot of guys are able to be put into the banking ecosystem. So that is the things from the banking side.
Great stuff, Kanan. In fact, you took words out of my mouth when you touched upon open banking and how it links back to the local Kirana store. Again, Akhil, we heard a lot from you about the standards and the technology, ISO standards as well as Swift. From a technical, let's say, stack, how do you see open API standards as well as the ISO standards? Is it like collaboration which you foresee, or do you see these are competing forces, and how it will evolve over a period of time?
A really good question. I I've always believed that this is a collaborative force because what we see, it's as simple as when we look at Europe. Europe implemented the messaging, that is the ISO 20022 standard, way back in 2007, 2008. And what we have seen is they have become the leaders in open banking only because the amount of data which the messaging standard carries. And along with that, when we see that the regulations are in line, I mean, how to use the data, it gives a lot of scope for innovation as such. And when we look at the API standardization, I see that once the language is implemented, API standardization is going to be next. Because as of today, because you look at it, the language is different, so the APIs are different. But if the language is the same, API, the components will be the same. So it's much more easier for the banks to deliver it. It is much more easier for, I mean, the recipients also to consume it. They do not have to spend a lot of time in rebuilding the API connectors and everything. So yeah, it is going to be a collaboration.
Excellent, Akhil. On that note, Kaushik, if I can just go back to you. So far, obviously, we have seen corporates, the large corporates, the conglomerates, those have been the major driving force behind the business. Obviously, I mean, mobility and customers who are traveling from one country to another is the other aspect. But the other very important sectors, I believe bankers, all of us, we're looking into is the SME and MSME sectors. So how do you envisage when you put global e-commerce and the other business in context to the SME, how that will drive? Will that be the driving force for the next wave of payments of cross-border, or how do you see that, Kaushik?
Yes, I would like to believe so. SMEs not just in e-commerce who are your sellers, your logistics partners. They could be anywhere in that entire value chain, right? Even if you look at the last mile connectivity in terms of uh, connecting the customer to the financial system, you'll see that SMEs will play a huge role in bridging that gap. So, in my opinion, SMEs are going to be, apart from the corporates, such as your Facebook, Google, Reliance, everyone coming into retail. I think SMEs will remain an integral part of the value chain.
Perfect, Kaushik. So in the interest of time, I'm quickly going back again to Sharad. Sharad, again, continuing the discussion forward, when we have a lot of SME and those kind of players, do you see any process changes or evolvement when it comes to reconciliation, settlement, FX, or instant payment? What kind of trends do you see, Sharad?
Well, I mean, see, I mean, be it individual or an SME or a corporate, right? I mean, the convenience that they want, that does not really change, right? I guess what would really happen moving forward is that, I mean, there is a lot of this technologies which have come in from the robotics AI perspective, which will automate a lot of this CML, CFT checks that we have at this point of time. The onboarding of SMEs, I mean, which used to be a, I would say, long yielding process, which could be, I mean, with your AI-based tools, could be done in a much faster manner. And at the same time, there would be, I would say, like partnerships, I mean, which will evolve as we move forward. I mean, just to give an example, I mean, when I guess almost a year back, I mean, we tied up with I mean, when I say we, I mean, Western Union tied up with Amazon to help this SMEs. So, for example, I mean, in Thailand, any SME who wants to buy goods, let's say from Amazon in US or anywhere else, I mean, and so far, I mean, the only way for him to pay was through a credit card where the charges used to be exorbitant. Now we can actually go to a Western Union location and initiate the transaction on Amazon, get the receipt number, and using that receipt number, pay for that e-commerce transaction at a Western Union location, right? So this, I would say, kind of models will keep evolving as we move forward. But all in all, I mean, the need for an easier access for international payments for SME is even more, I would say, pertinent than for anyone else, because corporates can access it, individuals already have it. It's the SMEs which find it very difficult. So that's where the focus is going to be going forward.
Absolutely, Sharad. So, and Sukesh, I mean, any closing thoughts from your side on overall or particularly to SME or the other growth sectors which you guys see in your firm and otherwise?
No, certainly, I think the change and like somebody said earlier, what has gotten us until here will not take us where we want to be. So I think there's going to be a lot of change that of course, that's going to get fueled because of the COVID situation. I think the transformation is going to be exponential. It won't be linear. So a lot of changes that we certainly expect from a shift in customer behavior. They're expecting of speed, expecting of safety, is now all going to be it's going to be standard. It's not going to be something that you can now offer and call a wow. Coming specifically again, breaking it into requirements of different consumer segments, SME is going to be a fairly large customer segment for cross-border remittance. I think when I say remittance, I'm talking about cross-border payments. SMEs will want abilities to collect monies from consumers who are outside their financial jurisdictions. And I can give you an example of what we are doing in certain African markets. Traditionally, the only way that you could pay for transactions was your card, right? There was no other way that you could pay for foreign transaction, or you had to go through the 3-4 day period of sending money transfers, and then there's a lot of challenges. What we have now done is built debit capability onto wallets. So consumers who are buying on e-com sites in Africa, or e-com sites which are willing to send to Africa, are today being able to pay through their wallets. I think that is an opportunity that we are working on, and that's one of the key drivers for our engagement with Visa, to be able to allow debit on wallets for the non-card holder, right? I know it's very difficult. I think it's very difficult for people in India to accept it because debit cards, Paytm, etc. We are all used to it. But you go to Africa, it's a completely different experience. So that is one we are trying to do. We are trying to offer SMEs different ways to collect monies from their customers across the world. And I guess that's going to be a primary driver for us as we work towards being the aggregator for mobile wallets, right? Mobile wallets being able to pay on e-commerce. So that's one. From a consumer perspective, I guess, again, companies like us, we are never going to be the brands that probably Sharad and Naved represent, right? They are massive brands, big brands. They have excellent, loyalty, consumer loyalty. But as they try to digitize and move their consumers from the traditional experience to being more digital, I think that's where we would like to play a role, where we support companies, support large MTOs and remittance companies in terms of being the speed of being able to connect into multiple geographies, right? Today,
Excellent,
from being
Sukesh.
in
I mean,
60,
we are more or less through with the time.
Yeah,
So
I know.
that's great. I just wanted to extend the use case which you were saying, where a local grocery store or a shopkeeper in a remote village or market sending his or her merchandise over, let's say, e-commerce portal, and then getting the instant payment, and then remit the disposable income to his or her children studying abroad. I believe that's the thing which we all as business and technology leaders are looking forward. So excellent. I think we had an amazing session. Thanks all the panelists for their time and great insights. And again, I thank you, Bhavna and team, for inviting us for the discussion.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anand. Anand, just before we conclude, I know we're falling really short of time, but Shafiq has just joined us back after a lot of hassle. But Anand, if you can just ask some concluding remarks from Shafiq, if you don't mind.
Yes, perfect. Thanks for reminding me, Bhavna. So Shafiq, great to have you back. We more or less traversed the entire distance, but from your experience, especially in the UAE market, where you have a lot of, I believe, migrants, and as well as trade hub, we all aware of. How do you see this thing becoming more stronger as we proceed when it comes to payments and remittance? So any concluding thoughts or remarks, Shafiq?
Sure, I'll just make it very quick, and my apologies for being dropped. Actually, it was not only a technical issue or something beyond that, so it took me a while to connect. But yes, I believe I'm sure you have discussed all the other aspects of it. But from the UAE market, I would say, I mean, we are a major remittance hub. I would say to, and especially to countries like India, Pakistan, Philippines, and all. What I've seen is more of a collaboration. I'm sure we have touched upon that. It's more of a collaboration with various partners globally, and that's what we're looking at. We spoke about reducing the cost, and the cost can be reduced by an efficient collaboration using technology that's available right now. We have been speaking about blockchain, for example, in a lot of use cases, a lot of POCs, but we have not really seen that in production, right? We do understand the value behind it, and it is just creating a real valuable product, like a consortium which we can deliver. Regulators are changing. I mean, they are adopting to technology. I mean, UAE, if you know, recently a central bank, they have launched a fintech office, which is a big initiative. We are also working on something called Buna, which is a more of a cross-border remittances, like on a central bank level. So there have been a lot of enhancements, and what we see is the enhancements are also happening because of the technology that are really available. We have partners, who are providing technology. One more important thing is, when you look at cross-border remittances, there are other areas that also we address. Financial inclusion is one thing, all right. Microfinance is something else, and I don't know how many of you know, but then we have, as Al Fardan, we have enabled microfinance to Nepal using a blockchain. It was one of the use cases for UN basically that came up, where we are empowering the underdeveloped countries so that they can have more financial inclusion, right? But again, it's a complete ecosystem that we have to look at, because so far it has been more of a silos, those cross-border remittances was mainly dominated by a few players, but now we're looking at not only the financial institutes, but also players like Google, Amazon, Facebook, everyone's coming into the same game, which also means we have to look at things slightly differently, and it's more of a collaboration. I know I think we can speak a day on this, but I'll keep it very
Great
summarized.
stuff, yeah, Shafiq. Yeah, we wish we had more time, but for sure we'll connect on this topic. So thanks again, Bhavna.
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our eminent panelists for giving us your valuable time and being a part of our event today. Thank you once again. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a short break, a quick 5 minutes. Why don't you grab a cup of coffee and tea and join us back on the other side with our next panel discussion. See you in the next 5 minutes. Thank you for joining us. To dear panelists, we're requesting you for your audio and video check right now. Thank you. Hi, Vineet.
Yeah, hi. Audible and visible clearly?
Yes, absolutely. Could I request Vivian? Vivian, if you can hear us.
Hi guys. Vivian, yeah. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Richard?
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, Richard, you are.
Hi, this is Prasanna. Am I audible?
Yes, Prasanna, you are. Ravi?
Hi, Bhavna. Good evening. I hope I'm loud and clear.
Yes, Ravi, you are.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Venkatram?
Hi, this is Venkat, Bhavna. I hope I'm audible.
Venkatram. Should I say Venkatram or Venkat? What
you can call me Venkat. I think that will be simple. Let's keep it simple.
Okay, sure. John?
Hi, Bhavna. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I believe Abhay is also backstage. There's some slight audio, like a background noise behind one of our panelists. Could we sort that? And also, just to maintain decorum during the panel discussion, once spoken is when you can, unmute yourself, and otherwise keep it on mute so that it moves very smoothly. I'll just request Abhay, if in case I can see Abhay backstage, if he'd like to join us for a quick sound check. Let me just see if everyone's there backstage. Just allow us a moment. Apologies on the 5 minutes delay from our side.
Abhay, if you can hear us.
Prasanna, your face is too much on the camera. I guess you'll need to zoom out really. Yeah, and it's dark also. A part of your lighting is bad actually.
Vinny, thanks. You're doing my bit. Thank you for that. Meanwhile, I'll just coordinate with Abhay, and since he's the moderator, we can't start without him, and I can't moderate this session right now. So just allow me a moment. Also, the audience questions, if any, would be passed to Abhay towards the end of the panel discussion. And if time allows, we'll be taking up the audience questions as well. Yes, now I can see
Sorry.
very much. Abhay, I was missing your smiling face.
No problem. There's ample smiles available. Hi, guys.
Perfect. All right. So, Abhay, everyone's audio and video check is done, and we're already sort of a little slight delay in the time. We were supposed to start at 3:45 IST.
Yeah.
If you'd like to communicate anything, Abhay, I'll definitely, with due respect to you, I'd like to give you a few minutes. Please do that, and then we'll start the introduction.
No. We, in fact, exchanged a few things. Conceptually speaking, guys, that's how I thought we would do it. So basically, three sets of themes. One is it a cashless society today in India? As we speak, and we can just back this up with data. So while there is growth of cashless, by no means cash is out. So is it cashless? My sense is it's no, but we can talk about what the trends are talking about. So that's theme one, and all of us can opine about that. The second part I thought was, and it's a provocative one, should it be cashless? So while the future can be cashless, should it be cashless? And there's a normative thing around that. So obviously there are pros, which all of us know, and there are cons, which all of us have witnessed. So I thought there is a little bit of a thing for the audience that there is a difference of opinion on should. Yeah. And then finally we can talk about will it be cashless, given the should. And there we can talk about challenges. We can talk about the unbanked piece. We can talk about the technology infrastructure piece. We can also talk about the ability of banks to process very, very large volumes, and UPI is just a precursor of things to come. So I thought we could do it that way. I mean, it does make sense to just do these three themes. These are simple ones, and we can have a wide range of opinions around that. Make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Abhay, one piece of request. This Venkatram here. I have a hard stop at 4:30. So if you can excuse me, 4:30, I have some other meeting. So, whatever question that you want to shoot, please.
Okay. So we direct you to you first. Yeah. Not a problem.
Okay. So
what's the audience like, Bhavna, as we speak? How many folks there?
Sure. Abhay, I'll just confirm that with the team in Kamikaze. Aboli, could you give us the number on the same, please? Because I'm also in back end with you right now, so I really don't know what the front end numbers are right now. I'll just get that done, Abhay. Just allow me a moment. Also, Abhay, if there are any audience questions, I'll be sending you as a private message. I'll just do the same so that we don't have any issue as a test.
All audience questions will be answered by Vineet Toshniwal. Just joking.
Hi, this is Aboli here. So we have around 73 people who have logged in as of now.
All right. Okay. Cool.
We're online.
So Aboli, we're just going to be starting the timer, if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay. So since Abhay, we're already short of time, if that's okay, can we start the timer and I'll do the introduction quickly and get you all on the screen.
Sure. Good.
Perfect.
Yes, short time now.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Audience, I'm saying, I'm so sorry. I'm just so used to talking to everyone physically. All right. Requesting all our panelists to please put yourself on mute and audio off for the time being once your introductions are being done. Thank you. Video and audio off both. Thank you. 30 seconds more. Please be on mute and video off. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you were able to grab your cup of coffee and tea. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our panel discussion, session 5, wherein the theme of this panel is Going Cashless, Digital is the Present and the Future. Introducing to you the moderator of this panel, Mr. Abhay Johri, Digital Strategy, ICICI Bank Limited. Well, Abhay has over the last 3 decades has amassed a wide spectrum of experience in the services sector across various geographies and industries. Joining Abhay would be our eminent panelists. First up, Mr. Venkatram, he'd like to be called Venkat Jayanti, MD and CEO, India Post Payments Bank. Well, Venkat is a banking professional with over 2 decades of experience with functional competence in the areas of payments, mobile banking, and retail banking products. Well, ladies and gentlemen, joining him would be Mr. Ravi Joshi, the Deputy General Manager, Digital Banking and Emerging Payments, IDBI Bank Limited. Ravi has more than 18 plus years of experience in banking and financial services with a wide array of experience, including handling portfolios in retail banking, wealth management, international remittances, cards, and payments. Also joining would be Mr. John Alex, National Head, UPI and Strategic Alliances, Bajaj Finserv Direct Limited. John is an assertive payments specialist, passionate about digital payments with a good understanding of mobile payments and wallet space. Also joining is Mr. Richard Anderson, Company Director and Business Head, India JCB. Richard has over 17 plus years of experience in the financial sector with a strong focus on cards and payments. Joining also would be Mr. Vivian Chandruje, co-brand Payments Innovation Bank and Network Partnership, Intermiles Jet Privilege Private Limited. Well, Vivian has vast experience in managing and launching diverse payments projects with successful experience in developing innovative products and digital payment business from scratch. Also, ladies and gentlemen, joining up would be Mr. Prasanna Nagarajan, the Vice President, Digital Products, Equitas Small Finance Bank. Well, Prasanna is a dynamic banking professional with over 18 years of experience across mobile banking product management, digital payments product management, cards payment gateway, acquiring, and client experience. Joining also would be Mr. Vineet Toshniwal, the founder and CEO of CityCash. Well, Vineet has 22 years of business experience in the industry, and we're very grateful that he's taken out his valuable time and thought of joining us today. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we've got our eminent panelists on your stage and screen. May I request you all to please put your video on and audio on. We'd request all of our eminent panelists to join us on the stage and screen. Also, ladies and gentlemen, if you may have any questions directed to our eminent panel, please do type it in the Q&A tab. We'll pass it on to our able moderator and chair, Abhay, to take it forward if time allows. Abhay, with this, I'm not going to take any further screen time anymore. I just request you to take it over. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Bhavna, and good afternoon, everyone. The topic is actually a fairly straightforward one, and doesn't beget any controversies around it. Cashless is the present and the future. So the assertion seems to suggest that cashless is the way to go. And if we were to just go back onto prehistory, the first transactions were actually cashless because barter did not involve any legal tender. Yeah. So when we are saying cashless, as a part of this forum, we are just talking about there is a legal tender that exists and is recorded, but the transactions in that legal tender, take place in a digital form. Yeah. So we're not talking about alternative, digital tokens. We continue to talk legal tender. Yeah. So what we thought was, in terms of, the entire panel, we could talk about 3 large themes here. The first one is the present. I mean, while we look in the future, our feet are firmly planted on the ground. Is it cashless as we speak? And I thought I could pretty much start with Vineet on his view of where are we when it comes to India being cashless, the world being cashless in 2020.
Thank you, Abhay, for the privilege, and I'm the first Bakra, so I'll take on. So is India cashless? Certainly, I think as the data is indicating, that we are back to pre-demonetization stage in terms of cash to GDP. While on the other hand, a tremendous amount of digitization has happened, UPI has taken off. A large part of it is also because a lot of other modes have got cannibalized and actually moved to UPI because of the sheer ease and the zero MDR that the government made an intervention. How long it lasts remains to be seen. But as of now, going is good. Consumer, it's for the consumer and the merchant, it's a good time because there is no transaction charge. While the providers are, as of now, taking on the cost on themselves, banks are reeling under the infrastructure costs and not able to scale up. The failure rates in UPI are going up, and payments, we should not forget, it's a long tail business. So as of now, still UPI is average value is still in 4-digit. And imagine if really the micro payments start taking off, then what is going to happen to the infrastructure, and if it is being provided on a model which is non-remunerative. So clearly, I think we are far away from being a cashless society. But as we go along, we will need to really think to let the market forces at play rather than try to be dictatorial about the regime. Actually,
got it. Richard, your views on where we are as we stand?
Thanks, Abhay. Thank you, everyone, Kamikaze, for inviting me. So, Abhay, to the point that you're making, so if you look at the papers, read anything today, there's so many data points that try and tell you that we have come a long way on the cashless journey. The last one we were just reading about UPI expecting to do like 15% of the GDP. Okay, that's a huge number. You read these numbers, you feel that okay, we're right there. But then you look at the number of 90% transactions or 95% transactions still being on cash, and you realize that you're nowhere near where you need to be. Okay. That being said, I think the government and regulators have done a fair bit towards trying to drive cashless. I think there may be some measures that people will debate about whether they should have been taken or not taken. But the fact of the matter was the intent was all good. Today, what's required are three things: education, awareness, and security. If we actually want to move forward on this digital journey, we're not there yet, but to get there, these three are going to be very crucial. And the most important part on this one, while education and awareness will be taken care of when you're issuing out or reaching out to customers, security is also very important because any mistakes out there could take you 2 or 3 steps backwards in the whole journey. That's my initial thoughts on this.
Super. Thanks, Richard. Vivian, your views on where are we? I mean, are we getting there just yet?
Yeah, just to add on to what Richard said, 90% of or 95%, if I can put, are still in cash, right? And I have a background. Most of you guys know me like Miles guy. I started my career in Central Bank of India, which is a core public sector bank, and I moved to Yes Bank. It's a complete API digital bank. So I've seen facets of payments across my career. And if you see, most of the fintechs and banks are fighting for the 5% of population. That's the biggest challenge, right? The biggest sector of us is agriculture. How many people of agriculture people are doing digital transaction? So if that sector is taken care, then you can figure out with your Western folks like your Sweden and your whatever countries, Belgium, others, 93%. So that is the major thing, because we in Central Bank, when I used to work there, we used to do something like a Pungrain and DPT and all other stuff where we were trying to do digital payments. And one good thing I would like to talk, we are in the right phase because of a couple of things. Indian demography, I'm specifically talking about India, I'm passionate about my country also, is that our internet is tremendously grown. 700 million people are using internet, which is 2x population of US. Our smartphones have grown across the India, across rural India also. E-commerce, a little bit of my cards knowledge with Jet, pre-COVID also, we see a lot of behavioral changes, right? People stop going to doctors and doctors are coming through Practo, even the urban sector. So there's a behavioral change into the digital format from even the day-to-day stuff. So all these things have been taken care, and what we have to start focusing on is inclusive growth. City and rural has to be growing, and entire people across there has to work. And for that, we need a great government push. Government has already started pushing and incentivizing, but in challenges, I'll talk a lot more about commercialization and the cost and infrastructure. Because when you have to build such infrastructure, there's a cost involved in it. And those costs will never come very easily, and someone has to fund those costs. Right? Be it in UPI today, it's a zero cost, great technology. All that stuff has to be taken care, and that's how we can move forward into making the country completely digitalized. And obviously, I have to talk about my topic, which is motivator. Motivators are always a proven case in credit card business in urban. Obviously, we also see in semi-urban, a lot of people have started accumulating miles and other stuff to do digital currency and stuff. And those things can also be incorporated as a motivator, because cashback is one thing which has been a hit. It's a short-term thing. Various other models can be also
more on future forms a little later.
So that
I thought we'll just talk about
complete.
Yeah, we'll just talk about where we are currently today.
The present thing is like we are all.
Yeah.
Sorry, Abhay, I keep on talking. Payments is my passion. So presently we have all the infra and attitude and intents are there, but we have to go forward. I'll leave other panels to speak.
Got it. Yeah. Yeah. I'll just shift to Venkat. Venkat, I mean, you run Payments Bank, the ultimate one, with the post office. So your view on where we are, you touch more Indians than most of us do. So your view on how are Indians reacting to this whole cashless piece?
So I can actually give you a totally different perspective as compared to the previous panelists spoke about. Abhay, I think it's still a challenge as we've not even scratched the surface. If you look at, we're talking about 10-15% population being covered on these payments. So today the challenge that we are facing is that a lot of people get everything in cash. They get government subsidy in cash, they get salaries in cash. So unlike you and me, they don't get everything through bank account. I think probably that is one of the compelling factor for anybody to move towards payment. That is number one. And number two, the adoption also depends greatly in terms of the ecosystem. So today, if you look at the tier 4, 5 kind of markets, you don't see many POS machines, or even for that matter, the QR codes being given, except for few bigger merchants or chain of supermarkets. You don't really see. So adoption is still a big challenge. I think what is going to be more important is about the compulsion to go digital, like we've seen during Demon and we've seen during COVID. I think
yes,
ray of hope and that behavior actually taking over from there on. I think it's still a long journey as far as Bharat is concerned. But nevertheless, that's going to be one of the driving force as far as payments are concerned. And what I always look at is that both payments and credits are two sides of the same coin. Somewhere you have to club these two and then take it forward. I think as long as we are able to follow that fundamental logic, probably we are going to be there.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I'm just shuffling around. John, your views on how COVID and Demon accelerated, the pace, of this country, and how did you guys respond to that?
Okay, so thanks, Abhay. Thanks, Kamikaze Media also. Abhay, first of all, I think Demon, COVID have all, no denying the fact that these have accelerated the payment space in India. But let's understand one thing. First thing that had to change was the payments infrastructure, which is basically your networks in place.
Yes.
So in 2015, when the telco revolution, the new telco revolution, 4G as we call it, was happening, I was part of an organization which was forefronting the whole thing, and we were part of payments at that point of time. What we realized is two of the major challenges on why, three of the major challenges why digitization has not happened was one, infrastructure. Your mobile didn't have, 3G was not a very reliable network.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, and people used to laugh when we talked about 4G, saying that abhi tak to 3G chala nahi, abhi 4G kaun le gaya? Things change. The second thing was the biggest reason why payments was becoming a concern was the cost. And honestly, I don't think we have gone about it right today also. We are all talking about saying, who's going to give me my cost? No, okay, let me put it back. When we started printing cash, who's taking that cost? There is a cost of cash lying around in the system. There is a cost of insurance on that cash. There is a cost of... It is a big cost, right? Is RBI standing? Obviously they have found a solution to it, or probably they are taking it as a cost, which can be replicated over here. So because the first question which we're going about fundamentally, which I feel is wrong, is that we're trying to say, okay, there's going to be a cost. How are we going to do it? Well, that's first. So infrastructure in terms of telco has improved a lot, but I would still say it is not completely there, but it has gone up a lot. Second, in terms of cost part of it, okay, now because government has come in between and said that, okay, fine, you better make it zero cost. Okay, fine, although with a lot of rumblings, it's catching. The third most important part, and this is one part which India as a country has to solve, which is about our tax regimes. Why are people reluctant to accept digital payments? They say, tax problem.
It leaves
probably.
Yes.
So these three things have to be solved. Yes, it has been catching up. If you look at it, the figures are showing a fantastic growth. But at the same time, probably in cash also, there's been a fantastic growth. So digital or alternate modes of payment other than cash is going to be here to stay.
Understood.
There are other things which we'll have to we'll have to address for. I think
we'll talk more about it, when we cover a theme of should we be cashless? Right now is are we cashless? So over to you, Prasanna, your views on, where does India stand now? What is preventing us from breaking out?
Thanks, Abhi. Thanks. So we are definitely nowhere close to being a cashless economy, right? That is a known fact. Everybody, understands that, right? So on one hand, we are saying that, okay, UPI is growing, right? The national electronic toll collection is going up, right? All forms of digital payments are going up is what on one hand we are saying. On the other hand, right, cash hasn't moved out, right? Cash is still there, right? If a guy is not walking into a branch and withdrawing cash, he's going into an ATM to withdraw cash. If he's not going to an ATM to withdraw cash, he is going to a micro ATM terminal to withdraw cash, right? Today we have even micro ATMs. A BC agent can just have a POS machine and disburse cash from his hand, right? That is what we are talking about, right? On one hand, we are talking about digital, right? On another hand, instead of banks investing in big ATM infrastructures, banks are investing in micro ATM terminals, right? They are appointing BC agents, giving them major share of revenue, right? And they are also promoting cash, right? That way, banks are not, it is not that banks are promoting only digital, right? Banks at the end of the day, they want to see their P&L grow, right? So cash is still the king. That is my view.
Correct. Ravi, just closing out on where India is and what do you think are the reasons for where we are today?
So thank you, Abhay, for this. And I would like to be while I sense that most of us are thinking in terms of cash still being there, but I started my career with a FMCG company, and wherein I think that distribution is important. Yes. And what I think all the ecosystem has done is bring about the distribution. You can use UPI. You can use mobile banking, you can use NEFT, you can use RTGS, whatever mode of payment you want to use as a consumer is available to you. And I think the regulator, the telecom companies, the banks, the fintech, everybody has really done a great job in terms of ensuring that the distribution part of it is there. Now we can spend a whole lot of time debating about certain, things which probably have been done with respect to MDR and other aspects, were they right or wrong. But what I essentially feel is that they have actually given a lot of choices to the consumers, and we have actually come up a long way. And in last 4 years, I guess the demonetization when it started, and then probably the COVID, which is not really a good thing for all of us, but still I think from the digital payment perspective, I think it will bring about a sea change in the mindset of the consumers, which is very, very critical. So in my sense, probably we have done good as an ecosystem to bring about a distribution. But I think the key challenge for all of us, in fact, especially for the banks, would be like we all know that PMJDY was a great success in terms of providing that particular card to the consumer. But how do we ensure that all these cards which you have given to the consumers are really used by these consumers? Is it as a security issue, which Richard talked about? Is it as a security issue? Is it a awareness issue? Is it a customer service issue? Because while we can spend all of our time and energy and talking about the great stuff we all as an ecosystem has done about digital space, I would like to kind of ask answers to ourselves, or saying, have we done really great in terms of customer customer issues? Because a lot of us, the customer issues which we talk about are visible in the social media for all the players. It is not specific to this thing. So I think we have traveled a good amount of distance, but we have a lot of ground to cover to ensure that
half full, the glass half full rather than half empty.
Exactly.
So that's good. I thought we'll just change gears. To now briefly talk about is, should we be cashless? Yeah, and there is a normative, judgment, to this piece, and there is an economic rationale, saying that we'll be more efficient. The cost of transacting, goes down. But there are other issues, in the sense of, there is a privacy issue. There is a larger body just watching everything that is going through, kind of an issue. There is an overspending issue, that if it's very easy to spend, just by a swipe, do you start overspending? And then obviously there is this whole digital fraud and all the other sets, which don't come to most of us very, very naturally to protect ourselves against. So I thought I'll do a little bit of a poll around, should we go cashless? Is it an endeavor to say that we should be 100% cashless? And I would just look at an example of Sweden, which actually did that, and yet actually has a movement. There is a movement in Sweden, believe you me, which says that we should not go cashless. And the movement is largely led by small merchants, who have actually seen their businesses plummet, whose margins don't allow them to actually be a part of the entire infrastructure piece. So I thought we'll just do a quick session on pros and cons of being cashless, and the cons actually then give us an idea of, if they're big enough, the future will pretty much be what the present is. But if the pros are big enough, then the future could actually be very radically different from where it is, as long as there is a push on the status quo. So let me start with you, Venkat. Your view on, should India be cashless?
As a torchbearer of financial inclusion, let me take that freedom.
No, financial inclusion does not mean digital currency. You could give your customers sackfuls of money as well.
No, not from that aspect, Abhay. Why it is important going cashless is, I always feel that payments is the first stepping stone as far as financial inclusion is concerned. And that too, when you're talking to the underprivileged and the bottom of the pyramid customer segment, they don't have much of money to save. You always keep asking them, why don't you save? Why don't you save? But I think if it can transform to some kind of a digital payment, where some amount of money gets retained in the account, so that improves not only their savings, but it can also give an insight into the pattern, the consumption pattern, and insights about their various needs. So that way, extension of credit becomes much more easier. So from the perspective of financial inclusion, going cashless is very, very important. And obviously, if we can have a better ecosystem for driving the adoption, that's very good. In fact, we are trying to find out answers in terms of how can we make this set of people go cashless and improve upon savings. Because unless until they come to a stage of savings, probably extending them credit and then taking them to the next level becomes very difficult. So that is one as far as the BOP customer segment is concerned. So that apart, the another point which I want to touch upon, especially from going cashless, is that as you do more and more digital transactions, again, like how you are able to track and get insights of the consumer spending, and if you can form a pattern out of it, then for the service providers, it becomes much more easier and simpler in terms of having an intuitive customer experience. Like today we are talking about technologies like IoT, blockchain, and so on and so forth. So then it becomes much more easier in terms of offering those services and the targeted marketing, whatever that today we are seeing the targeted marketing, especially with the likes of Netflix and others, and Spotify for that matter. Like they exactly know what you like, right? So it becomes much more easier and simpler for everybody in the ecosystem. I think from that perspective, I would say that it's better to go in cashless.
One man's recommendation is another man's violation of privacy, right? So it cuts both ways. Yeah. So John, what's your view on, should India be cashless, or is there a rationale for it not to be?
Nay, so see, I personally, and I'm putting a very personal belief out here, saying that any dependence on any system too much could have its own set of risks. So I very strongly believe that we should have the options always lying with the consumer. Yes, you should make digital or all the options so seamless, so convenient that the consumer prefers this, and then merchants will also adopt it. Why are merchants today adopting digital payments? Why do you have a QR code at almost every panwala? Because it has become convenient. His consumers are asking for it.
Correct.
But at the same time, you give him cash, he doesn't say no, and you should leave that as an option. Because what happens tomorrow? And today, today we are seeing COVID as a problem. What if tomorrow we see a virus as a problem, which probably eats into networks and telecommunications? What is our fallback there? Do we have a fail-safe over there? So these are things which we'll have to keep in mind. We'll have to have options, alternative options over there. Even if NPCI has come back and said not more than 33% is going to be, the reason is that yes, I am dependent too much on somebody. So why digital alone? I mean, I would say keep the options open. In China, we have seen, I mean, I've shared that also, where China central bank has come back and said that, you start accepting cash, keep options open. And tomorrow, probably even open up more options like loyalty points. Vivian will be a very happy person to hear that and say that, yes, let's have that. So let's keep options open. Ultimately, what consumers and merchants want, they will find the right path and it will go that way. So I mean, all I'm saying is keep the options open. Don't try to say that this is right or this is wrong, because I don't think ever that would be possible. In 2 months, 3 months, maybe 3 years, you will see things changing so much that you might not even have foreseen the problems which are going to come.
Absolutely.
So that's my point.
Absolutely. So Vineet, given the fact your startup is called City Cash, how do you see the unbanked folks, the illiterate folks? How do you see them participating in this whole digital set? Making India cashless 100% would involve a lot of challenges in getting these guys up the curve, right? So your own experience on what you witnessed so far.
So so basically what I see is that cash, there's a dividing line between the haves and the have-nots, and the cash means very different for India, and cash has a very different connotation for Bharat. For the India part, the cash is very important because it carries anonymity with it, right? And there are massive consumption expenditure which lot of us would like to hide and not want, by and large, the family or the society or the regulators to know. So that cash is never going to go away. And considering that India is 50%, parallel economy, it's not going away anywhere, and there will be a backlash. Versus when you look at Bharat, I don't think there is any issue in going with cashless because they have absolutely nothing to hide, right? There is no issue of tax. They are totally tax-free bracket. And there is major consumption experience, expenses which are there to hide, right, at all. There, the only issue is how you make the digital payment almost the same as convenient as cash. And there you have to basically, look at options moving beyond the smartphone only generation, because a lot of 50% of India is still on feature phone. 50% of those who have smartphones are not savvy enough to use smartphone as a payment phone. So that's the major part which is actually contributing to cash. And one other thing which Venkat says, the journey of these people starts with cash. Unlike us, they don't get a salary at the end of the month with the TDS, right? So unlikely that the person will go to the bank and then deposit and then start making UPI payments unless he's forced to, right? So over there, we need
in the bud.
Yeah, we need to think of models where cash is not a cost to the merchant and to the consumer. And it is more like a telco model, how telco expanded the base dramatically at the bottom of the pyramid. The costs came crashing down completely, and it became a subscription driven model where both sides are now part of the value chain. And then it just kind of normalizes that अगर मुझे इस system में रहना है तो उसके लिए ₹1 per day का अगर cost है तो देना है मुझे, right? Otherwise there's no going about it, right? That's
Super. So Richard, your view on should India go cashless? What prevents us? And the focus being on should, not the focus being on can.
Yeah.
You're mute.
Yeah. So when I completely agree with what John was saying. So the purpose of digital payments was basically adding a layer of convenience for transactions. Payments is after all is to facilitate transactions. So creating one more layer, making it more easy. That's what digital payments is there for. Mandating it should not be there. I think water finds its own level. I think what level we reach to is a function of what convenience and what benefits customers derive out of that. So products should be left to do it on its own. That being said, one of the concerns I do have heard here as well as other places as well is that the tax concerns of people seeing, a lot of things being visible to people and need to become more tax compliant and things like that. Well, that's exactly the reason why digital payments should be there in the first place. Okay. That's the key reason, because we want more transparency. I think for years we've been screaming about the fact about that, let's say even government spending, what percentage of government spending reaches the bottom level, what reaches Bharat when you talk about that. These are the reasons why we need it. Now, are we going to be able to enforce it? Perhaps not. But the more convenience we bring in, the more ease we bring in, we have regulation which supports this to bring in the transparency. I think you'll see the difference over there. So that's my view on it. And I completely believe that it should be digital.
So, Prasanna, you want to just talk a little bit on, being digital, actually increasing the transaction throughputs through and through, and also reducing costs and risks. I mean, should that not be the reason why India should go cashless?
Yes, India should. I mean, irrespective of irrespective of the transaction volume, right, current transaction volume, and where we want to go, right. Whether we reach there or not is a different question, but we should definitely go for a cashless economy is my view, right? And that is because, right, governments at the end of the day, they should know whom to service, right, whom to give first preference and whom to give second preference, right? There are some who don't get the government benefits at all, right? Benefits should reach to the last person in the country, and for that to happen you need data, and for you to get the data, right, you have to go digital, right? And I mean, if I on a lighter note, right, my salary gets accounted and the income tax department tracks it, right? But I mean, if you ask the carpenter who visits my house, the plumber who visits my house, their salaries don't get accounted anywhere, right? I mean, nobody knows what they earn, right? So I would want them also to come into the bracket, right? Let me check what is happening there also, right?
That is correct. That is correct. Ravi, your view on the advantages and disadvantages of this whole cashless piece and its special application to the country. Do you see a point of where it should not be there?
No, while I mentioned about we have traveled a distance, I meant that we have done as an ecosystem good work with respect to enabling the infrastructure and providing the alternative to the consumers. While I completely agree with John and Richard when they touched upon the points of taxation and issues like reaching out of the payment to the end consumer. And while we all, I think of the view that definitely the way forward is cashless. We should be, as a ecosystem, providing the infrastructure to the consumer to use whatever modes of payment he want to use it, and then depending upon the advantage or whatever value he sees out of that particular payment mode, he will use it. While we will get an answer to this particular simple thing by just doing a basic stuff. All of us use UPI or any other payment mode, but we still carry cash in our wallets. Why do we do it? Because probably there could be a scenario where the card may not be accepted. Maybe the network is not there. I was hearing somebody in some other discussion. I was attending some session wherein somebody was mentioning about a 26-storied, very, very nice property not getting the signal, and he was roaming here and there. So it's not all about, being the infrastructure in place, but we have different components to every transaction. Like in UPI, unless and until you have mobile network, you can't really do anything about it, even if you are a very good user of UPI. So while we don't have any doubt in our mind that the cashless is the way forward, but I am of the firm belief that we as a bank or the fintech or any other entity must ensure that we provide the alternatives. And after all, what it is doing, it is actually adding a value to we as a bank also. We are reducing our cost of acquisition of the consumer. So I think that is my view with respect to cashless or not.
Thanks, Ravi. So yeah, Vivian, towards the end, I mean, you heard all the panelists. Any point you want to talk about on the should?
I thought one important thing which we should all worry about is the cost of the cash management, right? There's a huge cost of cash management, which all of us, the taxpayer, are paying it. I think that is the core problem, why the government and everyone is trying to push non-cash scenario. And Abhay, you're a very optimistic guy rather than me. You're saying cashless India, which will take a couple of years. I hope we become cashless, become like a PCO, where we all move to mobile. So it becomes like that. Hopefully somewhere innovation happens. But saying that it is a lot of cost. I used to be a branch manager holding cash at my branch in the vault. You know how much pain in my tummy would be there when I was sleeping at home also, right? It's a problem. And that's a small branch in my early career. But if you see wise, it's a huge problem. Cash movement, cash, eminent bankers are here. They know that it's a very, very difficult job. And we have to make sure that we have to take care of it. That's the biggest one. Second, when we are trying to move into digital, it has to have a business case. I'm multiple times saying it, use case, convenience, because once the convenience comes to the customer, digital payments has convenience. There's no doubt about it. Obviously, the peripheries of fraud and legality and regulations underlined, it has to be there. It's like a basic, right? It has to be there. But business case and use case have to be there across the country, you to become a cashless thing. If you say zero MDR and other stuff, you cannot go into that. But presently, alternatives has to be there. Some of us are already without a foreign currency. If you travel abroad, you can be without cashless, right? All of us. How many of you are taking foreign currency to go abroad? I've been to Singapore without a penny of Singapore dollars. So today, infrastructure have facilitated that.
Are different cases.
No, even for
you could
even
go to
for
Democratic
Kenya,
Republic of Congo or Nigeria, and you could find very different.
No. Even then, there's an ATM to withdraw cash into their local currency. You need not take it in the airports, right? Or you have exchanges. So the infrastructure of people like us in the panel are building infrastructure. But there used to be a use case where it solves pain points to the customers and it has to an economy. So again, alternative form factors will be existing. It cannot vanish immediately. I also have a 0224 phone number still exists. It doesn't make any sense. All a business card has, right? But we all do WhatsApp. So that will be there. But my optimism is that digital cashless economy will make sure that we all standard of living goes, because it's a huge cost. And there's one more point various European countries are talking about is the digital alternative forms of cash, right? Digital currency or gold based currency.
No, that opens up a completely different line of thinking. I thought we'll just keep that out. I mean, not talk about things at all. So just to close the panel now, Venkat, 3 steps you would take to propel India to a more cash less society. and it could include steps to also avoid the bad parts of cashless. So propel the positives, diminish the negatives. 3 things you would do.
Abhay, it's $1 million question. I wish I had answers for this.
No, you certainly are empowered. So what are the 3 things you would do? Let's put our mouth where the money is. Yeah.
No, definitely. In fact, we've been thinking quite intensely on this particular aspect, especially given the segment that we are dealing with, and that too in the last mile. I think it goes a long way in terms of incentivizing the stakeholders which are there in the ecosystem. Whether it is merchant or whether it is bank or whether it is the end consumer. I think probably we will have to find out what are those anchors in terms of driving these digital payments. Like as a way forward, if some of the money which is coming through banks, and if that can be taken a form of a digital payment, which in any case is happening for some of the direct benefit transfers. But that apart, if the other forms of compensation also, if that comes in digital payments, maybe that can also help towards digital payments. But I think more importantly, the underlying problems of the tax related issues and other things, I think some of that will have to be probably sorted through some kind of a policy or a regulatory intervention, which we've seen earlier also. I think the larger problem is about addressing those issues. And as long as that is addressed, I think we should have a fairly easy path in terms of moving towards a cashless society. But it can never be completely cashless. It has to be less cash. That way I can put it.
Yeah. John, you've been granted superpowers. What would you do? 3 steps to make India go cashless. You suddenly become John Almighty.
Abhay, if you can just excuse me.
Sure. Thanks for joining us.
I think that's what all of us in the financial services industry, financial services banks feel. We always feel that we are almighty till RBI comes in, or somebody comes in and tells us, no, you're not. But having said that, I think I'll take a lead from where Venkat sir left off. The first thing which we would have to do is bring in some rationale in terms of the tax structure, which is what I was talking to you. I mean, which I was saying earlier also. The fear of a tax structure eating into revenue is something which we really need to bring a solution to. People need to understand that, okay, fine, it is not that, I'm going to snatch this money away from you, but this is required for the governmental requirement, whatever the government does it for. So that is the first part of it, which means education in some form and manner to help people understand the importance of digital payments.
Yeah.
The second is do away with all the irrational financial requirements. When I say financial requirements, I'm talking about the MDR, irrational MDR regime, which we are talking about. I'm not saying 0. I'm not saying that, okay, fine, you charge 1%. See, I mean, practically, if you're talking about 1% away, assuming that I transfer 100 rupees to you and you transfer that whatever is left. So assuming it's 1%, you get 99 and the money keeps transferred. By the time the last panelist receives this money, it will be less than 90 rupees.
Yeah.
Okay. Or probably 80 rupees.
Yeah.
But if it was 100, if it was a 100 rupee note, I gave it to you, by the time it reaches the last panelist, you're just transferring it across. It still remains the same. So you need to bring some sort of rationalism into this. I do not know what is the answer right now. I mean, since I have unlimited pass, I'll get an unlimited panel to discuss this out.
Sure.
The third is bring in convenience.
When
I say convenience, bring into my tax related structures. Okay, I do not have to probably go and file my GST. I mean, they've been bringing it in some form or the manner, but in terms of my PAN, okay, in terms of my PAN details, you pick it up. I mean, we are talking about a country where I had given my PAN, I had given my Aadhaar number, but I still had to seed it together. Why can't you do a VLOOKUP and check it? I mean, that was the joke which was going on. But the same way, bring in convenience.
On a billion scale, yeah.
Yeah. Make it convenient, saying that, okay, fine, I have done all these digitally. So, either, okay, fine, from a tax payment perspective, you get this break or, this become, or you identify those transactions in your tax filing and say that, okay, fine, this is it, taken care of, which means that, okay, fine, now I am motivated to digitally pay. And how do I educate people around me? I mean, it could be my domestic help. It could be somebody who's a component supplier to my company. Yes.
Yeah. So let me just shift to Prasanna. Prasanna, your view on. Let's shorten it now. Two important things.
So two important things that we should do, right? So the first thing is obviously incentives, right? Unless you incentivize,
no change,
right, it is not going to change, right? The first thing, in fact, take the example of National Electronic Toll Collection, right? I head the National Electronic Toll Collection product for Equitas, right? The government started off with a 10% cashback for electronic toll collections, right? They started in the year 2017, right? So a guy who is paying by cash, he pays 100 rupees. The guy who is paying by FASTag pays 90 rupees, right?
Yeah.
He gets 10 rupees back, right? Whatever 100 rupees that he has paid, he gets 10 rupees back. So it has to start off with incentives, right? But incentives alone is not going to take you to a cashless economy, right? It is not going to take the entire journey of every single individual in this country is not going to be driven only by incentives, right? It has to be education as well, right? No matter how much of effort I put in, right, I'll not be able to convert my carpenter to learn digital payments, right? There has to be a balance. They will continue to use cash, right? That will exist, but one is incentives that will drive it immediately. The second is probably what we could try is, right, if after trying incentives for a certain period of time, right, what you can say is, if you pay by cash, you pay 2x, right, or 1.5x, something of that sort, right, which ensures that you are disincentivizing cash as well, right? But that has to happen after you have incentivized digital for a longer period of time. You have to incentivize digital for longer period of time. Once you are done with it, once you are done with it for say 1 decade, right, and then you have to try disincentivizing cash, right? So that is how I would look at it.
Super. Ravi, your two important levers.
I think two important things for which are practical is obviously the demonstration and education and awareness. While we all can debate about incentivizing and all of that stuff, but we still all know that there is a lot of, let's say, debit cards in all of our banks and whatever, which are not being utilized by the consumers. Why they are not being utilized? A dedicated approach, or maybe a focused approach to ensure that the people use it. And then obviously, as and when more people can be brought to, let's say, mobile banking stream or something like that, has to be done. This is one. Secondly, obviously, there has to be some bit of whether you incentivize or not. I guess somebody who is using the digital payments is getting incentivized by his own way. Like, he's obviously spending less time going to the branch or whatever stuff that is. That itself is a lot of savings to the individual. So, but the main important thing is that it has to be a decent, the penalty kind of a thing for somebody who is not really doing, probably which is being done in case of a FASTag. Like earlier, even if you have a FASTag tag, you didn't bother to kind of recharge it and then just take a chance and something. But now you ensure that you have your FASTag recharged, because you save a lot of time if you kind of get into a different queue. So I think these are the two important steps which should be done.
All right, cool. Bhavna, we got about 3 minutes left, and I can see the participants for the next one coming through as well. Should we take any questions if they're there, or we could summarize and wrap it up?
Sure. So Abhay, I would suggest you should summarize. In case if I do get any final questions from the audience, I'll pass it on over to you, Abhay.
Super. Okay. So thanks, Gary. Sorry for cutting the rest of you short. So clearly, where we are as we speak, lot of movement. Especially, I think the entire India stack piece. So whether it's Aadhaar-based payments or UPI, has been a fabulous moments. We've had winds behind our back, both with demonetization and COVID. As they say, the most successful chief transformation officer has been COVID. Accelerating both the uptakes of e-commerce as well as the entire digital uptake. My sense is, in the sense of, should we be going digital? Enough and more incentives, faster transmission, lesser fraud, more economic monitoring has its downsides, which actually people need to be educated on. loss of privacy, overspending, things that can be controlled. I think the big thing is largely leverage and convenience. Educate folks on what it takes and make sure it's very, very convenient. And in the convenience set, 2-3 breakthrough things which are happening, which I think can get the unbanked into the fold, is really voice-based payments. You just have to say, paisa do, paisa lo, and stuff actually starts moving forward. Also around making sure there is a protection net, for the smaller merchants and the lesser lots who cannot afford to pay, the kind of monies that are needed to support infrastructure. So hopefully you all had a very, very engaging session. Feel free to get in touch with us over social media, and we'll try our best to reply to any other issues that you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abhay. Firstly, I got to say one thing, excellent moderation out there. With the kind of time we had, and it's not a form of flatter, but I'm sure all your eminent panelists would agree to that your experience definitely resounds with the way you absolutely agreed first to moderate because you yourself are an expert, but agreeing to ask the questions from all the experts, kudos to that, firstly.
We're all learning.
Thank you. Thank you, Vivian. Thank you, John, Prasanna, Ravi, and Richard and Vineet. What an excellent panel discussion, I must say this was. And thank you all for your valuable time today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen,
Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we're going to be taking a short break while we get ready for our final panel discussion. We'll see you on the other side in the next few minutes. Thank you all for joining us. Hi, panelists, requesting you for the final session to please put on your video and audio for your audio and video check, please.
Hi, Bhavana. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much, Lani, for joining us.
Hey, Bhavana,
Vivek, can you hear us? Yeah, hi, Abhishek. Thank you for joining. Vivek, can you
Hi,
hear
Bhavana,
us?
this is Bhanu Kumar.
Thank you, Bhanu Kumar. Thank you for joining. Vivek, can you hear us? Vivek and
Yeah,
Nitin?
Bhavana, I can hear you. Am I
I
audible?
can hear you. Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
Perfect. Thank you so much. I believe, so you're on mute. I'm not able to see your name as well. Can you unmute, please? I'm not able, and please ensure
Hi,
to.
Avik here.
Yeah, Avik, I can now see. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Well, thank you.
So just allow us a moment. We're just doing the audio check for the final. Lani, is there something, 1 second, just a second. All right. I hope, Palani, you're aware that one of our panelists is not joining us.
Yes, Krishna has dropped out.
Correct. Perfect. So is there something you'd like to communicate to your esteemed panelists right now? I'll give you a few minutes on the same, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for joining today's evening session. And hopefully you are all aware of the questions, and I have shared you the questions. Any clarifications around it? Probably will go in the same order if you're okay. Great.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think, Palani, in that case, with everyone's audio and video check done, if there's anything else our panelists would like to ask, it's the free rein right now. Otherwise, we'll start the timer and we'll get the introduction started and roll, and we'll get you on the stage and stream, if that's okay. Okay, so I think that's my cue. Palani, just allow me a moment. Also, if there are any audience questions, I'm just doing a test with you. I'll be sending you a DM on Zoom privately. If you can read that, can you confirm?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. So thank you. For now, panelists, I would request you all to please put yourself on mute and video off. And also when someone else is answering, please stay on mute so that there's no audio disturbance on anyone's end. Thank you. Requesting everyone to please be on mute and video off. Thank you. "25 seconds more. Please stay on mute with the video off. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to begin with our final panel discussion of the day, post which we would commence with the Payments and Cards Award. Well, the theme for the last session is open banking payments together towards a seamless, smarter tomorrow. Well, may I call upon the moderator for this track. First up, our moderator, Mr. Palani Balasubramaniam Nama, the VP Head, Open Innovation and Digital Transformation and Global Trade Execution, IT and OPS, Societe Generale Global Solution Center. Well, Mr. Palani is strategically focused and an entrepreneur-minded senior leader, over 20 years of experience in business and IT transformation. Well, also let us welcome the panelists accompanying him. First up, Mr. Bhanukumar Gangaraju, the Head Business Analyst, Open Banking and FinTech Integration, APIs and Digitization, DBS Bank. Well, Bhanukumar is a product owner and a business analyst with more than a decade of in-depth expertise on business analytics, customer handling on APIs, bank technology, digital transformation, marketing and e-commerce, emerging payments, corporate banking, transaction banking, retail banking, and risk domain. Also joining would be Mr. Vivek Gopalakrishnan, the Head of Open Banking, Federal Bank. Vivek holds an expertise in the functional and technical domains with a deep understanding of current issues, trends, and solutions. Also joining would be Mr. Nitin Bhandari, Managing Director and Global Head, Digital API Banking, Blockchain, and Open Ecosystem Portfolio, Standard Chartered Bank, Singapore. Well, Nitin is a fintech professional with 24 years of experience in corporate scale-ups, digital transformation, strategy execution, and product innovation at leading financial services, digital payments, and telecom firms. Also joining would be Mr. Avik Chaudhary, the Group Product and Innovation Lead, Digital Business, Lending, and Open API Framework, Axis Bank Limited. Avik is a passionate, creative, and a driven fintech, digital product, marketing, and a business strategy leader with more than a decade of experience in banking and financial services space, where he's held multiple leadership roles across various strategic business verticals. Also, ladies and gentlemen, joining us would be Mr. Abhishek Seth, Director, Digital Engineering, Head of Open Banking, Digital Microservices, APIs, and Integration Technology, Citi, Singapore. Well, Abhishek, being the Head of the API and Partnerships, leading digital services and open banking platform technology for Citi Consumer Bank in Asia and EMEA region. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I present to you the entire panel on your stage and screen. May I request our panelists to now switch on their videos and put their audio on, as we request all of us, all our eminent panelists, to please join us on the stage and screen. Also, if you may have any questions for our esteemed panelists, please do type it in the Q&A tab. We would take that up to our moderator, Palani, to take it forward with his panel, if time allows towards the end. May I request all our panelists to please now put the video on. Bhanukumar and Avik, we just request you with your videos also on. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, if I may request our moderator, Palani, to take it forward with his able panel. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. It's been a wonderful day all through from the morning. So there have been quite a few informative sessions which have been done. Thanks a lot for this opportunity. So I have the privilege of hosting our esteemed panel today. So probably without much ado, I will go to the first question. The first question is for Nitin Bhandari. how is open banking developing across the world? What are the models that are being developing, and what are the initial success stories we have seen in the industry today? And where does India stand in this journey?
Thanks, Kalani. And while the genesis of open banking has been uh, in certain regulatory requirements, it's grown further and beyond, and it's becoming in a way the de facto way of corporates connecting with the banks. Now, a lot of it has been fueled by the human behavior and the corporate behavior of instant gratification, and that's where the open banking of late is getting driven. Now, the definition of open of instant gratification may differ from person to person and corporate to corporate, but mostly it's about if I was to give the bank instruction to execute, how soon can it not just be executed but be notified uh, uh, of the execution, and that's where we are seeing more and more use cases happening. Now, be it across social media, be it for treasury management, be it for even something as simple as mutual fund or unit trust buying, insurance buying, and so on. Wherever it's a requirement of instant gratification, open banking happens to be one of the key things that corporates are looking for. And with more and more corporates going across the borders, becoming cross-border, it makes even more sense. I mean, if they bank with 10 banks, they don't need to run 10 IT projects. Just one IT project with every bank subscribing to open banking should suffice. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Nitin. Thanks a lot. I think it was very insightful. The next question is for Mr. Vivek. So, what are the top high-impact disruptions in open banking era, and how did these disruptions change the demographics of the respective domains?
Yeah, thanks, Palani. So basically, you have to understand the difference between open banking and what open financial services are all about. Both are complementary to each other. One facilitates opening up of data to be consumed by third parties, so championed by PSD2 and the EU regulations. Now in India also we are having an account aggregator which is off the wings. So we should see some interesting use cases in the coming days. Whereas open finance is where third parties, non-banking entities come into the fore of banking services, wherein both these complementing to each other is opening up possibilities for collaboration and innovation. So I see the disruption is from new use cases is happening in this sphere because of competition coming outside of traditional banking boundaries. So that is where, even if you see, payments is the lowest hanging fruit in this sector, wherein with the introduction of a few non-banking entities into the space via UPI or other ecosystems, we have seen explosion of transaction and adoption in payment space. So in payments also, even though we are now clocking 1 billion transactions per month, to me, we are still scratching the surface. So if you ask me what are the high impact areas, maybe the use cases of it. So payments is a very visible story out there. Neobanks are something which we should be watching out for in the 2021 era. We see at least 4 or 5 neobanks in the works, both in the retail use case and the corporate use case. So coming together of, so wherever some synergies are identified by a strong banking partner and a very innovative tech partner, some interesting aspects can be looked out for. Other two key areas, what I generally feel is maybe use of data. So generation of data as well as innovation using those data are the key elements to watch out for. And it has applications far and wide. And two specific to point out at this stage would be cross-border payments. Even still, we don't have an instant real-time cross-border payments across different geographies. Somewhere regionally it has been built, but across geographies, that would be one achievement or one goal the fintech or the open banking community would be aspiring for. And separately, from an Indian point of view, trade finance is some area wherein we could see some disruption with open banking and financial coming into play. I'll stop here, Colin.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. I think very precise and insightful. So the next question is for Avik Chaturvedi. Chaudhary. Given the given the MDR through UPI doesn't earn revenue anymore, so this has been the cash cow for the banks for quite some time. So with our government waiving the MDR to promote the digital payments in Indian markets, what could be the next big revenue stream for the banks? And probably around it, how should the banks revise their strategy so that they can compensate the monetary losses what they're incurring because of this particular government's move?
Sure. Thanks, Brian. Uh, so to answer this question, I will just sort of divide it into two parts. One is that see, payments as a business has evolved a lot over the last 10 years, so to say. There was a time when it started, there were the business models were very different, and it has evolved over the way. Currently, we are standing at a point where payments alone as an income stream is not something that I would say is very viable. So you alone just cannot survive on the top of payments. So along with payments, there is a very important, you can say one of the most important needs is to sort of offer value-added services and also propositions where you can cross-sell other products or other services. Uh, for example, it's not just about the banks; it's also about a lot of fintech players in the market. So if you divide this into two subparts, one is the way the banks operate, and one is the way the fintechs operate. So coming to the banks, well, banks have their own banking business. Payments is just one of the parts of it. Yes, definitely, the revenue. Well, there is a it will take a bit hit, but surely not the entire piece. But for businesses which run purely on payments model, the business models, be it any of the take any of the top payment apps in the company, in India. So you also have to think about innovation around providing more services, more values, and opportunities for cross selling. So this is the way to go forward. And to be very honest, I have what we have seen a trend over some of the years is that typically most people start with payments, but at the end of the day, or you can say lending is or wealth is one of the next things, or you can say is the light at the end of the tunnel. You virtually have to shift towards that also. So coupled with these, definitely, uh, this is the way to go forward, I would say.
So the next question is for Bhanukumar Gangaraju. While digitalization has eased the payment processing with improved time to market and the processing time and customer experience at a very low cost, leading to frugality, did it bring any new risk to the current payment setup? And from your perspective, what could be the key mitigation measures for any such risk?
Yeah, first of all, digitalization from past 10 years, as you know, like it was the revolutionary concept, like in the payment industry, where it brought a lot of changes in the payment industry. And as you see, there's a lot of fintechs or tech fins are evolved, and the industry is completely moving towards, the uh, kind of payment processing technology for the banks or financial institutions in such a way. I mean, it's going in such a way that it is going to be quite faster, and there's a lot of competition that brought the customers, actually the end customers, like a lot of experiences. Coming to the risk, obviously, when it comes to the kind of offerings that the industry is doing, like the companies like Google, WhatsApp also coming with WhatsApp Pay, and the many companies, right? So payments are going with just a one touch in terms of, the experiences and all. So coming to the risk, yeah, absolutely, there is a risk in this sector, actually, the payment processing sector. So the risks include, I mean, especially with our data, right? So as Vivek told, yeah, data is the essential things in the digital industry. So because as we know, like a lot of organizations or a lot of companies, right, integrating with financial institutions or fintechs or tech firms and building the journeys for the customers to have to ensure that the processing is seamless. So there are a lot of challenges. Actually, the data, what kind of data, the structured, unstructured, and regulatory, and kind of data is really impacting, and that's where like there should be some kind of mitigative measures and data governance need to be taken place. And there are certain things are in place, but it's not enough. Like there are a lot of issues. I mean, there are a lot of things that especially European countries, and the data, I mean, the payment processing systems in European countries are really rising such. So apart from that, I mean, it comes to the journeys and the visualization and the governance across APIs, because all this done through, I mean, this faster payment processing now evolving through APIs. So APIs is the key thing nowadays. If you look at any digital journey, right? So the API governance, the governance model, and the journeys and the ecosystems, actually different external ecosystems that are really build these frameworks and all, are also have to be regulated. So the systems and the companies, and because I mean, from last 10 years, like if you look at like the way this digitalization, the payment processing is evolving, is, I mean, it is solving a lot of problems, but there are still many more problems are yet to solve, such as data, such as I mean, journeys, such as API governance, infrastructure, the kind of infrastructure, like, as you know, like what kind of data we can put in a cloud and what kind of data we can put on-prem, and how, I mean, as we know, like country-wise, there are regulations as from a data governance point of view to I mean, minimize the data for the, I mean, onshore purposes and all. I mean, data misuse is the biggest thing that we are looking at, especially. And being a payment is a critical product actually for anything. So between financial institutions, banks, and any of the industry, right? Payment is the absolute kind of necessary thing. So these are the three areas what I see is there is more focus required. And I think as we all know, there is works going on, and we may have to see like this should be well regulated, and these regulations also happen through proper bodies of the government, so that I mean, the payment processing and all should work even better, and maybe we can see better benefits for the customers too.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, Manu. Thanks a lot. So the next question is for Abhishek. Today, disintermediation seems to be the mantra which all the banks are trying to adapt for reducing their cost and sustaining this frugal era. The question is, how would it disrupt the current BSFI business models? And what would be the role of open banking to realize this strategy and help banks to sustain in the current crisis?
Thank you, Palani, for the question. Banks historically have been heavily outsourced, right? I mean, whether it's their own technology, DSA agents, or reward companies, how it used to be there, it was heavily outsourced because the banks used to treat the underlying risk, as the primary IP which they used to hold around this. But with the advent of social media and the social apps which are coming around, I think every part of customer journey is becoming very, very important. So owning each part of that is substantial to making sure that you are a successful bank of the future, right? And I think a lot of new banks are doing it pretty well, and they are kind of doing the experience great, and we have great products. So I think disintermediation, when we talk about it, the underlying factor is about making sure that we are giving the best to the customer for everything. When we talk about disintermediation, banks use third parties or intermediaries for some of the processes and products, like whether it's acquiring customers or the rewards, some of the things that you do around brokerage and all. So you have like disintermediaries coming in between. Now, the point is, I think, some of the places disintermediaries are going away, where the intermediaries did not bring in that much value, and it's just like an add-on hop or an add-on broker then they're kind of going away from the ecosystem. But if they had genuine value, the form and shape is changing. They're moving from a more analog and back-end processing kind of way to an integrated instant gratification point that Nathan mentioned, engage into the life cycle, right? So that's the form and shape in which the disintermediation is happening when banks rely on intermediaries. But the reverse is also equally true. Like banks sell a lot of products on the wealth side, that like you sell mutual fund and unit trust, which are run by different unit trust companies, and banks are the distributors for that. And so is for insurance. I'm not aware of many banks who underwrite their own insurance. They have like an AIA or a Prudential or any of these companies who are the core insurance providers, and we are the intermediaries over there. Again, the value we bring is the customer portfolio, which we have, having the right customer touch point and needs. So even on that side, if I see about intermediation, it's about like the banks which are able to bring the right value, that we are able to price the right customer in the right way and entice them to take the products. Those insurance partners would love, or the mutual fund partners would love to partner with us instead of someone else, and create those unique partnerships, which is value added in the ecosystem. So that's about the disintermediation bit. But I think what's happening uniquely because of open banking coming to the front is that all the intermediaries are now going digital, instantaneous, right? And when you bring everything instantly, you have that opportunity to cross-sell to customer a lot of things, which was not possible in the earlier world. I mean, if you're doing a back office underwriting of an insurance policy, you cannot do a rider or a top-up of a certain teaser product at that point in time. But if you are doing it instantly, you can do that. And I think open banking is bringing a lot of that into play, where you have instant access to fulfill customer needs. If I take a simple example, right? Typically, you use a credit card on a point of sale, right? And that goes through payment gateways like Stripe and Square and such companies. And I think BillDesk in case of India, it goes through them, and then you kind of go to the bank to process the transaction. Now we are going to get, I mean, because of open banking, we have seen like we've had like more than 80 to 100 partners who work with us on our open banking platform in a matter of 3 years. And some unique models have come into play wherein these point of sale merchants can do installment plans and things like that at the time of checkout, right? And you kind of have massive reach because of these payment gateways kind of coming and doing this stuff. Similarly, you have like reward points as becoming an alternate currency of purchase. And people who have reward points, no more there's like a voucher thing which gets shipped out and people use it and all. At the time of checkout, you have reward points. You want to pay with your money or you want to pay with the reward point. Now, all these things I think is a byproduct of what open banking has brought to the front, because these things were not possible. I think the first stage was to just kind of address what was physical into a digital world, but now is where the interesting part is coming, where you are creating new things which didn't exist. So I believe open banking will be there. And as everyone keeps on saying, like banks provide you the underlying financial infrastructure and the platform to do things, but no one really wakes up in the morning to do banking, right? So it will get deeply knitted. Now, whether some banks become like the super app kind of thing to do it, or we are part of the super app ecosystem, that's to be unfolded. But what's clear is that everyone would have a clear value proposition. And if they're really good on it, they will play on that. So this will make everyone very, very focused on what's their value prop, in which market, who plays on what, right? And remaining places you partner where open banking becomes the core platform which allows you to do that in a scalable and sustainable manner.
Thank you, Abhishek. That was a really very interesting point what you have brought in. So the next question is for Nitin again. So today, Nitin, if you look at the current scenario, there's a very stiff competition in the payment space, and we are seeing that in India. And with the likes of WhatsApp and Google, and now recently with Reliance and Birlas and Tatas entering this field, we will have a very arena with very strong players around. So in this scenario, what would be a differentiator strategy between these companies, these players, to emerge successful?
Sure. So to me, I think payment space is something which is evolving across the globe. And while one may say it's overcrowded, but you still see it growing. So it's maybe it's not really overcrowded, because I think a lot of companies so far have focused on just the consumer part of payments, but a lot more is left to be exploited. Now the payments data itself is very, very valuable. And if finally the companies who will be able to extract value out of the data, now that doesn't mean that you have to go and sell the data, but you can still extract the value. and maybe it can do as simple as just providing dashboards to the merchants, to providing other facilities, to consumers as well. Why not bring together, let's say, um, uh, various forms of payments together, various form factors together, combined with the cross-border, combined with the way of moving money and so on. So to me, there's a lot more to be explored, and payment companies, most of them are focused just on the payment piece, which is maybe the smallest piece now. Okay, they possibly will no longer be able to make money just from payments, but that's where they need to start exploring the data and start making money from there. It's going to the two-sided model. We have seen in other industries, one-sided model kind of metamorph into two-sided model at some point of time. The same thing will happen to payments. It's no longer monopoly of a particular industry. You will see almost every industry jumping into it, and corporates who are able to make value out of data will be the winner after the long journey.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So with these questions, we come to an end to the moderated questions. Now we are open for the audience questions, if any.
Palani, I'll just confirm on the audience questions. Allow me some time, please. Thank you.
Okay. So while we wait for the audience question, so probably can I go ahead and ask a few questions? It's open for all of you. Probably can share your views around these questions. So one thing around, we see that we hear a lot about the GDPR, and today the European, especially the European regions, they have put a lot of constraints around sharing the data, not just the client data, but a lot of other, they have marked other segments also as the sensitive data. So given this scenario, how successful would Indian entrepreneurs, especially on the fintech, and also the largely, if you look at the Indian business, it's based on the GCCs. The tech export is based on the GCCs. So in this context, the GDPR today, what would be the impact of these rules on Indian context, especially for GCCs, the fintechs, and the the startups which are trying to disrupt the payment arena? So, any your thoughts around it? So probably we can go with Abhishek first.
Sure, I'll try to take a stab at it. So I think GDPR and PSD2 largely, right, which is another kind of a folding regulation which has come in that mandates banks to expose their, not banks, any financial institution to expose customer data. I think that kind of presents a unique opportunity because you have the account data and the payments capability available across the landscape, right? And the best thing, it's happening across the region, right? So if you see any industry and all, like there are very limited cross geography players which exist and which really want to play cross geography, right? Instead of kind of going to go deep into a market and exploit it to the fullest. I think that's a gap area which is up for innovation and disruption over there, right? I mean, max people have done is account aggregation. You can see a 360 view of your accounts across different banks, but nothing beyond that has really happened materially, right? And that's a big space, right? Right from connecting the different value-added providers. I mean, like there is every company. If you do robo-advisory, there are like experts of robo-advisory. There are experts of insurance. There are experts of cards. I mean, and lending products. There are like all these experts, but there's no one enterprise which is kind of joining it, right? So if you may like what Google does for our search, I don't think so that level of depth has been done anywhere except like the facade of it. So I feel there's a much more depth available over there for exploitation.
Thank you. So we have one question from the audience. What are the biggest challenges today to scale up open banking? Which are the markets in focus? So would anybody like to take this question from the panel?
So can you repeat the question, Palani?
So what are the biggest challenges today to scale up open banking, and what are the markets in focus where the open banking is really trying to thrive?
So, okay, maybe I can start and others can join in. For me, I think the biggest challenge right now is you don't have a single open banking standard across the world. Yeah, well, there's PSD2 there. Singapore has it, Hong Kong has it, parts of the world have it. Others, I think a lot of countries have, or banks have pretty much taken PSD2 as a de facto standard, but there is no one common standard. Yeah, and I think that is something that is definitely required, because otherwise it leads to customization either at the corporate end or the third party platform end or at the bank end. I think that is something that should possibly be created now. I do understand and I do know that there are a number of initiatives going on to make it as global as possible, but so far no such global standard has emerged as it happens in, let's say, telecom or internet, where the standards are very much global, no country specific standards. And I think that is something we require in banking.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So any other thoughts are on the table? Maybe Avik?
If I may.
Yeah, please go ahead, Abhishek.
Yeah. So, I mean, in addition to what Nitin mentioned in terms of having global standards, I believe one of the challenges with open banking fundamentally is that what happens in case a customer's data gets misused. Like, so you expose open banking, you expose the APIs and everything, right? And you provide the right amount of security that only when customer is authorizing, the data is shared. But a customer authorizes in their mind for a certain purpose how the data is getting used. Now, if that start getting misused, what's the liability conversation? What's the kind of support which gets done overall in the ecosystem? So I think those things are pretty open. Like, everyone is kind of taking the first step right now in terms of defining standards and defining the technology to open it up, which I guess pretty much is there. Like, I mean, financial industry is doing it now, but I mean, if you see Salesforce, if you do Expedia and things like that, they have done from 2002, 2003. They've been doing it a lot. So I believe that giving that trust factor, that, I mean, for a lack of better term, you have an authorized set of third parties or an authorized set of certification which has been given to a set of companies, like a VeriSign certificate or something like that, of who can play, and that gives you an innate security in the landscape. So if, say, India RBI kind of mandates and certifies and says, okay, these are the 10 people who are qualified financially and as well as from a security stance and everything to engage, that's when it becomes like rapidly massive. Otherwise, the technology is there, but it gets kind of lagged below in terms of use case being so massively revenue generating that you can go through all of these hoops and turns in doing that. And then it becomes more like a point-to-point thing rather than a hyperscale thing. So I believe that's one of the points which would be required largely as an ecosystem to enable open banking at scale.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, but just to add to that, for the Vishek, actually, from my point of view, so the banks actually, I mean, the opportunity, like, so I'm working for a financial institution, for a bank. So for me, there are, I mean, so the industries, as you know, like in Asia Pacific, what I'm seeing, like my bank mostly, I mean, is a regional bank within the Asia Pacific region for most of the services that it is offering. So what I'm seeing is for every country, there are certain regulations as we have from the financial, I mean, organizing the financial system as well as payments point of view. So the kind of growth, the kind of opportunities in the ecosystems are we're pretty much unlimited, right? So if you look at India is a massive market. China, so certain though there are certain strict guidelines, still there are certain opportunities for China to open up. So I mean, the banks also trying to penetrate. So Singapore, Indonesia, and Asia Pacific are certain markets which there are a lot of opportunities, and there are a lot of partners. An example I say, like, so the fintech organizations like Grab and all, they're doing thousands of integrations at scale on a monthly basis. So from targeting SME partners as well as the customer. So ultimately, there is no limit actually for kind of, I mean, for the industry, especially for the payment industry, and it's a continuous learning, and the journeys are continuously evolving. It's a continuous learning process for financial institutions, and try to see what best can fit, because so the technology is quite advancing, and when the technology advancing, there are different kind of payment opportunities that are evolving. So we can't limit, we can't say like this particular market is limited for this and this particular market is limited. It's all about customer choice, like how the customer want to go, and by the same time, like now the powerful device for any customer is the mobile. So maybe in future there is something more that the customer can do with ease, right? So there are a lot of innovations, that are a lot of patents from the organizations that are evolving and registering. So from a risk and governance point of view, there are certain limitations, as said, like the data is essential thing. So obviously, and as Abhishek told, like there are certain limitations. So from a customer point of view, if the customer feel like there is something really, I mean, risky for him, I mean, they might look at other opportunities or other options, and they choose. But it's all about a competition, healthy competition. By the same time, how this all these things were regulated on that particular platform, how the innovations are further evolved and exploited further to bring the best experience for the customer. So whatever geo it is and whatever region it is, like, so what I feel is there are a lot of opportunities in this area. So it's continuously evolving, I can say.
Thanks a lot, Banu. That was very, very insightful. So I think with that, we come to the end of today's session. Thank you very much for your very valuable insights. Just to summarize our discussion today. So predominantly, I think the open banking, the way it has evolved, we have not just focused on time to market or the speed of it, but our quality of execution and also the ease of execution of payments across the cross-border is the key. And the open banking and financial services are complementary to each other. They are not competing. And innovation and digitalization are the key drivers, and the payments are the low-hanging fruit. So there could be a lot of progress which could be made around this segment. And for the banks, for the question where we said the revenue from the payments has gone down, should the banks try out new strategies? It's a very evident that payments alone is not the sustainable stream anymore. They may have to come out with new value-add services, new offerings, either through cross-selling or partnering with the fintechs to deliver better value to the customers, so that would evolve as the revenue streams. And coming to the next question, we had the question to Banu, where we had a very good opinion, very good insights on that the transformation today is very fast-paced, and the risk involved is also growing with this transformation. And certainly there's a bit of ground to cover around data governance, and and also look at how the APIs are being used, and how the use of APIs needs to be regulated. There should be a bit of policing around it. And similarly, we are also, with all these measures, I think probably we would be able to progress in a much secure manner. So coming to the disintermediation of the banks, how would it impact the payments and the open banking? What would be the role of open banking? I think the response from Abhishek was that the banks are very heavily outsourced, and the advent of social media and apps, they're really disrupting the arena, and it becomes the responsibility of the bank to really own them if they want to succeed. And apart from that, even though disintermediation is a strategy, but it is only for the low value add services. But however, the major opportunity lies in using the intermediaries in a very wise way, and really leveraging on their just-in-time services to decentralize the entire processing of payments or any other banking services, financial services. And similarly, what should be the new strategies the bank should adapt in the current scenario? I think Nitin has responded saying that the payments data, what the banks have today, is very valuable, and probably they can really leverage on this data to provide the value add services for the customers and the merchants. One of them could be dashboarding, and similarly cost optimizations to partnerships could be another way where the banks can really optimize their costs, and and even the corporates really collaborating with each other to bring down the total cost of processing for the transaction could be another interesting strategy. So thank you, Nitin, for that. And similarly, looking at what are the key challenges what we have today, and I think very interesting insights there as well. So cross geography integration is still an unexplored territory. Probably there is a good opportunity over there, and that's where probably we may have to really watch out for. And similarly, the experts exist in silos, but I think they are not integrated yet to a very optimal level yet. So probably that could be another interesting way to take it forward. And for the audience question on the biggest challenges what open banking are facing today. So there were different perspectives. So one was about the common standards which are not so strong across the banks. Probably strengthening them is something which is required. And the other perspective was more on the security gaps what we have. So this could be not just the data security, but also how the data which has been authorized by the customer has been used by the banks or the partners of the banks. So probably we need to have a good view and a bit of control over it. So that's something interesting. And similarly, the banks are now going to go ahead and probably they must depend upon the fintechs to really leverage on the current opportunities and then expand. Certainly today this entire digitalization journey is still expanding, and there are quite a few new opportunities which would come before the banks, and then probably they need to be very open-minded and adapt them in a partnership mode, and they need to move forward on that. And similarly, while they do that, they need to be focused on the security from the customer perspective, and also the regulations and the healthy competition should be able to take them to the next level. So that is the summary of today's discussion. So any questions or any comments from the panelists? Please add if I missed something. If none, I think
I'd request, thank you so much, Palani. I'd just request, Nitin, firstly, if you could have some concluding remarks from you as well. And then we'll just go one by one with some certain concluding remarks from your side. Over to you, Nitin.
Sure. No, so absolutely a great topic to have. And I think maybe when if we were to speak a couple of years from now, we will find almost every corporate and bank integrating with each other over open banking platform. So I do see a lot of scope for open banking going forward. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you, Nitin. Thanks for that observation. Banu Kumar, would you have any concluding remarks?
Yeah, absolutely. And first of all, thanks for the opportunity to speak. And yeah, definitely open banking the way I'm in. And so I witness and I can see like how it is evolving. I'm working for an organization, building the partnership and uh, and I mean, as a bank, like the kind of organization that I've worked in, we are seeing the actual benefit. I mean, actual result out of it and how the bank is evolving. In fact, all the banks and financial organizations, the way they are transforming and ensuring that looking for different opportunities and further going invisible. I can say banks are not going to be invisible, and but not the banking, as Bill Gates said. So but definitely, I mean, it's a very interesting topic, and there's a lot of feature that we can visualize for the banks, financial institutions. And it's all win-win situation when you look at overall open banking strategy and open banking frameworks. So I can say like, yeah, good to, it's good to understand this know these insights, and definitely, yeah, we have to learn a lot in this industry.
Sure. Thank you so much, Banu Kumar. Vivek, your final concluding remarks?
Yeah, so I guess there's a lot to be expected in this space, a lot of excitement building up. So the digital infrastructure that's getting built in the country is unparalleled. The regulations and the supporting framework that is getting built, that is also fueling this innovation space. So overall, I think a lot of excitement to be expected, and hand in hand, as earlier Vanu told, for models to be sustainable, we'll have to take up risk management, infosec priorities, compliance requirements, all these things that we are technologically seeing as a customer. So in the background, all these infosec compliance and regulatory requirements also has to be met for ensuring that all these models sustain in the long run. Thanks.
Sure, that's a great point. Thank you so much, Vivek. Avik, would you like to have some concluding remarks?
Sure. So I think the initial discussion, the way it went, I fully agree that there are two now. The entire ecosystem is actually evolving into an open, you can say, banking as well as open financial services, and I think the entire the thing that we take away from over here is, and also what we can learn, we can see right now is going to happen, is that we'll be in a few years down the line, we'll be in a ecosystem where we have a lot of transparency, a lot of integrations between partners and between banks. You can say it would more of a inter-institution and inter-player collaboration, which I think in a way would lead to a great experience for not only the customers, but also I think this is one of the also primary ways in which we can drive financial inclusion to a great extent. So a lot to happen in this space, and eagerly waiting for these to happen actually.
That's great. Thank you, Avik. Abhishek, your concluding remarks?
First and foremost, Bhavna, I would like to thank for organizing this. It's good to kind of take a step back and think and hear all these great perspectives. I believe open banking is there to stay, and like it's going to evolve business models and experiencing journeys which never existed before. And the summarizing point I would like to say is that open banking is going to work in favor of banks more than how it's viewed right now. Right? So, yeah.
That's great. Thank you so much, Abhishek. Well, with this, I'd really like to thank our eminent panelists for joining us. Thank you so much, Bhanu Kumar, Abhishek, Vivek, Nitin, and thank you so much, Fulani, for moderating it so wonderfully. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you for organizing this. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come towards the conclusion of the summit. Well, we'd had an enriching time listening to our speakers and also networking during the breaks with all the attendees. Well, now it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to change the pattern and move on towards the payments and card awards in a while. Well, we look forward to your presence in applauding the achievements of those whose efforts deserve recognition. It is now time to applaud, reward all the ones who worked immensely hard during this time, and thank you for your efforts. Well, with this, we move on to our awards section. So, ladies and gentlemen, well, with this, we come to the end of the 8th edition of the Payments and Card Summit and Awards 2020. And on behalf of Kamikaze B2B Media, I thank you all for giving us your valuable time today. Well, the program included cutting-edge insights from industry leaders and features in-depth panel discussion and networking around this year's theme, which is Payments 4.0, Unraveling the Digital Opportunity, which was then followed by the Payments and Card Award 2020. Well, the discussion today revolved around the topic Leadership in Payments 4.0, Promise and Challenges in the New Ecosystem, the rise of the extreme digitization, neo-banking, cross-border payments, wherein we talked about going global, connecting payment systems across the borders. We also spoke about going cashless. Digital is the present and the future. And lastly, towards the end, it was all about open banking, wherein we spoke about open banking payments, which is together towards a seamless, smarter tomorrow. Well, with this, I'd really like to thank all the delegates for the excellent engagement which we had via sending us multiple questions throughout, and also our eminent speakers for sharing their expertise and their valued time today. Also, a big and a heartiest congratulations to all the winners who won today at the awards, which was the Payment and Cards Award 2020. And to know more about our upcoming events, do join us on our website, which is www.kamikaze.co.in. And also you can connect with us on LinkedIn with Kamikaze B2B Media. So ladies and gentlemen, with this is me, Bhavna Bhatia, on behalf of Kamikaze B2B Media, signing off for the day, and thank you all for joining us.